Good?
Yeah.
All right, good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining our meeting today. Please note that this call is being recorded and that this meeting is open to the public with options for public participation. This meeting is also being live streamed today. A recording of the call will be available on the MUS website. We will begin the meeting once all board members have joined and roll call is taken. I'm gonna call the meeting to order and ask Amy to take roll call. Amy.
Thank you, Chair Lozar. Regent Dombrowski. Thank you, Regent Dombrowski. You are muted, but I did see you acknowledge that. Thank you. Regent Tuss.
Here.
Thank you. Regent Nicetoon. Thank you, Regent Nicetoon. You're muted, but I did see you acknowledge that. Regent Sexton. You're also muted, but I did see you acknowledge it. Thank you. Regent Sheehy. Thank you. And Regent Rogers.
Here.
Thank you. And Chair Lozar.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Christian.
I'm here.
Thank you. Governor Bullock is joining us this morning, as is Superintendent ARSA.
Amy.
Perfect. Thank you, Amy. And again, good morning, everyone. Welcome to those of you joining us here, mostly OCHI staff in Helena, where it's a very, very smoky day. And just welcome to all those dialing in from across the state and those who are in Zoom rooms on the campuses across the Montana University system. This is always an exciting and an energizing time of year for the system and for the Board of Regents. As I know I'm not alone in saying it feels good to see our students back on campus. It's definitely not fall as usual, but it's heartening to see life in the libraries, in the cafeterias, folks walking across campus, and to know that students are back to their college life and back to their studies. I want them to know that we recognize the added responsibility that they've been asked to carry during this time. Their efforts to keep themselves and others healthy are critical to our ability to stay on campus this fall, and they're very much appreciated. I'd also like to thank our MUS employees for the tremendous efforts to make our return to campus possible. Their work to support our students has been truly remarkable, and it's also been, as you can imagine, very resource intensive. That's why I wanted to extend our sincere thanks to Governor Steve Bullock and his administration for his ongoing support of our COVID response. As you all know, the governor directed up to $20 million last month to support our system-wide testing and contact tracing strategy. And we very much appreciate that support. And just last week, the governor announced $2.2 million in funding for workforce development projects and remote education delivery. We'll learn more about that funding later today, but I want to just note how critical this assistance is to our university system and to the Montanans that we serve. So thank you, Governor Bullock. Speaking of finances, our fall meeting is when we approve our operating budget, and that's one of the most significant items that we have on the agenda today in our budget committee meeting. We'll also receive an update from the Bitterroot Valley on ongoing efforts regarding a local community college in that area. However, we'll start the day as usual with reports from Commissioner Christian and his staff, including an update on the system's COVID-19 response, as well as an update on our MUS strategic initiatives. We'll also get a campus update from MSU Billings, where we would be meeting today were it not for COVID-19. I'd like to extend a special welcome and a thank you to Dr. Rolf Groseth, who has come out of a well-deserved retirement to step into the interim chancellor position at MSUB after more than a 30-year career in higher education, 4 of which included a 4-year stint as the MSUB's chancellor. Thank you, Chancellor Groseth, for taking the helm again at this fine institution. While we aren't in Billings in person today, we will be, we did have the opportunity to speak with some MSUB faculty and other faculty across the system this morning. We will also have a virtual What's Up Billings presentation, which is a traditional agenda item and something I always look forward to. But before we dive in, I had just a few quick housekeeping items. I will now ask Amy to address some of the technical components associated with today's meeting. Amy, could you go through those right now?
I'd be happy to. Thank you, Chair Lozar. Good morning to everyone, and a quick word of thanks to all the campus Zoom room coordinators for their hard work in creating an on-campus space for meeting participants. We are excited to see how this works today. Please note, board members will be displayed throughout the entirety of the meeting and do have the option to mute and unmute themselves. As we navigate through committees and items, if you are a presenter or speaking to an item, please step forward to your campus Zoom room podium. Video and audio prompts will be sent in accordance with the agenda and scheduled events, and your Zoom room coordinator will assist with those prompts. Once your presentation is finished, we will prompt for your camera to be turned off. A friendly reminder that the Zoom system will alert you when your line is unmuted or muted, when your video should be turned on or off, and if your raised hand has been acknowledged. For those joining from an individual device and not in a Zoom room, if at any point you need to step away from the meeting, please do not exit the meeting. Simply ensure that you are muted and turn off your camera. Should your video and audio start to break up or cause issues, your video will be turned off and you'll be prompted to restart it, as this is often the fix for that issue. For those who are joined via the campus Zoom rooms, please stay logged in for the entirety of today's meeting. You will be muted during breaks and cameras will be turned off during that time. If you wish to ask a question or make a comment during the meeting, please use the raise your hand feature. If joining online, the raise your hand feature is found in the participant panel near the bottom of the screen. If you are joined by phone this morning, please dial *9, that's the asterisk, followed by the numeral 9 to raise your hand. Once your hand is raised, please wait to be called on. We will acknowledge your request as soon as we can. Be prepared to unmute yourself. A time is scheduled for public comment and additional instructions will come later on. Written public comment may be sent to me, Amy Unsworth, at aunsworth@montana.edu. If you run into any technical issues today, please email Jared Smith at jsmith@montana.edu. Jared is on standby to assist you. Thank you, Regent Lozar.
Thank you, Amy. I'd ask, does anyone have any questions, but I'm afraid there would be too many questions. Thank you. We will turn it over to Chancellor Grath. We really wish we could be on MSUB campus today and have the opportunity to engage with you and your administration and your students. We thank you for your flexibility in allowing us to do this meeting virtually. And again, I wanted to just underscore, we really appreciate you coming out of retirement and taking the interim chancellor role at this really critical point in time for MSU Billings. So with that, Chancellor Grath, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to just follow up on your remarks by saying it is very exciting for Janie and I to be back here in Billings and on the campus of MSU Billings. We had a great experience here and are having another one, so I'm really pleased to be here. We wish we had the opportunity to have you on our campus. There are many exciting things going on the campus and in Billings, but these circumstances dictated and will probably dictate the future of, in some ways, of higher education in our state and across the nation. It's very unusual, and some things have worked very well, and others have been a little messy. Next slide, please. We begin the year, as do the other campuses, with a back to business action plan. The plan is vital to ensure that we have a safe and healthy fall semester. It's based on the university system's Healthy Fall Task Force blueprint. And on our own campus, this was chaired and led by our pro-MSU, and we're really proud of the progress that we made during this 7-year process, and proud of the comments that we got from the Northwest Commission. On a personal level, I can tell you that it was a great way for me to be involved in this accreditation, as I kicked the process off 7 years ago and then left, and now I get to report back to you that it was very successful. Our College of Business additionally has kept its AACSB accreditation. This is, as you know, one of 3 in our state, and only 5% of the schools that offer business programs in the country receive this accreditation. Our first one was in 2010, which was a direct result of the commitment of our faculty and deans past and present, and we're very proud of this one. A new accreditation for us is by the Association for Behavior Analysis Accreditation Board. Our Master's in Science in Special Education and Advanced Studies degree program has been awarded this accreditation from the association. Only 20 other programs in the country, and in the current environment where we have so much stress on individuals and on communities, this is a program that has gained increasing popularity and interest among our students, and our students enrolled in the degree program have grown quite a lot. There's a strong need for this program in Billings area, and the first course was offered about 10 years ago, but now we have approximately 30 students, graduate students in the program. Next slide, please. Strategic program alignment was launched in the fall of 2018 to ensure that Montana State University Billings continues to meet student and workforce demands in its academic program offerings. The SPA, as it was known, Student Program Alignment, Executive and Faculty Committee were formed to ensure active participation in the process. The committee reviewed current academic programs to see what should be updated, what should be strengthened, and what should be phased out. At the start of the SPA initiative, Montana State University Billings had 254 separate program offerings, either emphases or majors or minors, some of which had not experienced any student enrollment in a number of years. Through the process, some programs were initially put on moratorium in the spring of 2019, and additional programs were put on moratorium in the spring of 2020. Institutional research data was used. We have such a mountain of data, I'm not sure how it was ever processed, but it was. Transparency and faculty engagement were key. Faculty evaluated their own programs and were evaluated by others on the campus as well. At each stage, information has been shared with the university via town halls, visits with program faculty, and faculty involvement through other committees. This is a difficult process, as you might imagine, because it involves considering eliminating programs and on the other hand, considering strengthening some programs. Our students and future students will benefit from this initiative, and it's vital to the success and success of our regional and statewide economy that our programs align with student and workforce demands. I can tell you that the process is continuing. We had a meeting with our faculty senate last week, and we will be submitting paperwork to the board for consideration at its November meeting. Next slide, please. In Montana, wait lists for applied behavior analysis services and really all mental health services are common. Providers in the Billings area report wait lists that range from 6 months to 2 years. The MSU Billings Institute for Neurodiversity, which we are in the planning stages of, will alleviate wait lists by providing services as well as clinical training for graduate students. As a special education field, applied behavior analysis is congruent with both the history and current strengths of MSU Billings and will contribute to fulfilling the MSUB mission to deliver transformative education that empowers students from diverse backgrounds. This is another program that seems to have arisen at a perfect time in our society when there is so much anxiety, both individually and for us as a society. The Institute will serve a threefold purpose: serving children and their parents with needed therapeutic services with an emphasis on applied behavior analysis, affording graduate students the opportunity to research interventions and complete their clinical internships and required supervision hours, and provide continuing professional development to clinical and non-clinical professionals such as teachers, after school and daycare workers. Next slide, please. MSU-B launched a 3+1 pathway program with Billings schools. We've joined forces with School District 2 in particular, but other districts as well, to provide high school students an opportunity to complete their first year of college while in high school for education majors in particular, by taking a combination of specific dual credit courses such as advanced placement, high school connections, and university connections. We've worked with Superintendent Upham in particular. A strategic mix of these courses will help students graduate in college in 3 years. Obviously, this will result in less debt for these students and will also make better use of 12th grade for some students. It will also help alleviate the teacher shortage in Montana and allow these students to enter the workforce. Next slide, please. Dr. Jana Marcet, Director of the Office of Graduate Studies, recently received a $500,000 federal research grant from National Science Foundation. The 5-year interdisciplinary project will bring experts from across the nation together in education, biology, and social sciences, including sociology, psychology, and anthropology. The project ultimately seeks to improve the inclusion and retention of students in STEM fields of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. This research will lay the pathway for developing new methods of teaching and learning for students by engaging educators and researchers. Next slide. TRIO programs. Our university and city college campus recently received 2 5-year grants through the Department of Education's Student Support Services TRIO program, totaling over $3.1 million over 5 years. TRIO's purpose is to provide academic and person-centered services to low-income, first-generation, or disabled college students to increase retention and graduation rates and to foster an institutional climate supportive of these students' success. The grant will be used to continue expanding the program services such as basic study skills, tutorial services, academic counseling, financial literacy, assistance in securing admission and financial aid for undergraduate, graduate, and professional program enrollment. This is the first time City College has received a separate grant to provide these services to what we think will be about 140 students eligible for the program that are low income, first generation, or disabled at City College. Next slide, please. Yellowstone Health and Science Building update. Construction commenced about a year ago, and the renovation of existing programs started this summer. Tremendous campus effort. Students, faculty, and staff had to move labs out of the science building and into spaces in the education building and the liberal arts building that weren't designed necessarily for labs. But for this year, our students will be working in laboratory facilities that are a little bit makeshift and temporary. And when the building is completed, and will be next summer, we'll get to do this process all over again by moving the labs back into this building in new and much improved facilities. So we will be looking forward to a grand opening of this building next summer and for the fall of 2021. Next, please. Yeah, just another site that they're actually farther along than that, but as always in a science building, the inside work is much more difficult than the outside. So there's a lot of work to do, and we're moving on on schedule. Just a quick comment. Our students, you know this, have been under tremendous strain. Our opening of fall semester has gone, I think, very well. Our students have been disciplined. We haven't been without our issues on the campus, but we have certainly been helped by the university system and our state government, thanks to Governor Bullock for providing CARES funds, which have been distributed to students. That's been incredibly helpful. And these last funds that we have gotten really help us implement and maintain our on-campus procedures and services during COVID. It's all been very helpful, and I want to particularly thank colleagues throughout the system for helping me get reinitiated into the university system. Your help has been very welcome to me. And I would stand for questions if there are any.
Thank you, Chancellor Grath. Maybe just a couple comments and then open it up to questions. I just wanted to thank you and your staff again for setting the tone for getting students on campus with Back to Biz and to the safety kits that were put out. It certainly sounds like, as you mentioned, the students and staff and faculty have been very disciplined in not only transitioning back to campus, but keeping our students on campus and keeping that resident experience. So just really appreciate that. I wanted to also just give some kudos on the good news from the accreditation process. I know that's it's time intensive, takes a lot of thought and strategy at the campus level, across the campus. And so it's really exciting to see the good news from the Northwest Commission, and also the good news on the other accreditations that you mentioned. I think it says a lot about the high quality programs that MSUB is offering to students and to the community. And maybe just one last thought. It always occurs to me that when we're having our meetings on the MSUB campus, that there's something really special about the campus. And I think you highlighted it in your presentation today. Nearly every one of the slides that you shared had a connection to students, and it was student oriented and student focused. And And I think the campus has done just a wonderful job of making sure that, you know, you're keeping the eyes on the prize, you're keeping that student experience meaningful, valuable. And so I really appreciate you underscoring each of the items where students are really at the focus, at the center. And I know the Yellowstone Science and Health and Science Building has been in the works for what, 15 years or so. And it's just really exciting to see the mock-ups, to see, you know, the progress in the building. I'm sure if we were on campus today and we were doing a campus tour, that would have been the highlight of the tour, to be able to walk through and see the progress on the building. And we really look forward to seeing that the next time all of the regents are able to be on the MSUB campus. So thanks again for a wonderful and a thorough presentation. I'll open it up to any questions from members of the board.
Chair Lozer, Regent Nystuen has his hand raised.
Yeah, so there's a question from Regent Nystuen.
Morning, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Very good, thank you. Mr. Chair, Chancellor Grath, you made a quick reference under the trio slide about the City College. Could you give us your thoughts and perspectives as to how things are going at City College? Are we seeing some lift in the number of students participating programs, how you're connecting with the greater Billings community out at City College? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Regent Nystuen. Yes, we have 1,500 students at City College this fall, and that has been a growing part of our enrollment over the past several years. And I think it's the programs there are ones in which we have the closest connection, both formally and informally, to the Billings community in terms of providing and meeting workforce needs. So yeah, it's a going concern. Dean Vicki Trier has done a really good job, and we have some long-term faculty there and have some brilliant new ones as well. And I'm very encouraged not only by the programs that they offer themselves, but also some significant partnerships they've developed with other two-year campuses so that programs can be shared throughout the state.
Thank you, Chancellor. Regent Dombrowski, you have a question?
Regent Dombrowski, you're unmuted. If you could unmute your line, please.
It doesn't say she's muted.
Okay, now can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Good practice. Thanks for a wonderful presentation. I just had a couple questions about the Institute for Neurodiversity.
Yes.
So can you just describe for me, not in great detail, but some of the degrees that a student might be able to earn underneath that? And maybe I heard, is it in development or is it complete? I certainly got the three priorities for the Institute, but just a little bit more detail would be helpful for me. Thank you.
Sure, I'll provide what I can, and
Sure.
I may call on my provost, Melinda Arnold, to come forward and talk a little bit more about it. It is the components of the Institute are in place mostly, and we're going to be attempting to bring them together so that there's some synergy in the creation of this institute, and it will be directed at mental health and really directed at solving a problem in our region, which is the long wait lists that parents have to have their children evaluated and treated on mental health issues.
Yeah, that's very good, very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Regent Nystuen.
Chancellor Grath, have you and President Slinger at Miles thought about any type of outreach out into coal country where we know that there's been a kind of a transformation or a reduction in jobs and so forth in kind of that energy sector out east of Billings right now? Are there workforce programs? Are there any special programs you're working on in Billings or Miles City to support that part of our economy and the jobs that potentially have been lost or reduced over the last few years in the energy sector? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Regent Nystuen, I have not been involved in any of those conversations, but thank you for the needle. I will look into that and see where we might be able to be helpful, both on our own and in partnership with Miles.
Thank you. I just know over the years up here in Kalispell, when there have been layoffs at some of the mills and some of the industrial plants and so forth, FECC and Job Service and a lot of the community partners, economic developers have really worked hard to try to reach out quickly and bring those students onto campus, do remote learning, other types of things to teach new skills, new vocations and so forth. And so just wondering if that might be a sweet spot for you as you look at trying to grow in your enrollment and your outreach into your region. Thanks.
Excellent. I think we have time for maybe one more comment. Regent Sheehy?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
You can hear it?
Yes.
It occurred to me during our discussion with faculty this morning that we don't have an opportunity to specifically say thank you. And we do want to thank all of our faculty and all of our staff for putting themselves on the front line, for coming back to work, for balancing their own concerns with those of the students. We want you to know how much we appreciate it. We really do. So thank you.
Thank you, Regent Sheehy. I will certainly pass that on.
Wonderful. Well, thank you again, Chancellor Grath, for the thorough presentation. We look forward to the continuation of a strong fall for MSU Billings.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And we'll move on the agenda to approval of meeting minutes. The last meeting was July 28th, special board meeting. I will entertain a motion to approve the meeting minutes.
So moved.
Moved by Regent Tufts. Is there any discussions or corrections from members of the board? Is there any discussion or corrections from campuses? If so, please raise your hand. Please use the raise your hand feature or dial *9 if joining by phone. Is there any public comment? If so, same thing. Please use the raise your hand feature or dial *9 if you're joining by phone. Is there any public comment? Seeing no further comment, I'll call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. Okay, motion passes. Excellent. Well, we will sort of pass the buck over here to Commissioner Christian for the commissioner's report. We've got a number of different things that you'll be covering this morning. In particular, I know the board is interested in learning about the COVID-19 update as we had a couple conversations throughout the course of the summer, and we're excited to hear about how we're doing as a university system. Then I know we'll go through our strategic initiatives for this year. Commissioner Christian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you mentioned, fall is an exciting time to be back on campuses, and maybe, well, 2020 doesn't allow the same level of emotions. Probably the accomplishment is greater than ever. And I really want to thank the board for your role in leading and supporting our campuses as we sort of rise to the daily challenges of this pandemic. And I want to thank the campus communities that have really truly pulled together in an incredible way, including tremendous leadership from faculty, staff, administrations at the local level to really help steer our entire system through an extraordinary chapter in history. It is truly an accomplishment to be back on campus. And I thank all that are involved in making that happen. I hope the students feel their unique role in this chapter of our history. Like past generations of young men and women who've seen country through hard times, they will lead our recovery. And it is tomorrow's future and the skills that they're learning today that will lead us out of this and beyond. And so we thank them for participating in higher education. I know some of them made a difficult challenge this summer and fall on what they were going to do and what the future held for them. And those that returned and went through the extraordinary steps to get back to campus and those that helped them get there, it is an accomplishment. Certainly the game's not over yet, and we know that. We're but a few weeks in and we've got a lot of hurdles left to go, but I appreciate everyone's role in moving this forward. I'd also like to extend my thanks to Governor Bullock and his team for providing necessary funding. It has been sort of a game changer in allowing us to get back to somewhat normal activities on campus this fall. Without it, we just simply wouldn't have been able to do what we're trying to do. So I send thanks to him and his team. And I too would like to thank Chancellor Grath for getting back in the saddle. I know he recently had a grandchild, having a few of those myself. I fully appreciate the dedication of what time he and Janie are giving up to be on campus. And it is comforting to have someone with his experience and knowledge of that campus at the helm during this time. So we appreciate having you back. We're going to move on to some various updates. You know, September also holds for us the board meeting, which is really fundamental to what we do and fundamental to what the board does. It is tasked with a myriad of different things, but the one that's statutorily required is that they that you all exercise your fiduciary responsibility and approve our budget. And so that budget will be a big part of today's meeting. But before we get there, we're going to ask a couple things. As prudent for this mid-pandemic, we're going to give you an update, but also in compliance with sort of what we set out at our special meeting in terms of reporting back to this board how things are going. We're going to ask Brock to cover that, and then when he's done, we're going to hear a little bit about the MUS strategic initiatives and the progress we're making there. You know, I shared with the board in July, it may not feel like it, but if we can get students back on campus and manage to move this semester along through the middle of a pandemic and we can get prepared for a legislative session, we probably don't have the bandwidth to take on a whole lot more. The one thing we do have, and that we've promised repeatedly, is work on a central app and a portal, and that's shared governance with our legislative partners as well, and we're all working toward the same goal, and so we haven't lost much momentum on that. In fact, we've added to the pieces, and we'll explain those. So I'd like to start, if I could, with you, Deputy Commissioner Dr. Brock Tessman, to give us a little update on the COVID, and then we'll move along.
Well, thanks very much, Commissioner Christian and Chair Lozar, members of the board. Amy, can you hear me okay? I just want to make sure that things are working. Okay. So certainly a lot that we could cover with respect to the COVID pandemic in Montana and on our campuses this fall. I'll keep my comments fairly brief, and then I'm happy to answer questions and follow up as necessary. I guess the bottom line for me is that we are now several weeks into the fall semester. On some of our campuses, we're really hitting the 5th week of classes this fall semester. And I think it's important to remember that. And there are some wins to celebrate in the midst of all this hardship. And I think getting to this point in the semester is a win. You just think about every day we get under our belts and fight for. It's another class that takes place, another day of learning, another day where students have an opportunity to connect with faculty and establish a mentoring relationship. It's another chance for our students to meet new friends, perhaps friends that'll become lifelong friends. And I think that's what this is all about. And I'm happy, I guess, as a summary comment to say that we're hanging in there and we're making things work. And I'm really proud of that. I think in the name of student success generally. And then, one thing we learned from the spring is that there are major challenges with respect to the pandemic and equity. And I think retaining the ability to have a in-person educational experience and on-campus student life experience, it actually helps what the Montana University system is all about, which is to promote success for all different types of students, regardless of their background and the resources that they have available. So a big thank you again to the governor's office, Governor Bullock, for his support in helping our campuses acquire some of the resources they need in order to mitigate risk and to keep open. And a huge thank you to faculty, to students, the folks who are on the ground making things possible, doing what it takes to stay open every single day. A synopsis of our current situation. Again, this is something that could involve quite a bit of detail, but I'll try to summarize as best I can. I think our approach at the system level has been to work with campuses and really to promote a balanced and consistent and sustainable approach to testing and tracing, quarantine and isolation, and mitigation. And what that means is that we try to increase capacity, make progress in all of those areas so that the system we've set up continues to work the way it should. We're particularly attentive to raising awareness among students and employees about the need to monitor symptoms, get tested if they have symptoms. We want to focus very much on supporting our campuses and our local public health entities on contact tracing and test turnaround times so that we can really get our arms around positive cases. We know that's what prevents those cases from turning into clusters. And we know that's what prevents clusters from turning into outbreaks that can really threaten the sustainability of our campus operations. And I feel like we've been successful in doing that. One of the big reasons that we've been successful in doing that is that we've stayed true to our approach of letting public health lead along the way. And that's at the state level, certainly at the local level with our city and county public health officers. And it's about drawing on their wisdom and their insight in terms of testing strategy, in terms of contact tracing, in terms of data and reporting. We continue to have, I think, just an incredibly strong and productive partnership with our local public health officials, and we'll continue to do that as we move forward. I think one big takeaway, and this is something that we'll need to continue to focus on and maybe focus on even more. It's recognition of the personal impact and personal responsibility that we all have. Everyone in this room, every employee on our campuses, our students in particular. The role of the individual is paramount here. And it is about monitoring symptoms. It's about basic hygiene, hand washing. It's about maintaining social distancing, wearing a mask, avoiding large gatherings in the kinds of scenarios that we've seen across the country as being a big threat to stability on our campuses. That aspect of things is absolutely at the center of everything we do. And so we have this kind of ecosystem approach where we've built a physical environment. We've built policies and procedures. And now we're really emphasizing the personal accountability and personal responsibility. All of those things fit together and kind of constitute what it takes in order for us to continue to move forward. I've said this from the beginning, and I think it holds true. Commissioner Christian, board members, all of our campuses will continue to monitor the evolving public health situation. The virus continues to drive a lot of the bus here and determines our response. We'll continue to consult, in particular with our public health partners at the local and state levels, statewide leaders, the governor's office, and we'll continue to adjust as necessary. It sometimes takes a little longer than people would like. Sometimes it's a bit uneven at first, but I'm really proud of the way our campuses and the system office, the board, our campus communities have worked together, and we seem to be getting to the right place as we deal with this pandemic. So we'll continue to follow that. And some of that is with respect to direct response to the coronavirus. And indirectly, but no less important, I think we continue to need to monitor and adjust to some things like stress, anxiety, and mental health for our students and our employees. We heard that on the call this morning. I'm reminded of that in my conversations with our campus partners. So we've got to be vigilant, not just in our response to the virus, but also in the way that we address the impact the virus is having on our entire state and our entire system. So that's our commitment. Again, I have a lot more I could get into. I'm happy to answer questions as the board members have them and follow up as necessary. Again, thanks to our campuses, board members, thanks to you, thanks to our statewide partners, and we will continue to move forward and take it a day at a time and work towards the end of this semester to the spring and beyond. Thanks.
Do any board members have any questions? Regent Sheehy.
Thank you, Brock, for that update. You mentioned a couple of things that are on the horizon, including mental health and stress and anxiety. Are these things that fit within the current plan? Not specifically, but the way that we're approaching things. Is our plan in place? Is there anything that the Regents should be aware of as far as additional planning that we need to do? Or is this something that will evolve over time under the existing plan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Regent Sheehy, for bringing us back to that really important point. And this is something that came up in our July meeting. We did move certain aspects of our attention to mental health and wellness out of the sort of optional aspect of the Healthy Fall Guidelines and into the required aspect of Healthy Fall Guidelines as a way to signal to campuses that this is, in fact, a central issue and that they need to continue to allocate whatever resources they have and search for new resources to support mental health for students and employees. At the system level, and in partnership with our campuses, I do want to draw your attention to the MUS Mental Health and Suicide Prevention Task Force. This is a task force that is well underway. It's been underway for a number of years. This office, Ron Muffick, other colleagues in the office got that task force up and running, and it's been sort of reinvigorated and relaunched in the last year or so under the direction of our Director of Student Affairs and Student Engagement, Christine Miller. We've added some additional staff to support that effort. And throughout the spring and summer, that task force has actually worked with campuses to develop a toolkit that can be used directly in response to some of the specific challenges presented by COVID-19. For example, telehealth and telecounseling, how to make the most out of that approach, given the constraints that we face with social distancing and some students who are learning remotely. And I'd be happy to have Director Miller work with the campuses to share some of that information with you more directly. So we do have, I think, good preparations in place there, and everyone is redlined on that as they are in other areas. Of course, we will seek new resources and new ways to do even more to support our students and our employees.
Regent Sexton has a question.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner. Regent Sexton, you have a question?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Deputy Commissioner Tessman, Commissioner Christian, and Chair Lozar. I appreciate all of the work that you guys are doing. And I wanted to mention that I had the opportunity to visit with Christine Miller yesterday about the mental task force and how impressed I am at what they're doing in terms of the toolkit, the telehealth options for students. I really had no idea that that had been in place for so long. And at this point, Christine and I both agreed that just information being shared with campuses and with students is probably the most important thing, because I think a lot of really good work has been done on that task force, and I'm very impressed with the material that I saw. I had one question about the situation with contact tracing, and if you can give me a brief overview. If it requires more in depth, maybe I can talk with you later, but how are we communicating with students and with people who may have been exposed, and what are some of the privacy implications regarding that? Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, members of the board, and Regent Sexton. First of all, thank you for your comments about the mental health task force, and we'll certainly pull together some additional information and share it with the board. Contact tracing, this is central to our strategy. In order to look at positive cases and make sure that folks who may be close contacts are informed and take appropriate measures, we've got to conduct rapid and effective contact tracing. Our local public health agencies are the leaders in this. And for a number of reasons, it's very important that local public health is driving that effort. Certainly our campuses have used resources from the governor's office and otherwise in order to support local public health in their effort. But when public health learns about a positive case, they'll conduct an interview with that individual, and they'll determine who that individual has been in close contact with. And that's actually an important point. Our campuses have done a wonderful job of building a learning environment and a campus environment where those close contacts are actually minimized as much as possible. And that may not sound great. I think as human beings, we all like close contact. But for example, if a classroom setting is set up appropriately and you have good social distancing between students in that classroom, students are masked up, well, it may be the case that the number of close contacts around a positive case are actually fairly limited. And we've sort of seen that in the way the numbers have been borne out. At any rate, those close contacts are contacted and instructed on quarantine and getting a test to determine if in fact they've been infected with the virus. And if they haven't, certainly self-quarantine is the best practice there, just to make sure that they don't have inadvertently the opportunity to infect others. And if they have, then again, they would become a positive case, and contact tracing would occur around that positive case. This is an area that's under stress. I think as we've seen an increase in cases across the state, we know some of our local health agencies, some of our campuses feel like this is an area that's under stress, but it's one of the links in our chain that needs to be supported as we make sure the whole system hangs together. And so far, I think we're hanging in there. We just got to make sure we keep that turnaround time as minimal as possible. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Brock. Are there any other questions from members of the board?
Rogers.
Yes, Regent Rogers.
Thank you so much. Can everyone hear me okay?
We can.
Great. First, Deputy Commissioner Tessman, I just want to really thank you for the work at OG and all the campuses. The pivot that occurred and the ongoing leadership and changes that have been made are so impressive. And it's been such a point of pride to have Montana higher ed be a national leader. And in that vein, I'm just wondering if there are any national peers we're looking to who are having beneficial outcomes as the fall progresses, or any key indicators or initiatives that we're watching, especially along the lines of behavioral health, that we can be looking to going forward.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, and Regent Rogers, thanks very much. And yeah, I am really proud of the entire system and the team as we've adjusted this fall. So thanks for mentioning that. In a lot of ways, our system has been a leader nationally. Commissioner Christian mentions this from time to time, but this spring, actually, as the pandemic was beginning to spread and there were all sorts of questions surrounding the spread of the virus, how it occurred, how widespread it was, our system was really one of the first, if not the first entire systems to move to remote delivery. We were a leader in that sense. And then this fall, partly because of our decision to end the semester around Thanksgiving break and avoid some of the health challenges that would accompany a return after Thanksgiving, we've actually started as one of the earliest systems in the country. And that means we're kind of out ahead of other systems. And the fact that we've, I think, worked through fairly successfully to this point in the semester is another way in which we've been a leader nationally. In terms of behavioral health, I think we certainly look to our national peers, and whether it's national organizations surrounding advising and student support services, or national organizations. There's, and I always, we'll get the acronym a bit wrong, but that Healthy College Association, National Healthy College Association. The system is done quite well in connecting with those associations. We're actually delivering a kind of mental health and wellness survey across the system this fall and spring. We were selected as one of the few university systems to get support in doing that. So we partner up as much as we can. I think the fact that we approach this as a system is one way in which we're a leader. Certainly our campuses have their own individual efforts, but we stand out a bit for the fact that we have this coordinated effort, again, embodied by that system-wide mental health and suicide prevention task force. So no specific statewide partner, but I think those national organizations are really strong partners. Thanks.
Any other questions from members of the board?
Regent Dombrowski.
Yes, Regent Dombrowski.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Thanks, Chair Lozar and Regent. To sort of go on with Regent Rogers' question about indicators, I just wanted to pose a question. It may be a little theoretical at this point, but I'm thinking beyond this semester and into the ability to judge. I would say whether it's faculty and staff fatigue or student fatigue around the ability to follow through on what's expected of them, as well as their own personal mental health. And I say this from being in the healthcare field. We are experiencing severe fatigue with our own providers right now in terms of their willingness to stay engaged and willingness to accept that things are so fluid and continue to change. And we're really looking and challenging ourselves to think about how do we keep that on the front burner beyond making people comply with what we know to be good hygiene practices. So again, I don't really expect, it's more of a comment, but it's a future forward look that I think would be important for us as the board to understand and then support as you develop and think through that. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Dombrowski.
Regent Tuss.
Yeah, Regent Tuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brock, this morning we had a good, deep conversation with members of the faculty about this very topic. We talked about fatigue, we talked about concerns, and we talked about superheroes and what's happening in our system from the faculty ranks to keep things moving. One of the ideas or thoughts or suggestions that came up was something of a dashboard, I believe, for the university system. And I don't know if other systems are doing this. I'm not sure that we have the bandwidth to do this, but are you familiar with that? And would that make sense for the university system to have a more comprehensive reporting mechanism for all of our various constituencies relative to COVID?
Thanks, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Regent Tuss. I appreciated that conversation this morning deeply. I thought it was such a helpful opportunity to have a good conversation with some of our faculty representatives. And that's one of the things I fear that we lose sometimes with these remote meetings is the chance to have those conversations. So really thankful that we were able to set that up and that the members of the board were able to have that conversation. You know, I think this office, I know the board is absolutely honed in on the importance of getting information to our campuses, our campus communities, and certainly we're supportive of that. I think it's important information. We've done a lot of work to try to get information across to a number of different folks. I think in doing that, our focus is really on the accuracy, the consistency, and I guess the timeliness of that information. And I think through lots of discussions, again, primarily with our public health partners at the local level, but also at the statewide level, it's clear to us that they are the collecting and maintaining and reporting entity here. The flow of information comes from our local public health offices and officers to us. And I think that that's absolutely the appropriate mechanism. I think that we've had hours of conversation over just the last couple of weeks with a few of our public health offices. A couple of them, I know Missoula City County in particular, have decided that it's appropriate to disaggregate some university affiliated information. And I think that that's a good thing. Different public health offices have taken different approaches based on everything from the software they use to track cases to concerns about privacy and the number of cases that are around in the community and how much adding a new case count would threaten the privacy of individuals. So we just continue to be in close conversation. We're absolutely supportive as public health offices think about reporting out those data. And I think we'll continue to hold those conversations as the weeks unfold and certainly keep the board apprised. Thanks.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner Tessman. I guess I just maybe wrap up this conversation, and I know we got a couple other things to cover, but I think it's pretty evident from our meeting in July around the Healthy Fall Task Force, the guidelines, and then certainly the conversation that we've had this morning that this board certainly cares about the mental health of the students in the system. And I guess we're asking you to continue to monitor that with the campus leaders to make sure that the students have what they need, the faculty and staff have what they need. I'm sure they're going to be coming up on, as Regent Dombrowski mentioned, some series of fatigue to some degree. This is just, like you said, week 4, week 5 in the system or in the semester. And so we've got a long way to go to get through the semester. So please make sure that the system has what they need. Don't be shy in asking for additional resources or moving other resources around at the campus level to make sure that mental health is covered during the pandemic. And then one last thought, and I'm sure the commissioner was going to say this, but we are 4 weeks in, we are 5 weeks in. I think we've done a fantastic job so far. And it really is the students, faculty, staff, and the community that's really helped out, had that collective responsibility, but this is not a time to let up. You know, I know we'd had conversations about, trying to get through Labor Day. Labor Day weekend was a big weekend for us. We've got, 8 more weeks or so until the end of the semester. So this is not a time to necessarily celebrate and go back to what we've normally done. This is a time to be really vigilant. So if you can extend that message to the campus leaders and the students, that'd be much appreciated.
Mr. Chair, thank you. That's exactly what we were going to wrap up with. I think you've said it and there's no reason to say it again, but it is incredibly important that students, faculty, staff, communities stay vigilant. We've seen some increase from Labor Day. We have Halloween coming up. We just need to really stay in the game if we're going to get to the end of this thing without major disruptions in our service and our students' education. So we appreciate everything everyone's doing, and vigilance is the name of the game. If we could then, Mr. Chair, we'd like to move to Deputy Commissioner Tyler Trevor that we'll talk about our initiatives and where we're on a few of our goals.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Commissioner, members of the board, good morning. Happy to be with you through Zoom today to talk about our, I think of as our annual goals laid out through our strategic initiative template. We brought this to you in the past. I think if you were with the board 2 years ago, you'd remember in Billings, it was the first time we brought forward a template that looked like this. And if you glance at it, you'd think that it might be pretty close to the same. The first goal at the top of resident student access was there then, and it still is today. And we'll spend a little time talking about that, as well as hit on the remainder of the strategic initiatives. And the way it's laid out, we have the topic area. Underneath it, we have the broad goal statement, and then we try to hone in on the boxes on the right on some action steps that we're going to be pursuing this year. And these strategic initiatives don't just materialize. They come from our strategic plan. They come from planning sessions, the success agenda that we have as an addendum to our strategic plan. And in particular, in front of a legislative session, they serve to help shape our approach, guide our discussions with legislators. It's not a totality of what we'll be pursuing and talking about, but it is definitely top of the list in terms of priorities. So with that, I just like to kind of wade in a little bit into the Resident Student Access Initiative. I'm going to hand the ball off to a new OCHI member here real quickly, but first let me make a couple comments here. This is just we'll be going into our third year as having the Resident Student Access Initiative on this list. And if I think it serves to take a look at the goal statement. Develop a unified approach to student recruitment, admissions, and financial aid in order to move that dial on the percentage of resident students who attend the MUS. For as long as I've been here, has basically summarized the first goal out of the chute in the strategic plan. And I'm proud to say that in this last 2-year period of time, in my experience, we've done more systematically at the system level. I'm not saying that we've done more at a campus level, but we've done more at the system to put steps in place to really act as a system and to unify this approach. In 2019, it was actually 2018, when we came with our action steps, we focused on ACT data. That was our primary issue. We had trouble getting a hold of the ACT data in order to recruit students. We also talked about increasing the flow of information to students, as well as effectively utilizing financial aid. The next year, going into 2019, in addition to kind of expanding that flow of information to students through a portal and the aspirations to develop a central application, we added to it a tuition freeze. And accompanied to that with a need-based aid first time ever program to match money that comes from our foundations through what we call the Montana Access Scholarship. And now in 2020, we have for you the launch of the central application, a fully functional portal, and an expansion of this outreach, and definitely in connection to financial aid. So with that, I'd like to introduce the newest employee here at OCHI. His name is Scott Lemon. He comes to us via Michigan, Indiana, Missoula. He was a associate vice president at the University of Montana not long ago for admissions. He is truly an expert in the field of admissions, and something that quite frankly, we were lacking here at the Commissioner's Office to be able to support a system effort such as a central application process. And Scott is He's a veteran. He's from the United States Air Force. He has degrees in marketing. He has an MBA, and we couldn't be more excited to have him here. And he's literally, I don't know, a couple weeks on the job, and now presentation in front of the Regents. We expect to see and hear a lot from Scott in the future. So with that, I hand the ball to Scott to give us some details on the central app and the portal.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner Trevor, Mr. Chair, Mr. Commissioner, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this morning. I'm very excited, as Deputy Commissioner Trevor had pointed out, brand new to the team. So these are some initiatives that a lot of you on the board and those that are tuning in have heard about over the years. In my new role here as Director of Admissions and Enrollment Strategy for the Montana University System, these are two of my largest projects and the two big priorities on my plate for resident student access here in the state of Montana. So today I just want to give a few brief updates on the central application and then the progression on the portal itself. If you remember nothing else for today, remember that this Friday, the central application will go live, and this is many years of work in progress, a lot of sweat from a lot of folks here in the system to get to this point. I'll speak to the campuses and the work that they've put in as well. But this Friday, every resident student in the state of Montana will be able to apply to any or all of our campuses for free. That is a huge accomplishment, and it is a huge win for the students and residents here in the state of Montana. Keep in mind that U.S. News World Report did a survey in 2019 that the average application fee in the country is around $43, $44 per application. Our students in Montana, starting this Friday, can actually apply to as many campuses in the MUS as they want for free. So a significant savings for students, and it's truly a barrier that's going to be removed for that resident student access portion as we move forward. So really excited about that overall. A couple quick overviews on the central application itself. What we're trying to focus on is the in-progress space, and that is generating interest from students to actually raise their hand that they're interested somewhat in pursuing post-secondary education in the state of Montana, and really working through who's interested in that in-progress space. They've applied but not completed an application. The bulk of where we'll be able to engage and support campuses, frankly, is in this in-progress space, where we hope to continue to work with students on the central application and get them to complete an application. And then ultimately, the process flows back to the campus. And so they'll be able to export that information. The completed applications will feed right into the campuses. They'll be able to drop them into their existing CRM systems and really work and recruit, continue to communicate with those students once those applications are completed. As I mentioned, this is this Friday, so no pressure. We're going live on Friday. We're really excited to get the central application actually up and running for students moving forward. And then a new platform. I'll share a little bit here in a second about Apply Montana. This is going to be the new platform for us to communicate all of these advantages from the central application to the larger portal as we continue to build and adapt in the portal itself. It will be under the umbrella Apply Montana, and we've secured 6 domain names. That is applymontana.org, .net, and .com, and applymt.org, .net, and .com. So these are the arteries that will flow into to Apply Montana from anywhere a student is interested. And this is it. This is the umbrella. We're really proud of this. A lot of folks here on the team have worked very hard to get us to this point with our new initiative, and this is our umbrella. This is Apply Montana, your launchpad to college and career. Right now, we're starting with the central application, but as we continue to build out the portal, this will all be under the Apply Montana umbrella. Our hope is that students, administrators, everyone in the state can see this Apply Montana logo. They can see this image and know exactly that this is, as the commissioners pointed out in previous meetings, you know, the one-stop shop for information pertaining to college and career, particularly as it pertains to post-secondary education, but their resident student access initiatives that we're working on here at the system level. So this is what it's going to look like. We're very excited to get Apply Montana up and running overall. Some of the new initiatives for 2020, one that is not new is College Application Week. We know this. What's new for this year, the central application will obviously be live this Friday, and we'll have a little bit of time prior to College Application Week on September 28th. But we're going to provide new data to campuses and high schools that are going to show what parts of Montana are doing well in the application process. And so what better way for us to highlight the effectiveness of the central application than to really show districts, high schools, where the applications are coming from throughout that College Application Week. So we're going to be able to increase the visibility for high schools to see where their students are doing the applications that are completed overall. We're going to launch a new landing page in partnership with our vendor liaison in getting a landing page that is customized for the MUS for us to drive traffic to. And that's in conjunction with the test campaign that we're also going to launch this year. We asked liaison for data, who can we reach in the state of Montana to communicate the value of Apply Montana, the central application, and the new portal that we're building. They came back and said there are 28,500 households in the state of Montana with a high school aged body living in that household, at least one. And so the number that came back was 28,500 in the state. We're really excited. We're going to try to communicate to every one of those high school aged households here in the state of Montana. We're going to launch an awareness campaign. We're going to be able to reach and outreach further than we ever have before at the system level to communicate the value of the central application, the barriers that have been removed, and then provide analytics for this cycle and upcoming cycles as far as the level of engagement that exists with the students that actually get the digital campaign information and then in turn engage Apply Montana and hopefully ultimately complete the application itself. Want to share a few benefits and challenges as well, just as an overview of the time that has been spent on the central application as we see it. And that's obviously some system-wide collaboration with the campuses in the commissioner's office. That's been a huge win for us to be able to do that. I mentioned the barriers that we're taking down. The app fees, believe it or not, is a huge barrier for students, particularly first generation and low income students. That $30, $40 to apply to college, believe it or not, a lot of families are making some very difficult choices, whether they can afford to apply for college or buy food in a lot of cases. So we're removing some very large barriers for our students. We've got dedicated customer support for the first time now with the central application. It's going to be by way of click to chat opportunities for students who are applying. We've got actual dedicated customer service representatives to answer phones. And we've got email capability for students that are in the process of applying. And if they have any questions or they run into any sort of problem, there's going to be multiple channels of dedicated customer support available to them through our contract with liaison. So it's a great use of the relationship we have overall to continue to expand that customer support for our students. We're going to be able to manage our yield rates more effectively. And so as we're looking at how many applications we're generating, we'll be able to see students that apply to multiple campuses, where they end up matriculating, and really running another layer of data overall for students that ultimately start here in the system, which is very exciting. The communication plans directly from the MUS to the students is going to be very exciting. We're going to have an opportunity to actually do more outreach by way of Apply Montana to generate interest and get students to apply effectively and feel confident about doing that overall. So we can start sort of the tip of the spear communication plan at the system level and ultimately feed it to the campuses. And they're doing an amazing job as well. One area I think is a huge win for us in the central application is just the FTE relief that campuses hopefully will experience in not having to work primarily in this in-progress space. If you think of the funnel, the top of the admissions funnel, it's very time consuming for campuses to work with students that have started an application not completed and actually getting into the process of completing their application. And so we're really excited to hopefully provide some of that relief in our efforts here in generating more applications, completed applications to the campuses. Some of the challenges we've seen, this has been a heavy lift, as a lot of folks have pointed out. The time that's gone into getting the central application up and running has been great. We know this. We've asked a lot of our campuses. We've asked them to rewrite logics on an individual basis per campus at probably the worst time of the year. COVID is a huge hurdle and challenge for a lot of campuses from a bandwidth perspective, but we've asked them to manage and rewrite logics that have never existed on campuses to be able to receive the new central application system. Deputy Commissioner Trevor and John Thunstrom have worked tirelessly to get committees up and running, and the campuses themselves have done an amazing job actually implementing this. And so they've really had a heavy lift. It's been a challenge for them, and we know that. We have a limited margin of error, so we're going live this Friday. We're very excited. You know, the old adage that hope is not a strategy. We're really hoping everything goes smoothly. We know it will, but again, without any background in this process, we know we're on a limited margin of error when this goes live. The accuracy of reporting once applications are exported to campuses is new. I'm working with Director Thunstrom, and we're trying to get some new information and data points that we can actually show where students are applying to and how we track them once they get into the campus CRMs and ultimately show the yield rates there. And so we're working on that right now. The customer service from Liaison is a huge win for us, but it is a little bit of a challenge in that we are outsourcing a certain component to that customer service for our students. And so we're going to be very mindful of that and making sure that we keep track of all the feedback we get in real time. We've got a cumbersome modification process with Liaison as well. And just to point that out, these are very large IT lifts for our partner Liaison for the campuses. And so we can't really make changes as quickly as we would like. Once we get into an application cycle, we're largely bound to that imprint of application that exists in the current year. And so if we wanted to make a quick change, campuses have a lot of feedback. They're not easy to do because it's such a large system and large undertaking to actually have this go live and maintain consistency. So there's not much room for changes or modifications once we launch. So brief timeline, as I mentioned, this is a big day this Friday for us. We're also going to be, these will not all be completed on the 18th, but this is when we're going to start a lot of these initiatives on the 18th, and that is the applications going live, obviously. We'll be working on getting our landing page live to receive student interest, back engagement from the digital campaign, the awareness campaign on Apply Montana. The communication plans will begin for applicants, and so we've got standalone comp plans for applicants at a variety of phases in the application for them. And this is also a first to my knowledge for the MUS. We're very excited with that awareness campaign, as I mentioned before. I'll speak to the portal here in a second, but we're actually going to be getting some really big milestones completed. The RFP process for the resident student access portal under Apply Montana, another big project that I'll be working on over the next weeks and months to get that going as well. And then we're looking at probably a 3-phase process with the portal. We'd like to have phase 1 viewable and test to share with the commissioner, members of the board, and Mr. Chair to be able to give us feedback as well as campuses. And then early January, we hope to have phase 1 of the portal online all the way through phase 3, depending on how long that's going to be in process as well. So some of the quick things on the resident student access portal under Apply Montana. We really want to spend some time being mindful of establishing phase 1 and 2 priorities and themes. We plan to get feedback based on content conversion. So a lot of this information exists and it's very powerful. It just exists in a lot of different places. We want to go out and figure out where we can pull the best information that exists. A lot of work that has been completed overall. And we need to do a full-scale audit on the existing MUS.edu content and links, a variety of other places that we need to make sure that it's a great opportunity for us to look at opportunities to get better, frankly, and really look at where we can streamline our information to students and parents. I'll speak to K-12 specifically to provide high school guidance counselors and administrators the opportunity to have access to this information as well. And so we want it really to be truly that one-stop shop. We did some research with a lot of states. One of the states that stands out is Indiana. We were able to have some great conversations with our colleagues at the Commissioner's Office in the state of Indiana. They went through a similar portal undertaking overhaul about 3 years ago and did a tremendous job in their efforts. And there's a lot of states that have done some really great work in this space. And the data is there to show that it certainly is impactful for resident students. And so I share that link just in case any of members of the board, Mr. Chair, Mr. Commissioner, would like to take a look at that. But it's a really good snapshot of what we would like to ultimately have here through this process in our resident student access portal. If it pleases the board, I'm happy to take any questions as you may have them. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Scott. Members of the board, I'd just add my thanks, gratitude. You know, it was 2 years ago in Billings that we sort of started this conversation, as Tyler said, and we talked about how we're ever going to reach the rest of Montana. 35 to 40% of Montanan high school graduates are actually going to a Montana institution. The others are sort of falling off the radar. And we talked about awareness campaigns and outreach and the value of a one-stop shop in the central app. And I'm just so pleased that it's here and we're ready to roll it out, and we'll continue to improve on it. And I appreciate everybody that's been part of that. And that's been a huge team, to be honest, from the campuses, as Scott mentioned, to what's happened here at Ochi, and now the addition of Scott, something you all supported as we talked about this summer. We had deputy commissioner team and Director Angela McLean and Christine Miller and others sort of trying to do all this in their spare time. And as you could tell from Scott's presentation, it's really not a spare time gig. And so we're delighted to have him here and really prioritize this as we move forward. And we also realize that this isn't just one shot and then it's going to be done. It's really never going to be done. It's an ongoing effort, especially as now we move from this implementation phase to really the awareness campaign and how we attract that 40% of Montana students that are getting left out of the equation and stopped out of our economy and helping them reach their top potential in terms of skill development, workforce development, and what they can do for Montana's economy. So I appreciate everybody that's worked to make this happen. Are there questions from the board or?
Yeah, let's start with Regent Tuss. You had a question?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd simply like to say, Scott and Commissioner and the entire OG staff, thank you and congratulations. This is one of those things that has indeed been a priority of this board for some period of time. We've talked about one MUS, and when you have a good presentation like this, it's obvious that we've taken this seriously and we've taken it to the implementation phase. Central application, apply Montana, it's important to the entire system. And like I mentioned earlier, a significant priority of this board. So keep up the good work and thank you for doing this.
Thank you, Regent Tuss. Regent Nystuen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Great job, Scott, on your great work here. Two quick comments and then a question. First one, I want to acknowledge that glad to see that the community colleges were a part of this portal and so forth. So good job there that they're feeling connected as well with the Montana University system in that regard. Number two is it seems to me that the 1, 2, 3 students would be a target-rich environment to be marketing to. I know you're going to work with guidance counselors and so forth, but if we already have high school students that are clearly connected up with the university system through distance learning and running starts and those types, 1, 2, 3, seems to me that's another area where we should be dedicating some marketing resources to make it quick and easy for them to apply. The third part of my comments here relates to kind of a question is, should the board be considering or urging the commissioner and the campuses to have some type of like a service level agreement as to what our expectations are for response time and quality of responses back to the people that take the time to apply through the portal here, that there's that things don't get shoved aside or lost in the shuffle, and that there's an expectation that with a sense of urgency that we get back to these students and in some respects get that fish in the boat. How do we make sure that this doesn't get to be something that's not taken with a level of urgency that I think it should probably have? Thank you.
That's a great question, Regent Nystuen. Deputy Commissioner Trevor, did you want to respond?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Regent Nystuen, thanks for that question. And it's a really good question because I do believe we have a service level agreement. It starts with our service level agreement with our vendor for the response time that they have to get back to anybody who's got a question as they're while they're completing the app. You got to think about the application like this. As Scott talked about the in-progress applications, those are the ones that aren't complete yet. Those are that's where the onus falls on the system office to get those applications complete. Once those applications are complete, we port the data directly. I've been in trouble already for not looking at the camera, and here I do it again. I don't know why I can't talk without my hands and looking. So this will be a struggle for me. We port the data to the campuses, where then they pick that up. And they integrate those students into their well-developed processes. So it's a twofold kind of angle at responding to the students. But on our side, our service level agreement starts with our vendor, and then it starts with hiring Scott Lemon. That's the difference. That's the difference maker for us. We had nobody who got up in this office every day and worked on this project, and now we do.
So no pressure.
Thank you. Again, I'm glad for the outreach to the get the campuses plugged into the service level agreement too. So thank you, Tyler.
Regent Rogers and Regent Sexton.
Excellent. Regent Rogers.
Thank you. And Director Lemon, we're just so excited to have you on board. Thank you for this great presentation. Just two quick comments. Thanks for the highlight and emphasis on the reduction of barriers for students. It is such a huge lift to have that app fee removed. And just as you note, any sort of barrier to the application could be a concern for a wide swath of students. So excited to see those removed and excited about this portal in general. I'll also really be looking forward to your next report with some of that dashboard tool data. I think that's going to be really exciting to see and watch in real time, especially as college application week comes up here in the next couple of weeks. So thank you for putting that together. That's exciting.
And Regent Sexton.
Thank you. I'll also try to look at the camera. I've been bad about that too. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Deputy Commissioner Trevor. Director Lemon, I was just curious about a few things and I wanted to make a comment. First of all, I'm highly in favor of anything that reduces information cost, and I think this does a really good job of doing that. I'd like to know if this portal is going to provide information about career prospects and wage growth and job growth on some of its specific degrees that students might be interested in. I also wanted to know if there'd be an option for connecting students to employers and jobs throughout the state, if that's something that's happening now or is planned to be happening in the future. And my other question was if I could view a demo, but it sounds like that's going to happen. So I appreciate that you're already thinking about that. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Regent Sexton. Thank you for the question. Yes, and yes. We hope to include all this information on career exploration, career outcomes. It's a big piece of, if you look at just even percentage base of what we believe the portal is going to be overall, it's a huge piece of that. So yes, we want to include career information outcomes. It is not currently obviously a part of the portal, but it does exist in a variety of spaces through MUS.edu and a few of our other external information sites. And so we want to call this into one place and really take it as an opportunity to rebrand, refresh, and really reinstitute that drive for us to show students, quite frankly, the return on investment. I won't get on a soapbox about students in the buying decision and how I think there's some reluctance, particularly with the 40 to 45% we're trying to reach, and their families on the value of public higher education. We know that, we're aware of that. I think the portal is an excellent opportunity for us to really streamline and dissect this information and make it digestible for families that are brand new to the concept of either going to college themselves or sending their children to college. And so we want to be mindful and strategic in how we do that. And what better place than the career outcomes, connecting employers to students. And so my hope is that when students are coming through the portal, they're able to know exactly what first year starting salary averages are in the fields they're interested in. We hope to introduce students to different areas of career and technical education with the outcomes in place there. So while this does exist in a variety of places, we hope that we can make it much more user-friendly for students to not be as hesitant or reluctant to invest the time and capital that they're going to need to do that. So yes, we hope to have all that included. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I think very productive conversation, a lot of excitement. I guess to Scott's last comment, the other sort of parallel effort that's been going on is work with Department of Labor to identify workforce shortages, to identify pipeline needs, and that'll be integrated at some point as we sort of merge all these efforts into one spot. But Mr. Chair, I think in the essence of time, we've got two more topics on that strategic plan. The 2-year piece of this, I think we can take at the tail end of the 2-year committee. So we'll move that to there. And then the healthy MUS, which is the third bullet on our strategic plan, essentially we have done in the COVID update, and that's all we intended to do there. But we also have two panels waiting for us with the Bitterroot College. So I think it's probably important that we start the two-year community college committee meeting so we can get to that panel. And then we have another time certain panel in the What's Up Billings. And then we'll come back later in the afternoon and make up what we need to on the couple bullets that we have left. But both the conversation around COVID-19 update and the excitement around the portal and the Common App has been well received and worth every moment that we spent on it. And we'll hand the meeting back to you at this point to go to two-year, and we'll come back to whatever we need to later in the day. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. I guess I just want to make one comment before we transition. The work around resident student access of the portal, the central app has been a priority of this board for 2.5 years, 3 years, if not longer, but has been identified in our strategic initiatives for the last 2.5 years. And we really appreciate the progress that we've seen to date. And we're excited to have Director Lemon on and all those folks that have worked, getting us to this point. We really appreciate, Christine and Angela and Brock and others who've really lent a hand to get us to this point. So it's a big deal that this is happening on Friday. I'm sure the board has other questions. I have other questions. I know we're short on time, but I also know that this is, an initiative number one for this year, and we will have the opportunity in other future board meetings throughout the course of the year to get updates, to test it out in January. It'll be really exciting. So with that, we're going to make a transition to the two-year and community college committee. Just a couple things. Commissioner mentioned we are on a tight timeline today, trying to fit a full meeting into a full Regents meeting into one day. We do have a hard stop. Regent Nystuen, chair of the two-year committee, at 10:45 for What's Up Billings. And so if we can focus the first part of the two-year committee on the presentation by our friends down in the Bitterroot Valley, that would be great. And then we can pick up after that in the afternoon for the other items. So with that, Regent Nystuen, I will turn the meeting over to you and your committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. We've got almost an hour here this morning to tackle a very important issue as it relates to the Bitterroot Valley Community College proposal. By way of background, this has been on for consideration for quite a while. We know that the voters have up the Bitterroot Valley have elected 7 trustees of the proposed Bitterroot Valley Community College, and this is our first real look at their business plan as we move forward here, with the idea that I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Commissioner, Deputy Commissioner Tessman, that at our November meeting, hopefully in Missoula, we will give our final consideration for this to eventually move on to legislative review and approval starting in early January. Would that be a fair way to put this in the right context, Clay and Brock? Is that correct? Did you hear me? Are we there?
Yeah. Okay.
You were off.
Yeah, no, okay.
Is that correct, Brock?
That's correct. What you've outlined is correct. Yeah, thanks.
Okay.
Chair Nystuen.
With that, thank you. Let's turn it over to, and again, I'm in Kalispell, and I think they're probably up the Bitterroot. Do we have a panel from folks from Bitterroot Valley Community College on the line or on the Zoom this morning to go through the slide deck here? If so, we'll throw it over to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. My name is Don Gardner. Am I being heard okay?
Yes, you are.
Thanks. I am the co-chair of the recently elected trustees-elect, and with me today, behind me are Janet Woodburn, also a co-chair, and Rand Pigman, a fellow trustee-elect, and there are Gary Carlson and Sue Smith in the background as well, two other trustees. On the line, I hope remotely today is Representative Dave Beatty from House District 86 as well. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to address the Board of Regents today and to present a summary of our recently submitted proposal in support of legislative approval for the creation of a community college district in the Bitterroot Valley. Our proposal makes a compelling case for establishing an autonomous, locally governed community college, which will provide transfer credit, career and technical education, workforce training, developmental and basic adult ed, and lifelong learning for residents of our community. Next slide, please. Thank you. So as Commissioner Nystuen mentioned, the community planning efforts to establish a local community college has been ongoing here for about 15 years and began in 2005. Twice, most recently in first in 2007, voters passed a ballot initiative to establish a community college district here. The 2007 initiative ended when the Board of Regents in 2008 voted not to recommend the district. And in the 2009 legislative session, that proposal was tabled. Most recently, in 2018, a Ravalli County Workforce Alliance was formed, and that group recognized the need for community workforce training and that a recognized community college would be the best way to provide that training. So a petition effort was again started to have the initiative placed back on the ballot last year in 2019. And again, voters passed a local initiative a second time this year in May for the creation of a community college district. Next slide. If we could go to the next slide. I can go on. I'm not seeing the next slide on my screen, but
You didn't need the slides.
I don't. Can the audience see the slides? Can you hear me?
And I think a number of us have our laptops. I think you can
just proceed?
Proceed, yes.
Okay, thank you. Well, the next slide deals with rationale for the creation of the college. And I would like to note that Ravalli County has a population of approximately 44,000 residents and a workforce of approximately 20,000. Both of those figures are significantly higher than the communities served by some community colleges, namely Miles and Dawson Community College, and even communities with some four-year colleges, namely Dillon with UM Western and Havre with MSU Northern. The Board of Regents have repeatedly acknowledged and endorsed the need for post-secondary education in the Bitterroot Valley. In 2007, thank you, they established the Hamilton Higher Education Center. In 2009, they established the Bitterroot College Program. And in 2011, the Bitterroot College Program was included in the Board of Regents' two-year mission and vision directive. And then in 2012, Bitterroot College Program was rebranded as the Bitterroot College, University of Montana. It's notable that Bitterroot College, University of Montana lacks the autonomy of programming, staffing, and budget decisions. It lacks the resources to provide adequate programming responsive to community needs. And it lacks the formal recognition, which would allow permanence, funding parity with other community colleges, and accountability to a locally governing board of trustees. Next slide, if possible. Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. On the previous slide, I'd like to mention that notably in 10 years of operation of the Bitterroot College program and the Bitterroot College there is not one 4-credit career and technical education certificate or degree which can be completed locally at the Bitterroot College. Currently, we cannot nimbly and sufficiently respond to local needs because decision-making and resources reside at the in Missoula. And I would submit that Missoula and are actually quite different communities from the Bitterroot Valley. The priorities at for the students at are not necessarily those of our smaller towns and more rural communities. Even if we did have autonomy of making programming decisions locally, the funding currently from is not adequate to enact our priorities. Next slide, please. A Bitterroot Valley Community College, however, would have the autonomy to develop and deliver the career and technical education programs responsive to our communities, free from the decision-making bureaucracy of which often has priorities different from our own. The Bitterroot Valley Community College would have direct access to funding through federal programs, grants, the establishment of a college foundation, and direct access to tuition and fee dollars, which currently go to and then are indirectly reapportioned to Bitterroot College for budget revenue. The creation of a new Bitterroot Valley Community College would give formal recognition, which would bring permanent stability and predictability of funding and resources on par with other community colleges. The Bitterroot Valley Community College would be accountable locally to the local community and to the local governing board of trustees. Next slide, please. So these enrollment, tuition, and fee figures are conservative in our view, but reasonable for a startup community college. This projected enrollment of 177 FTEs could be accommodated if we have the funding, programs, and staffing we are asking for. Based upon some previous needs assessments, the Bitterroot College should have a much higher enrollment than it does in this year of 2020. And there may be several reasons for that, but one significant factor is a lack of adequate resources to provide attractive programs for students. I'd like to note that in figures from fiscal year 2018, when you look at state funding and headcount versus county population, the Bitterroot College receives a much lower funding compared with several colleges, namely Dawson, Miles, Western, MSU Northern, Montana Tech, and Highlands College, all of which reside in counties with lower populations than Ravalli County. Funding for Bitterroot College amounts to $29 per county resident versus Helena College in Lewis and Clark County, which amounts to $79 per county resident, and to Great Falls College in Cascade County of $94 per county resident. Next slide, please. This slide displays revenue and expenditure figures, which are based on state funding formulas using our projected enrollment of 177 FTE students. State support per resident FTE student and overall expenditure per student are on par with Dawson and Miles Community College. Next slide, please. This table of staffing, we believe, is a conservative staffing plan, but is a reasonable beginning and would help to provide a very significant improvement in programs compared to the current arrangement. The next slide is a wire diagram and organizational chart which reflects the previous table and is typical of a staff positions necessary to operate a small startup community college. It's notable that although this is a small staffing plan with 12 full-time FTEs, it would actually be 4 times greater than the current full-time staffing of Bitterroot College UM, which operates with only 3 full-time FTEs. Notably, the Bitterroot College currently doesn't even have a half-time custodial position. The current staffing and budget are not sustainable to provide the programming and enrollment reflective of our community needs. Next slide. This slide shows the Board of Regents' comprehensive 2-year education mission and vision statements. And these are great vision and mission statements. A Bitterroot Valley Community College, a new Bitterroot Valley Community College could fulfill this vision and mission and could truly transform lives in our community and be the engine to drive community and state economic growth and vitality. You'll note that keywords throughout this slide: accessibility, responsiveness, and affordability. Currently, the University of Montana Missoula College are not truly accessible to many working students locally with childcare, job, and family demands. Bitterroot College UM is not able to be nimbly responsive when priority decisions reside at UM. We need a well-trained, educated population all over our state, including in rural communities, to remain vibrant and to maintain and attract new economic growth. A Bitterroot Valley Community College can provide accessible, responsive, and affordable education for our community. Next slide. This slide is a conceptual vision of the degree and certificate granting courses of study that we would hope to offer at Bitterroot Valley Community College. They are examples of priority needs based on trends in the labor market widely and in our community, and include business skills, computer technical skills, education system certificates, a variety of career and technical education fields, skills for the tourism and hospitality sector, and coursework for transfer degrees. We do hear frequently from local residents their desire for more and varied career and technical education and vocational educational training. I would like to note briefly that in regards to accreditation, we would be seeking accreditation likely under the umbrella of another accredited institution in the Montana University system. Next slide, please. Regarding the infrastructure that we propose, in the short term, there is a memorandum of understanding between the UM Provost Office and the Bitterroot College UM to continue in the near term to use operational funds to support the continued use of the current Bitterroot College UM facilities. I would note, however, that that memorandum of understanding is non-binding. The buildings currently in use sits on a 15-acre parcel in the town of Hamilton and is owned and leased from the Hamilton School District. Annual expenses currently are a $70,000 lease payment and a $30,000 utilities payment. This building does date from 1963 and is in need of some mechanical and electrical and HVAC upgrades. In the long term, we would envision a capital campaign to either acquire this or perhaps another land parcel and either remodel or build new facilities. Academic and administrative equipment could be acquired through a no-cost transfer from the Bitterroot College, University of Montana. An option for an enterprise management system could be through partnerships with existing MUS institutions. Next slide, final slide. I would just like to, if you would permit, to restate the vision statement and mission statement from the Board of Regents 2-year educational directive. The vision statement reads, to transform lives and create opportunities through educating the citizens of the state of Montana. And I would submit the Bitterroot Valley Community College could fulfill that vision. The mission statement reads, to provide a comprehensive, accessible, responsive, student-centered learning environment that facilitates and supports the achievement of individuals' professional and personal goals and enhances the development of Montana's citizens communities, and economy. Again, the Bitterroot Valley Community College could fulfill that mission. So that concludes my presentation. I would like to thank you for your attention. We certainly hope for a favorable recommendation from the Board of Regents for the creation of a community college district in the Bitterroot Valley. And we would be happy to try to address any questions. I will go back and join my colleagues at the table behind me for questions. So once again, thank you.
And members of the Bitterroot Valley Community College trustees. With that, one of the first things I want to do is acknowledge the substantial number of letters of recommendation for this proposal. We've just started receiving them from Amy this morning, so I'm sure we'll all take advantage of our time to read those. As we go forward here, what I'd be interested in is perhaps Dr. Tessman, Helen, do you have any additional comments before we open it, throw it over to the Regents for questions and comments? Brock, Helen, I know you've been involved in this.
Chair Nystuen and members of the committee, thanks very much. And thanks to Don and the team there for their presentation. Our sense was that this would be a great opportunity for the Regents and the representatives from the Bitterroot to engage in a conversation. Helen Thigpen is here on the legal side. I do want to mention Shauna Lyons is here, and she can answer a lot of questions related to budget finance associated with the proposal. Obviously, our entire team is here to jump in as necessary, but Chair Nystuen, I think this is really meant to be your time and time for the board to ask questions and engage in a conversation with this group. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Let's have some questions from the Board of Regents. Now, I don't know, Amy, could you help us direct traffic as far as hands that are raised?
I'd be happy to share, or excuse me, Regent Nystuen. At this moment, I am not seeing any hands raised.
Okay. Well, I've got a few questions for the group. Oh, I see Chair Lozar. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Nystuen. I too wanted to thank Trustee Gardner and his colleagues in the Bitterroot for a fantastic presentation and a thorough plan. I'm sort of looking through the document, and I really appreciate a couple things. I think when you're looking at your revenues, expenditures, some of the financials, you have prepared them in a way that is pretty similar to how we see them in our Regents meetings. So I think it makes it a little bit easier for us to sort of understand the nuance, particularly as it relates to the budgets and some of the core metrics. So I appreciate that. I think one of the key questions that we all have to grapple with, and you have to grapple with, is how to afford the new Bitterroot Valley Community College. And there's a few assumptions. I understand that a levy has to be passed, and that is a critical component that's still in front of us. Outside of that, when I'm looking through the operating budget, I just want to make sure that I understand clearly a couple assumptions that we're making as relates particularly to the revenues. So based on your resident students, your student FTE, my first assumption when I'm just looking at the numbers, when we're looking at fiscal year 24 through 26, a compounded growth of about 5% student enrollment over the course of those 3 years. Is that assumption correct?
I believe, this is Don Gardner, I believe that's correct, Chairman Lozar. We assumed approximately 5% increase in enrollment per year, and that's an assumption.
We also want to point out this is a conceptual budget. This is something that we're assuming will occur in 2 years, or planning will occur in 2 years. So it's difficult for any organization, even organizations that have been in business for a while, to plan out 2 years. So this is conceptual based on the research that we did with other similar organizations.
Excellent. I think that's kind of one of the things that really jumps out at me is that assumption of that level of growth with a new college compounded year over year. And I understand it's an initial budget. I guess it's just one of those things that maybe it might take a little more scrutiny into those numbers and some of those projections to make sure that they're really baked in the reality in higher education across this country as it relates to increase in student enrollment, et cetera. And of course, big in that is what factors in is sort of retention rates and how we're retaining students. So those are big metrics for us and big levers across the system as we're trying to balance our budget and make budget projections is student enrollment and retention numbers. So I think the other thing that I wanted to mention as well, and this is more food for thought, that I believe is not in your plan as it relates to revenues for operating budget, is the role of tuition waivers. And tuition waivers is certainly a strategy we use in the Montana University system, used across the country, used within the community college structure in the state and across the country that is a helpful tool in attracting new students. And based on the budget that you've proposed, it looks like there's not going to be, that tool will not be leveraged. And so I wonder if there's some more thinking that can be done in terms of, was that consciously done as it relates to putting together the budget, or is that something that you might want to do a little more thinking on? So just more of a basic thought, because it is, again, something that we talk about often, and particularly in our budget committees within the Board of Regents meetings.
Yes, thank you. I mean, certainly we give more thought, and again, this is a conceptual budget, and I'm not going to claim to be the expert on community college budgeting, but and so I would need to meet with other people here that are currently operating colleges regarding tuition waivers to be more conversant. But yes, certainly something we would be looking more at.
We will take note of all of your comments. Thank you for those. We are anticipating that a 5% increase in enrollment is actually conservative because we believe that if we can respond to the demand for the courses from the community, from the businesses and from other students, that if we can be more responsive in a timely manner, that would mean that 5% increase would be actually a minimum. That's our thoughts. But we will definitely be taking notes of your comments, and we'll bring those into our budget considerations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions, Casey? Comments?
First, if we could ask the BBC folks to please approach the microphone a little closer when you're answering questions, that would be great for audio purposes. And Regent Tuss, Regent Tuss has his hand up.
Regent Tuss.
Is the cord long enough to reach to this point? No.
Thank you, Regent Nystuen. Not many of us on this board have had an opportunity to potentially consider the establishment of a new community college, and so we're not overly familiar with the mechanics of this. And so my question has to do, again, with the finances of making all of this happen, and the levy component associated with that. Number one is indeed a district-wide levy required of the community college district to establish it. And if I'm not mistaken, hasn't that already failed at least once in the Bitterroot?
Good. I'd like to respond to that. That did take place at our last election, and it did fail by a narrow margin. And that happened right at a time, right after the entire valley was under lockdown, don't go to work, stay home. And it really created a sense of insecurity with people and fear. And I think it's almost an unfair assessment of the situation when we were asking for support at a time when people were unsure of the support they had for themselves at that time.
And I would like also to mention that certainly we realize that the local funding issue will need to be revisited one way or another. You know, our primary goal in front of you today and our primary goal throughout the last month since the election has been to go sequentially here. And so our goal is to attempt to gain approval from the legislature for the creation of the district, realizing that local funding and that question will need to be visited after that approval. So again, as the trustee-elect Pigman just mentioned, we think that we were hampered by some, you know, as everyone was by the COVID pandemic. So I think that is a factor, but in any case, we realize that we'll need to revisit that again.
It is our intent, however, and I'm speaking for the trustees right now, to go for a levy, although a levy is not required to organize the district. But it is our intent, and it was a terrible time to, I mean, no one knew that COVID-19 was going to hit as hard as it did with the lockdown. People lost their jobs. There was a great deal of fear. It was the worst possible time to ask people to spend, you know, to spend money on anything. But a lot of that's been mitigated. We hope we'll come out of all of that. And we wouldn't ask for the levy for probably a year or two. So we've got some time to work on that.
So, you know, we weren't able to, I don't think, you know, you could argue that an adequate campaign for the levy was also hampered by the COVID campaign. We couldn't knock on doors. We couldn't,
right.
You know,
Public
conduct
speaking,
the type of campaign we otherwise might have hoped to do. But and I know that statutes for community college funding are being examined and revisited, possibly even rewritten. Yeah, we certainly recognize the fact that we're going to need to revisit that sooner or later. But right now, we're trying to check one box at a time. And
right.
If the legislature could see fit to create the district, then we'll tackle the next hurdle.
Right, and we're committed to doing that.
Thank you. Chair Nystuen, I have a follow-up, and maybe this is for OCHA. I just want to be
Go
very
for it, Regent Tuss.
I want to be very clear that Montana statute does indeed allow the establishment of a community college without the approval of a levy. Is that correct?
If that's directed to us, I mean, that's our understanding as well.
Hang on 1 second, Regent Tuss.
Mr. Chair, Regent Tuss, I hope, can everybody hear me on this? My iPad was not working, I apologize. Yes, that is correct. The statutes do allow for the community college to be established without the levy at this point, but it does need to be approved by the legislature before the community college could actually be established, and then the trustees would actually be constituted after that, Mr. Chair.
You know, the current statutes in our reading were fairly basic for, you know, qualifying for the creation of a district, and we think our district, you know, met those, more than met those, and that is with an adequate tax base, with adequate high school enrollment, and so we certainly met those statutory requirements for the creation of a district as far as we understand.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, this is Representative David Beatty, if I might add something to this.
Sure. Welcome, Mr. Representative Beatty.
So the current statutes as it regards funding a new community college district are vague at best. The funding formula is based for a community college, for funding a community college within a district, is based upon extrapolation of previous year's budgets. Of course, there are no previous year's budgets for a new community college. Also, the so-called mandatory levy is a sort of a unicorn of a concept. It doesn't appear to appear, the notion of a mandatory levy doesn't appear in statute. And in fact, the establishment of the mandatory levy, the language in statutes suggests that the regents set that levy. It's not, but a closer reading would indicate that that's probably not true. But the establishment of the mandatory levy does conflict with statutes that govern property tax limitations. And so one of the things that will be worked out in the legislature is a reevaluation of community college statutes as it pertains both to the creation of districts to make sure that we streamline this and so we don't place any unnecessary burdens on the Board of Regents, but also that we explicitly address the funding of new community colleges within a community college district. So I would expect that along with the resolution that will be considered by the legislature in the upcoming session, there will be a substantial bill that will seek to substantially clarify community college statutes. And to that end, I have had some preliminary discussions with representatives from the commissioner's office and hope to work with them so that we have the kind of clarity that makes this not a hard question either for the regents as they are considering their recommendation or for the legislature. I might also add that I think it's important to really see that there are two issues at hand here. One is should a community college district be established? In other words, and I think that is based primarily on is there a need that cannot be met by other means? And I would suggest that's probably the key question. That's the key and first question that ought to be answered. It comes before funding. The funding issue is related to not the creation of the district, but rather to opening a college within that district. There's a chicken and egg sort of thing here. And the proposal that I've seen from the trustees-elect is to create a district. Once the district is created, it empowers the trustees-elect who have no official positions right now. And the program that they have put forward is looking to open a community college within their district in 2 years. Perhaps it'll be 3 years, but if let us say it's 2 years, the funding decision on that will be made not by the 2021 legislature, but the 2023 legislature.
Thank you, Representative Beatty. One of the areas of concern that I've got about this is the information you provided is really, once got the college up and going, you've got budgets and so forth, but the concern I have is the initial startup costs, the capital required to really get the college off the ground here. I'm curious if the trustees-elect have thought about approaching the legislature for one-time only funding, or are there other mechanisms basically to provide the seed capital to get this going? And I think about the facility, outfitting it with furniture and equipment. I'm sure some of that could be available from the existing campus. But I know here at FECC, you know, we taxpayers here in Flathead County have basically funded the construction of these several buildings here, plus through the charitable foundation here and so forth. It's a big lift these days. This is not, your building is not, in theory, going to be part of our long-term building projects, proposals, and so forth. And I'm concerned about the amount of seed capital required for building, furniture, and equipment. I think about what it's going to take to get the infrastructure in place for your IT systems. There are so many different parts of your IT system that are going to be required for financial reporting, student data, enrollment, scheduling, student and IT support, online course delivery, possibly financial aid. All of those are part of that IT umbrella that's going to require some considerable capital, down payments, technical expertise to basically manage the IT systems. I'm thinking about a lot of times that as you launch into this, you're going to need to hire key people from the onset to basically pull all of this together. And so what will be required in the formation of the dollars required for hiring key people? You've talked about a foundation, formation of a foundation. That's again some additional seed capital. I think about the library that we required to be on the campus, and I also think about the costs related to the accreditation process and so forth. And I'm wondering, where is this something that your group will continue to work on as far as the seed capital for the formation of this proposed campus?
Yes.
Yes, Commissioner Nystuen. So, certainly in the plan, in the narrative of the plan, not necessarily in the presentation this morning, we certainly have given that thought and realized that because it's probably not realistic in the best case scenario to open our doors until perhaps the fall of 2023, we have a transition period where we wouldn't need to do, many key hires, all kinds of strategic planning prior to having the doors open for business. So during that time, as you mentioned, one option might be to look for one-time or short-term legislative funding. But until the district is created, we don't have access to some of the avenues that we might otherwise have. The creation of the foundation, for instance, or being able to apply for certain grants. But, in the meantime, I think it's important to remember that, it's not a secret that all institutions, UM included, are struggling with their own budgets, and we are a discretionary program for them. And so if things go the way they might, I think one has to consider that the Bitterroot College UM, is on kind of a lifeline, a short lifeline even perhaps. And so if not approval of this district, then what is the plan for providing educational opportunity for the residents of this valley? So yes, there is, we have a lot to explore for fundraising, certainly, but I think the creation of the district gives us the empowerment to have access to many of those options that we don't have at the moment.
Thank you, Mr. Gardner. As we approach the next Regents meeting in November, I know that this is going to be an area that I'd like a lot more texture on from your group here as to relates to the seed capital to get this going. What are we going to do? And then I think more consideration for the approval of the levy, and then a longer term horizon looking at facilities and so forth as to how do you afford this, knowing that burden will shift to the taxpayers within your community college district. So I'd be happy to have additional conversations with you and the folks in the commissioner's office about a number of other areas of concern that I think will need to be addressed. Today, this is a very good start at understanding this, but I think there's a lot more work that needs to be done to really be able to have a good vetting process at our November meeting. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments from about that?
Can
Yes,
I
ma'am.
state that
we
we are, thank you. We're very aware, and just the three of us and most of the trustees are business people, and we understand what it takes to start a corporation even from scratch. And we are committed, yes, we are committed to fruition, all of us, to make sure that this happens. And we know how. This is a new business for us, but we know how to get it done. We don't see any other option. We're very concerned about the relationship between Bitterroot College and the University of Montana. And if we don't do this, what are the plans of the Board of Regents to sustain? If we say, okay, we don't need to do this, then what are the Board of Regents' plans to sustain the Bitterroot College? That's what is driving us largely.
Because we very much feel that the present model is not sustainable. We believe that.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Lozar, this is Representative David Beatty. If I might just add one comment. I think the questions concerning startup costs and seed money are certainly important considerations, but until a community college district is actually formed, these cannot be addressed in any meaningful way. If the requirement is that seed money and all of these preconditions are met before a community college district can be formed, we will never form a community college district in the state of Montana. And just one other side note, it's not surprising that we haven't, that no one sitting at the table today has been involved in the creation of a new community college district, because that hasn't happened since the mid-60s.
Questions, comments from the regents? Amy, any hands raised?
Yes, Regent Nystuen, we have Regent Dombrowski and Regent Sexton's hands are up.
Regent Dombrowski.
Thank you, Regent Nystuen. This may be a little bit of the chicken or egg, that the revenue conversation we're having, but I am really wanting to understand the laundry list of the opportunities for certificates to applied science degrees and the thinking behind really, I appreciate that businesses will be participating and longing for a nimble workforce. And Regent Nystuen, perhaps that's a conversation within our committee to understand, I would say, the validity and really then the faculty requirements and the on-the-job clinical placements of students, et cetera. So some of the nuts and bolts that obviously need to be answered in order to have tuition generating students. So perhaps it's not a question to debate today, but one I would put out there that we would need a full understanding as we speak about either redundancies or opportunities to meet perhaps more of a local need.
Comments from the Bitterroot Valley trustees?
Well, that's really what we think is another driving force, and feel free to add to this, but we have had to turn down, I can think of 5 off the top of my head, organizations and career pathways locally and turn away people. So we're very confident that once we have the sustainability due to the workforce development needs in this valley to meet that. I don't know. This is a chicken and an egg, as you said. We don't exist right now. So it's very difficult to go to organizations and ask for a commitment when we're right now don't exist. But we're very confident that will be sustainable once we are in existence. As Representative Beatty said, it's a chicken and an egg thing. We haven't really started approaching doing any marketing. We just know the organizations who've come to us asking for help.
Yeah, I would note that list of potential, conceptual course offerings and degree and certificate offerings are actually based somewhat on OCHI's own labor market data. So those are the kinds of coursework that we would expect would continue to be in demand in the community. But again, this is a community of 45,000 people in this valley, and so without the approval of this district, I think it's hard to see a way to continue to provide the necessary education and training for the valley residents and workforce.
And the reverse of that again, and I'm sorry that I keep bringing this up, is that we don't see the university, we don't see a plan from the university. If we don't do this, is there a plan to continue the Bitterroot College and to be responsive to the needs of this particular valley and the businesses and the citizens who live here. And maybe there is one, and maybe we haven't seen it.
But I mean, remembering, even though they changed the name and we're called Bitterroot College, technically we're not. We are still just a program under the U of M. And we don't have any of the beneficial status of the small colleges around the state that are also placed under a four-year program. And so we're floundering for our own identity even, and our own ability to respond to our own population.
Okay, thank you. Amy, was it Regent Rogers that had the next question?
So Regent Sexton.
Regent Sexton. Amy, go ahead. Regent Sexton.
Thank you, Regent Nystuen. And I have more of a comment than a question, and it may be somewhat premature, but at the same time, I feel that it's important that this happen in the foundation of any organization within the MUS. And I would just ask that there be an emphasis on the transferability of any of your courses and your credits throughout the MUS system. And also that there be transparency with your students on how effective that transferability is. Obviously, I think many of your offerings will end with that, and it will improve your community just through those offerings, but there are also plenty of students that would look to continue on in their education, and it's really important that their credits be able to transfer into.
Yeah, it's our understanding
Yes.
that is a Regent policy, that these credits have to be transferable. So that's certainly understood.
And spelled out in our presentation.
Yes, we're very committed to that.
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We've got about 5 minutes before our firm stop at 10:45. Amy, other hands raised?
Chair Nystuen, this is Casey. I know we've got a hard stop here in about 5 minutes, but I do want to ask the question around accreditation. And I think Trustee-elect Gardner mentioned that likely they'll be working with some institution in Montana as a partner with accreditation. I know we talked about it earlier in the meeting. MSU Billings has gone through their 7-year and how time consuming it is and resource intensive and whatnot. And they've already been around for a while. So I'm just curious sort of what conversations you've had with other institutions within the system about being a partner on accreditation, how you're thinking about going through that planning process and the resources that you would need to get through accreditation.
The conversations we've had up till now have been very preliminary because we have no status to converse with them. We say we're elects, and they basically people want to talk to somebody that has enough authority to visit with them even. But we do have counsel that's been invaluable to us that, used to actually run the community college system in Oregon, which is completely different than ours. But the input was very valuable on how to go about the steps of acquiring accreditation and the years that we would expect that to take. And then naturally, there would have to be an institution in Montana that we work through short term to provide that accreditation until years down the road, we could establish our own accreditation.
In the past also in previous efforts, back in 2009, when the first effort was ongoing, the University of Montana did state that they would sponsor us at that time. So I think we're hopeful that, given the right conversations in the future, that it's likely that we could form a partnership with one of the institutions already in the system.
I think they may be our first go-to, but we realize it has to happen, but we have to have the ability to sit at the table and deserve a chair at the table to have that conversation almost.
Thank you, that's helpful. Thank you, Regent Nystuen.
Thank you, Chair. Regent Lozar. I bet we've got time for one more question. Amy, any hands up?
I'm seeing none at this time, Regent Nice.
Okay, with that, it's almost 10:45. Let's throw it back to Don and his trustee-elects in Hamilton for one more final comment before we sign off here on this part of the agenda.
I would just like to add that, and again, I'm speaking for the Board of Regents, but it's our intent to have a robust relationship with the University of Montana. It's our intent to, to be partners with the university and the whole university system in the state. But even as an independent community college, we recognize that it's to our students' best interest that we want to have a healthy and successful relationship with the University of Montana.
Thank you. Any other final comments from the Commissioner's office in Helena this morning? Hearing none, let's turn the two-year community college committee back over to Chair Lozar. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate your time.
Thank you, Regent Nystuen, for pausing your committee meeting for the time being. I think we're ready to move on to What's Up Billings. Amy, if we can get our colleagues and friends from Billings.
No problem, Chair Lozar. We have a few of them joining through the Billings campus Zoom room, so we'll allow them to get in place. And I do see that we have one of our panelists there on the screen. And if you, at your pleasure, Chair Lozar, perhaps we can start with Kelly while we wait for our other two to join, or we can pause.
Okay, well, let's just double check to make sure that we have everyone who's representing Billings for What's Up Billings able to speak. I see Kelly. Good morning, Kelly.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
You bet. And I'm wondering if Melanie Schwartz from Big Sky is on, and if Mayor Cole is he on as well? Are they in the Zoom room? Oh, there's Mayor Cole right now.
We are all here.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, then let's kick this off. I think I mentioned in my opening remarks for today's meeting that the What's Up part of our agenda is maybe one of the most important parts of the Board of Regents meetings, where we have the opportunity to really listen and learn from leaders, both civic and business leaders and educational leaders in the communities in which we are meeting. And unfortunately, due to COVID, we're not able to have our full board meeting in your community and on the MSUB campus. And I'm glad that we're still able to continue this tradition of listening and learning from the community in which we are typically meeting. And so welcome to the Board of Regents meeting. It's wonderful to know that I think I know each one of the presenters have the opportunity to work with you in a variety of different capacities. And I think I'd mentioned earlier when I was talking about the unique role of MSUB and it being so student focused. The other component of MSUB is how tied into community they are and how stitched together the Billings community is in general. And so it's really exciting to see the chamber, the city, and the Economic Development Authority all together on the presentation today to do a kind of a what's up and a conversation. So welcome. And with that, I will turn it over to whomever's going to kick off the presentation.
That's me? Okay. That's me. I'm Bill Cole. I'm the mayor. What's up, Billings? I guess that's not what's up, Doc. I didn't bring my Bugs Bunny carrot. If you're asking, I guess that makes me Elmer Fudd or something like that. But welcome to Billings. So what is up in Billings? The answer is great things. Timing is excellent here. On Thursday, Senator Daines called and said that Billings had received $11.6 million infrastructure grant from the Department of Transportation that we've been working to get for years. That'll allow us to build the Inner Belt Loop linking Billings Heights to the west part of Billings, and also, more significantly for MSUB, Skyline Trail on the edge of the rim rocks overlooking the entire city from right above MSUB for 33.5 miles going west. This is going to be an absolute iconic signature piece for Billings that will continue to attract people and entertain students for years to come. Billings already has twice the number of young people between the age of 25 and 40 as Bozeman, for example. But these kind of amenities, because we don't have Bozeman's mountains, we have to rely on to secure our reputation as the livable urban center in Montana. Last night, continuing the list, at about 8:10, we learned that our public safety mill levy had passed by more than a 2-to-1 margin. This is going to help fill a $5.5 or roughly $5 million structural deficit in our our police and fire budgets. It's been 16 years since we passed a safety measure, so this is a really big deal. On Monday, we also learned that our COVID-19 numbers have been on the decline for the last 2 weeks. We do continue to have a higher per capita infection rate than many other counties, but our numbers are declining, and we're cautiously optimistic that trend will continue. So the bottom line is that Billings is in a very good place and enjoys a very good partnership with MSUB. Chair, as you alluded to, an educated workforce continues to be Billings' greatest asset, but also our greatest need for economic development. MSUB turns out great graduates, and Billings continues to provide a great environment where MSUB graduates can want to remain and raise a family, in part because our median home price is still around that affordable $215,000 number. But I don't want to suggest that there's no room for improving our partnership. To the contrary, let me quickly identify 3 items. First, looking inward, Billings wants to continue to grow to become a hipper, sexier town that'll attract and retain even more young people who want to attend MSUB and contribute as alumni. Second, we want to see the stature and enrollment of the university increase so that it can attract more students to Billings and in turn attract more employers who are looking for those students. In particular, there's a lot of talk locally about expanding the health science programs that already have a great synergy with Billings Clinic and St. Vincent Healthcare, the 2 largest healthcare organizations in Montana. Also, many people in Billings, and I'm one of them, believe that eventually MSUB is going to need to forge its own identity independent of the mothership in Bozeman. Third and last, we are incredibly fortunate to have Rolf Groseth back at the helm on a temporary basis, but long-term, we need to attract and keep that top-notch, stable, long-term leadership at the top of MSUB's organization. A great city needs a great university, and a great university needs a great city. And I'm excited about the years ahead to build that relationship and continue doing everything we can to make us an even better partnership. So that's the end of my remarks, and I'll turn it over to the next presenter.
Thank you, Mayor Cole. And I'm Melanie Schwartz with Big Sky Economic Development. I'm the Business Development Director. I just want to say thank you to Mayor Cole for his leadership in our city. He went through those very quickly, that build grant and then the public safety levy. That is such a success for our community, and it is so important to the university, to our city, to our morale, to our talent attraction, everything. So I'm just really proud of that and that our city's doing that. I want to thank Rolf as well, Chancellor Groseth, for coming into our community at a time of transition and really helping us kind of vision what that next leader looks like, but also keep, you know, everything running smoothly at the university. It's really important to us. At Economic Development, when I saw the name of the panel, What's Up Billings, I think the only thing you can really talk about right now as the main thing is how we were handling COVID-19 and how we came together as a community. I wanted to give you a little bit of an update of how we decided to do that as a community. Our Unified Health Command, who was handling the health crisis of COVID-19, at some point said, hey, there's going to be an economic crisis as well. And so they decided to add economic development to their team on the Unified Health Command, and that was our Executive Director, Steve Arviskow. he quickly put together a team of 35 community leaders to start talking about once, when we see the health piece of it, how will we also address the economic damage that's been done to our community? And so 35 leaders came together on a moment's notice. They meet every single week on Thursday and talk about the economics as well as the health of our community. And the university's always been part of that conversation, and we're really pleased with some of the things that have moved forward. Of course, early on, there was the discussion of how are we going to reopen businesses? Are kids going to go back to school? Can the university reopen? And so all of those have been tackled, and I think very well. We also advocated for our community at the state level, making sure that we were talking about what Yellowstone County would need for the CARES Act money. So lots of great work happening there. And also, you'll hear from my colleague, Kelly McCandless, as well at the chamber. One of the things that committee of 35 said was we need one single voice of how we're communicating our resources to our community. And so Kelly and I were challenged to put up a website in less than a week to get information out to our community around COVID-19 resources. And that was everything from the federal resources to the state resources to local. And so lots of great work happening in Yellowstone County right now. We're always really proud of that and appreciate when the Regents come to Billings and spend time here. I know it's virtually this year, but it's still nice to have you in our community. I want to just give you a quick highlight of what Big Sky Economic Development is doing outside of COVID-19, and much of it has to do with our relationship with MSU Billings. I was looking at my calendar and Steve Arviskau's calendar over the last 2 weeks. We've had 10 meetings alone in the last 2 weeks at MSUB. In some way, a project that we're working on, an advisory board we're on. Steve is also on your search committee for the new chancellor. And so we're really pleased about that. But what I noticed as I was getting ready to talk to you about What's Up Billings is MSU Billings has always just been a tremendous partner to us. There's so much that happens at the university that directly impacts the economic development of this community. And Mayor Cole said it very well. A good community needs a good university and vice versa. And we really are working hard to maintain that relationship, grow that relationship. And there is a ton of opportunity coming at us. And so I wanted to just highlight a couple of those. We recently had a business healthcare summit. All the healthcare partners, the education partners came together and really talked about how do we better leverage our healthcare community. And we know that Billings is the leader in that. We have a world-class healthcare system here. We also know that if we could better link and partner with the university to start looking at doing research and adding tech and biotech to our community, that is going to be a huge win for our community. So we're working on a couple of projects out of that business healthcare summit that we're excited about. The second one that we've always been a leader in is workforce development. Billings Works was formed about 7 years ago. The university has always been a partner at that table. Lots of discussion also this year we've always been working with City College, but I am on the advisory board for City College, and we were at a meeting on Monday, and Dean Trier was really talking about all the partnerships within the system, which I think is really impressive, how this MUS system is now really working together to have the different campuses be able to support each other. That's a big win for us locally. And also how we are looking at better curriculums to put people directly into the workforce, whether they stay in Billings, that's our preference, of course, but we really would love them to stay in Montana. And also talking to the other systems or the other campuses about how do we highlight all areas of Montana for workforce. So maybe you graduate as an engineer from Bozeman, but have you thought about Billings and how do we link all of those different communities together? The other piece that's a big deal for us is the Entrepreneur Center. We have purchased a building in downtown Billings that will be an Entrepreneur Center. MSU Billings is one of our founding partners on that. And so we are working together again with the university to look at curriculums about how we accelerate innovation, entrepreneurs, how we share that community asset with the university so that they're able to participate as well. And lastly, I just want to say, as we're looking at a transition for a new chancellor again, I know that there's a search committee and we're really excited about that. We just appreciate the time and really thinking about what MSU Billings needs in its next leader and how we can partner with them. Everything that we do really is about collaboration and partnership, and we have seen that work time and again in our community. And so as you're selecting a new chancellor, we would really appreciate looking at somebody that is collaborative, community oriented, and really willing to partner with the business community. So I think that's everything. Thank you.
I think that means I get to go next. My name is Kelly McCandless. I'm the Director of Communications and Workforce Development for the Billings Chamber of Commerce. And as an alum of MSU Billings, it's exciting to get to be here today and talk with all of you. So the Billings Chamber of Commerce, of course, is an organization that works on behalf of businesses. Our entire mission is to work toward the best possible Billings, so we can ensure that businesses want to stay here, move here, start here, and most importantly, that they'll be able to attract and retain the talent that they need to operate. Of course, that's where our colleges are of the utmost importance. Next slide. The Billings Chamber is a catalyst for business growth. So we grow businesses by bringing leaders together, leaders and influencers together, and we champion our community. We do that, next slide. I'm clipping through these pretty quickly, sorry about that. So we have three main focuses in the ways that we serve our business community. The first, of course, is through advocacy on the state, local, and federal level. We provide member services, making sure that we are working with our businesses, that they have everything that they need. And then the Billings Chamber of Commerce is pretty tied to tourism. We manage two major tourism organizations, Visit Billings, which is comprised of the Billings Convention and Visitors Bureau, as well as the Billings Tourism and Business Improvement District, and Visit Southeast Montana. So each year we identify strategic areas of focus, and this year our agenda is probably the most significant in our organizational history. We're focusing on the list of priorities you see on your screen, with an emphasis on public safety and getting the funding in place to support our police and first responders. As you heard, we passed the levy last night, which was such an important step in the right direction, but we have more work to do, and we're committed to helping make sure that happens. That public safety is, of course, important because it will impact the university, its ability to attract and retain students, as well as that same impact to our community. People and Policies Matter is that advocacy work where we're getting out there and we are ensuring that business-friendly policies and candidates are in place. The COVID-19 small business support needs no explanation, but I think our support and the support of organizations like Big Sky Economic Development, Downtown Billings Alliance, and of course, the Chamber, our work is probably more important now than ever, so that we can be there for our businesses as they're trying to navigate through this. And so we have a strong economy for the graduates of our universities to turn out to. And then lastly is equality of opportunity. And this is a big step for the Billings Chamber and a major area of focus for us this year. We can shift to the next slide. This is one where the Billings community has really across the state, we have the opportunity to grow and make positive strides. You can see the mission of our steering committee there on your screen. We've put together a really powerful group of individuals who's helping us figure out how we can improve and become a more diverse and inclusive community in Billings. And a lot of that will start at the university level, attracting students from all different kinds of backgrounds, as well as making them feel comfortable in a community where there is a place for them. And so shifting into that last slide, the other piece that the Chamber strongly prides itself on is our ability to build and develop our community's leaders. That enhances our workforce and our business community. We're committed to establishing strong networks for this growth to occur. So three of our leadership groups you can see on your screen. One is fairly new. The Encore Women's Leadership Network is what it sounds like. It's a group for female professionals in executive positions so they can grow and develop as a cohort. We also have our Leadership Billings programming, which is a fabulous opportunity for professionals to grow, connect, and learn about the community. We have a new alumni program through that as well. But probably most relevant to the university is our Next Gen Young Professionals program, where we are, it's a very strong network of young professionals within the Billings community, professionals from age 21, we say to 39-ish. We don't actively kick new young professionals out, but This Young Professionals Network is a great place to really incubate new professionals coming into the Billings community professional workforce, as well as it's a group of individuals eager to give back. And so they actively seek out mentorship opportunities, regularly work with students from both our universities as well as our city college and our high school system to connect with those students, ensure that they're aware of the opportunities that exist within Billings, ensure that they have those business connections so they can get the experiences, exposure, internships, job shadows, whatever those might be, and just make sure that they are pausing to consider Billings and not just seeing their experience here in their educational system as a stepping stone to the next place they're going to go. And so Next Gen is a really important group, one that we're continuing to grow its exposure and its relevance and its connection with the universities. And our hope is the strength of the university grows. We have new leadership in the chancellor position once again, that we can continue to grow that partnership and mentor the students through MSU Billings and make sure that they are able to connect to the Billings community in the way that they would like. Growing leaders, training our talent, and connecting them with the community is really one of the biggest keys of the Billings Chamber. And so with that, thank you for your time. I don't know if we're taking questions, but you can see my information there on the screen. If any of you need further information, you can track me down.
Wonderful. Well, thank you, Mayor Cole and Melanie and Kelly for a wonderful presentation. Certainly, I know you could have probably spoken for hours and hours and hours about all the good things that are happening in Billings. And I just wanted to extend congratulations on the build grant. Certainly, passing the public safety mill levy last night is a really big deal. Melanie, if you could extend our gratitude to Mr. Arbuskau for serving on the committee to identify the next chancellor. We very, very much appreciate his perspectives and his leadership on that committee. And I just wanted to mention maybe one thing I thought was really important that Melanie mentioned was, as we're deepening our integration across the Montana University system, we hope to hear more sort of comments and perspectives that you shared, Melanie, as it relates to the assets that are available to all of our communities where we have colleges across the system, as leaders from Missoula College in Missoula have the opportunity to really engage and learn from leaders at City College and vice versa. And those assets can really move across the state in a really efficient way. And so it's really great to hear, Dean Trier talking about that being a kind of a big win for the Billings community. And lastly, I think, Kelly, you really covered and underscored what the mayor mentioned as it relates to sort of an educated workforce is absolutely critical. It's there in Billings, but it's continued need. And so to see the sort of layering across the community organizations that are really working together on educating the workforce and MSUB's involvement in that, it's really heartening to hear and heartening to know that those efforts will continue to be sort of top of mind and top of priority. But the one thing you all did fail to mention about, the great things that happen in Billings is that we have a great regent from Billings who served on the board for 6.5 years. I thought that was going to be the first thing you brought up, but I might reserve a minute or two or a comment or two for our local Regent Sheehy to see if she has any comments or questions for the panel. Regent Sheehy.
I do actually, oddly. I'm really so proud of the Billings community and the representatives that we had here today. You did such a great job explaining the nuances of the Billings community. I would hope that the members of our search committee who are not from Billings, some of the administrative people who are helping with the search, that they would take the minute to watch this tape, because I think in very short fashion, you can see all of the interrelationships between the business community, the education community. There's so much back and forth. So I was unable to read the newspaper this morning because we started so early. I learned a lot, but perhaps the biggest thing I learned today from Bill is that I am no longer in the target demographic of younger and hipper. It's been a pleasure working with all of you for the past 6 years, and thank you for this great presentation. You really put it all together. Thank you.
And we would, of course, love to thank Regent Sheehy for all the work she's done for our, the Regents, but representing our community and just being such a great partner. So thanks, Martha.
Do any members of the board have any questions for Mayor Cole, Melanie, and Kelly? Any questions? All right, well, seeing no questions, thank you again, presenters. We really appreciate you taking the time to give us a very, very exciting updates, and congratulations on both those very recent wins. And I know they're gonna have positive impacts in the city of Billings, surrounding area, and particularly near MSU Billings. So thank you all.
Thank you.
We are going to take about an 8-minute break. Governor Bullock is going to be joining us at 11:15. So members of the board, please be back just short of 11:15. Oh, I was supposed to say something. providing some gratitude to you for supporting the Montana University system as you've done for years and years and years, but in particular supporting the system during the pandemic and your support of up to $20 million to support our system-wide testing and contact tracing is a really big deal, and it's going to help our campuses get through this very difficult time. So thank you for that support and the support that you provided through the CARES Act and through GEARS. Very much appreciate all that you've done for the system during the pandemic and all that you've done over the past 8 years as our governor. So I'll turn it over to you, Governor Bullock, for an update.
Great, thank you, Chair Lozar and members of the board and others. And if that's the way that you began was with a thank you, I want to start out thanking you all for all the good work that you've done in the last months to prepare our communities and our campuses for classes as we reopened, and doing so in a way that's as safe as possible. I mean, I know that you've spent a great deal of time taking every aspect of student life into consideration to plan how students could return to campus communities this semester. I know that there's been a lot of obstacles to work through. And in some respects, as we've seen in many other states, it's easier just to succumb to the obstacles, not recognizing the impacts of doing so. And I so appreciate your commitment to providing students with the quality education that they expect. A couple areas that I'll touch on. Over the last couple months, we've made significant changes to our testing protocols to respond to national demand for testing that really overwhelmed labs across the country. As you all know, or many of you might know, I set a goal of about 60,000 tests a month, testing symptomatic and asymptomatic. We were told by a private lab that we could get those turned around in 2 to 3 days. That became a week. And then at the end of the day, they said, nope, we can't be taking any Montanas for quite some time. Just as you've looked at the obstacles in reopening, that was another roadblock. While we were still hitting our 60,000 a month, but knowing that then everybody can roll up their sleeves and find a solution was certainly meaningful to me, and pleased that we were able to partner with Montana State University. I want to thank MSU and President Cruzado again for stepping up, helping us ramp up that capacity, ensure the campuses across the state can quickly find new cases and respond aggressively. Remain incredibly grateful for the partnership. And because I know there's often university rivalries along the way, as I give MSU that shout out, I know that we've been working with U of M going forward too. And overall, both the research capabilities and your institutions have helped us respond at a time where there were no playbooks. Having MSU on board for the testing also supports the plan that the university system's following to coordinate testing, tracing, and mitigation priorities for campus operations. With that up to 20 million, as you know, Chair Lozar, your campuses can and already are working to rapidly detect and isolate those new cases, contact trace and test close contacts of known cases to contain the spread and minimize any disruptions to your campuses and your students' education. Additionally, we've tried to prioritize certainly transparency through our response to COVID-19. Keeping the public informed ensures that they can trust our leadership and make educated decisions to keep themselves and their loved ones safe. Public health folks have been working on putting together a dashboard to capture cases in K-12 and the universities. The information will be published on the DPHHS website weekly. We'll both work to provide some of the transparency that I think everyone expects, but also protecting the privacy of staff and students. K-12 schools with over 50 students will include a breakdown of positive cases, whether it's by staff or students, the name of the school, and if a case has been reported in 14 days. For our smaller K-12 side, schools of 11 to 50, it'll only be the name of the school and whether a case has been reported in that past 14-day period. For schools with 10 or fewer students, cases will not be reported at all to protect individual privacy. For colleges, the name of the school will be listed, as well as if the case is a student or staff and if it's active or not. And I think one of the important parts of this transparency is it also quells some of the talk that could be out there. I mean, I think back to, though it's not the MUS system, there's a little buzz going around Helena among a couple communities that there were 50 active cases at Carroll College, but since they were, most of them were out-of-state students, no one knew about this. So I called your former colleague, now President Sec, said, John, what's going on here? And could immediately just say, no, we had 2 active cases. This is exactly what happened. And I think that that's one of the things that, to give people comfort in a time that, look, is uncomfortable and difficult for all of us is essential. Also, as you mentioned, Chair Lozar, I want to thank you for your partnership in using GEAR funds. As we make progress toward economic recovery, we know that our 2-year and our community colleges have that ability to be flexible, to quickly respond to workforce needs across the state. The upside is, it's great that we're 6th lowest unemployment rate in the country. Moody's says Montana's 4th best in the country to have an economic recovery to pre-March levels, quickest. But we also know that there's some real challenges out there. And look, your partnership in using $2.2 million to address teacher shortages, create remote information technology program, pilot respiratory therapy program, among other projects, it will enable and afford more Montanans the opportunity to pursue both college and financial education training across the state. Well, I think that the pandemic continues to be one of the most challenging areas in the history of our state and nation over the last century. It's critical that we continue to prioritize students, give them the education that they need to serve as our future leaders. And it's also critical that we do so while staying vigilant with precautions and minimize the spread of the virus and protect their health and safety. I know that your students and faculty, as well as the rest of Montana, are eager to return to life before the pandemic, but we know that the virus is still with us and we must act like that. So I appreciate both, again, the partnership, not just over this last, I'd say, 6 months as we highlighted, but also more than the last 8 years. And it's a partnership where we've collectively been able to do good things for Montana for today and into the future. And it's something that I think you all can be so pleased with. You make a difference in our students and Montana's life every single day, but also into the future, shaping what the future of this state will be. So really appreciate the hard work and dedication to our students, our faculty, our staff, and our overall economy.
Thank you, Governor Bullock. And again, we appreciate your quick responsiveness to the pandemic and knowing kind of the role that the Montana University system plays in our economy, knowing the number of students, the 40,000 FTE that we have across the system. That's a big part of the Montana population. And for you to be such a great partner in providing the resources that we really do need at this time is much appreciated. And you've been so consistent over the years of prioritizing higher education and acting through the setting up as helping us with budgets and your teams over the years who have been presenting to this board on your behalf, done a fantastic job underscoring how important education is to you, into the state of Montana. So we really appreciate you, again, taking time today to be with us and all that you've done for the system during the pandemic. We've got a couple minutes, maybe I'll open it up to see if there's any questions or comments from members of the board for Governor Bullock. Regent Nystuen.
Regent Nystuen, you're muted.
Nobody's ever muted Regent Nystuen.
Oh, talk to Kimberly about that. Talk to Jane about that. So, Governor Bullock, I want to also echo Chair Lozar's comments about the incredible financial support for the university system. But when, you know, in my private sector job, thinking about economic development, workforce, and so forth, one of the things that we need to do a huge shout out to you is for the lifelines you've thrown Montana's businesses, especially the small businesses, hospitality industry, and so forth this past year. You know, the dollars that were appropriated to the Montana Board of Investments for the working capital loans and the other types of programs, Dan Villa and his team did a phenomenal job of getting that structured. As part of a company that has banks in 8 states, we're one of the very few that has had that level of commitment from state government to continue to support our tourism industry, our hospitality industry, small businesses, medium-sized businesses, and so forth. It's a game changer for us, and most importantly, our customers and our communities for doing that. To have those businesses stay afloat, that's retaining jobs, that's retaining workforce, that's retaining our future. So a big tip of the hat to you and your team for structuring the work that you did, especially through the Board of Investments. Thanks, Governor.
I really appreciate that, Regent Nystuen, and also give thanks to your folks at Glacier Bank because it really was a partnership, right? I mean, we're trying to create programs that will make a meaningful difference to Montanans, and it was banks and the credit unions and folks in the working capital program specifically that you're speaking of that came together and said, this is the best way to actually get this deployed in a way that will make sure that on the back end of this, that these businesses still survive. There's been others, you know, the business stabilization grants, 10,000 small businesses getting that money. We're just rolling out some things for nonprofits. And candidly, about $1 billion of the 1.25s committed right now. But had we not continued to work on programs like that, or if we had just said, let's get all that money out immediately, there wouldn't have been $20 million for testing programs for the university system had we been counting on the federal government to get it done, or $75 million for the K-12, which is what they asked for out of that. So we still have a long way to go with this, both on the health side and the economic recovery side, but appreciate the comments and we'll continue to do that in partnership.
Thanks, Governor. It wasn't just a Band-Aid to just kind of to put a little salve on the wounds. It's really something that we're going to use for the next year to really provide long-term sustainability for businesses, jobs, and our future.
That's great.
Any other regents have any comments?
Regent Sexton?
Regent Sexton.
Amy, Regent Sexton, I'm sorry, you're muted.
Regent Sexton, you're muted.
Second. Can you hear me okay now?
We can.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, that was me, not the mic. Governor Bullock, I just wanted to extend my thanks as a student for all of the support you've given schools and students. I think with all the chaos of the pandemic and the uncertainty, having that consistency was really important, just so that we can continue to work on our goals, especially with the economic uncertainty that we're facing. It really went a long way just to have that support and to know that the government of our state is supporting us. And also as the control of a small business, the support for small businesses has been incredible and we've really benefited from it. So just thank you so much. We really appreciate it on more than one front.
Thanks so much, Regent Sexton, and thanks for always making sure that the student's voice is heard in this august body of the Board of Regents.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Well, if there's no other questions or comments from members of the board, Governor, I'll give you the last word.
No, the last word, I'll close with gratitude. Look, this has been a trying 6 months for all of us. How many times I've said, I am so over this. I just wish the virus was. There were 2 different ways that the university system could have responded. One is that it could have been just too overwhelming. Or the other was, we're going to figure out how to innovate and adapt to still serve our faculty, students, and staff. And we know that there's still going to be challenges as we go through this academic year. But both the communication side, there were times where I think I was speaking to the Commissioner of Higher Education more than close family members, but not just the communication side, the willingness of all facets of the university system to roll up their sleeves with an attitude of optimism is something that all Montanans across the state can really be pleased with. So thanks for your continuing good work, because our students, our faculty, and our staff, and actually all of our communities are relying on that good work.
Thank you, Governor.
Thank you, Governor Bullock.
Take care.
Okay, take care. We'll move on to Superintendent Arntzen.
Good morning. I want to thank you for allowing me, even in Zoom world, to share a little bit on school reopening across our state. And I want to thank you, Chair Lozar and Commissioner Christian, and of course, all the regents for this opportunity. So this is going to be a really fluid fall. We don't know with flu season, we don't know with distance learning. So many unusual manners are going to happen in our K-12 space. And that communication that we've had with all of our partners. And, you know, there's one thing that I appreciate that the governor talking about is partnership. And I believe our partnership in K-12 and in post-secondary has been strong. And we're going to continue that, because having students know at the very end, when they receive that diploma, that they have an opportunity to join Montana's university system. It is something that they are all looking forward to. And we're shouting that out in a partnership. We've got college application week, and that's September 28th through October 2nd. And we have sent a joint letter, Commissioner Christian and myself have sent a joint letter to all of our high school students and wanting them to participate in that application process. We also are working through MOUs with ACT. You know, test is a 4-letter word and probably always will be one, but that assessment is part of the federal government's mandate and requirement in secondary. And I believe our partnership in discussing with this vendor of ACT is going to deliver good results, even in a pandemic, and even knowing there may have been some disruption in learning. But we're hoping very strongly that between Commissioner's office and our office, that we are putting our Montana students first, especially in that secondary world. I also know that I'm a champion for local control. I mean, I've said that from day one, even when I was a legislator for 12 years. So I know on your docket you have the Bitterroot Valley Community College. And this is a community-led effort, not only just from some strong voices, but also coming from their pocketbook. And I think it's important that you listen, please, to what they have requested. And if there could be compromise in timing, in dollars, in anything, to have this be a decision for that community. There are more communities across our state that are viewing this and wanting to know if they should also put their hat into the ring. So I'm asking for you, in your authority, to listen and listen carefully, please. So we've gotten a lot of flexibilities, and I believe in this pandemic, not only has it been personal to almost everyone. If you don't know of someone who's had this virus affect their family, affect their business, affect, just their way of life. So being personal in a pandemic means that we do need to change our way of life. So flexibilities we have asked from the governor's office, and we have gotten some. And I want to say thank him very much for allowing those flexibilities, because the system was so tight in K-12 that it was for in-seat, in-person learning. And we had to ask for some things to be waived so that there could be fluidity in learning. Part-time within a screen, part-time within a classroom setting that is more traditional. And I appreciate that he has recognized that learning can take place very uniquely within that. The federal government has given us some waivers as well, not just in the Department of Education, but in the Department of Agriculture, where we get our school nutritions. And most expressively, we have received a waiver. And we championed this when the pandemic started back in March, so that every child could have proper nutrition, because we know nutrition is the basic for any kind of academic learning or health and wellness, and especially mental health. So we have received a waiver then that we can feed all children from birth to age 18 through December, not just a school-age child, but a child can come into school with a family and can receive nutrition in breakfast and in lunch. And think about what that means for communities, some communities that are struggling, and also in our very larger communities where we have poverty all across our state, but more so in our larger communities. We also have sought out with our Board of Public Ed. We've asked for extensions on renewal licensing, because we know, talking to Council of Deans and the university system, that learning was disrupted when we had 120 teachers, new teachers, that were coming out of our 10 teacher prep programs. So we've asked for extension of licensing, and they were very gracious and have granted that opportunity. Also, in the determining of accreditation, knowing what quality of learning is in a pandemic when there has been so much disruption, they have granted all of our schools in K-12 to maintain their accreditation level. And if they would like to increase that and do better, they can easily do that. So we have 821 schools that we accredit, and we know 1/4 of those will have an opportunity then to do better. And then what that does do is it opens the door then to the rules of the Board of Public Ed in licensing, in accreditation, and also in how we accredit your post-secondary world in teacher prep programs. So we are having a great partnership with the Board of Public Ed in seeing what that quality education in K-12 space looks like. I also want to have a great shout out that we've received $900 million from the federal government requesting for mental health services. And mental health in our whole child approach and an initiative that I call Montana Hope has to be there. And if there's one thing that we can say in this isolation of the pandemic, in the uncertainty of the pandemic, and in the lack of opportunities that have existed, either economically or mentally and social emotional, it is securing what we need to do, and that is to help our school teachers, the ones that interact with our children, whether they are on a screen or if they are connecting with one another, social distancing, of course, in the phase that we're in right now. But mental health is extremely important. And I know on your campuses, you're also looking at that as well, because to produce a child from K-12 going into post-secondary, we want the best coming out of that. And we're hoping that they do stay and enjoy our communities. They stay in Montana. They enrich our communities in employment. And to do that, they need to have a great understanding of who they are. So with this $9 million grant that we have been given, we are exceedingly hoping that we can put that on the table, and in a partnership with you as well, we can grow and make Montana very proud in that whole child in whole Montana approach. So I just want to say, you know, in the governor, he's talking about that this has been the most challenging 6 months ever. And I know in all of our worlds, it has been, regardless if we are in our role or in your role or any community member that you may interact with or family member. So what I'm going to say for my last words would be, let's give schools grace this year. And especially our teachers and our teacher leaders, our school board members. It is exceedingly challenging not knowing how to act and how to interact, I believe, at this point. My job is to give as much information and give flexibilities and knowledge out, not to constrain them, but to give them opportunities for innovation. And I know it's going to be a challenging legislative year, possibly budgetary-wise, as much as it will be in interaction because of social distancing if we're still in this phase. So I think the word is, Regents, is giving everyone grace. And I know patience is part of that as well, but I'm optimistic. We're Montana made here. We're resilient. And if there's one thing that I do know just from that personal pandemic that I have with my own grandchildren, I know that they go to school every day wearing their mask. I know they go to school every day with optimism, and they're excited to learn. And if that's just one view of how all of our Montana schools can interact with our most precious students, then I think we're on the path. And I think we're on the path with our resiliency in Montana to become more healthier than ever before. So with that, Chair Lozar, thank you again for this opportunity. And commissioners, please stay well, embrace your family, embrace your communities where you come from, because each and every one of those make us as Montanans even stronger. So thank you. Thank you, Chair Lozar and commissioners.
Thank you, Superintendent Artson. Anyone have any comments or questions for Superintendent Artson? Regent Sheehy.
Thank you, Superintendent, for your comments. I was looking back through the 4 years that we've served on this board together. And in addition to being all about safety and cursive, you are also, I think another of your really fine attributes is attendance. You have attended these meetings faithfully all over the state. You've spoken to us at all of these meetings. By my records, I think you've only missed one, November of 2017.
Wow.
And at all of these meetings, you've told us that you enjoy this collaboration and that we have a strong partnership. I've relied on that. So I was dismayed by your comments that this board needs to be cleaned out and that this board needs to be cleansed. And I'll tell you, Elsie, it was a bit of a personal affront, but the other thing I've learned from you is the teachable moment. And so I've searched back through, I looked at our minutes, I looked at what I could have done differently to give you a different impression of my service on this board. And I've decided that maybe I need to ask you for a little grace for your fellow board members, because you are a member of this board by the Constitution, an ex officio member. And if you have a complaint about how I'm performing as a regent in a particular matter or in general, bring it up. Bring it up at an open meeting and I will deliberate on your comments. And the public will have a right then to deliberate on what you're saying about us. But I would ask you for that grace because I think we've given you that grace and I would ask for it in return.
Thank you, Chair Lozar. I appreciate if I could respond.
Sure.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the bluntness, and I believe that's where we need to be. And so, Regent Sheehy, I have called you up personally and in concerns and in some questions. The comments that I made were in regard to, and I'll say this, not specifically for this board that I'm in front of at this point, and that I do sit on as an adjunct member. This was to the Board of Public Education. I am extremely frustrated with the Board of Public Education, and I've made that very well known. I am dealing with a pedophile right now, and in 2 moments, I have had them disregard the due process that our children and our families desperately need. I stand for quality. I stand for a profession that demands to have quality of a teacher in front of them. And I apologize that if you misread that those discussions that came on a closed event that was now just disclosed publicly. It was in front of a group of individuals that I don't believe any of you sat upon. And I know as a public person, I believe in transparency. And I appreciate, again, the bluntness. But I am very, very frustrated, and the comments were directed explicitly toward the Board of Public Education and their dialogue of allowing licenses of teachers that I believe should not be in front of our children, especially in a remote world. And that's where I am with that. But again, Regent Sheehy and all of the regents, I do give you grace. We are not perfect. We've all been expelled from the garden. We all have matters that we know we could do and build better upon. And I will not ever shirk my responsibility of coming in front of you or listening or trying to partner to make our great state, our great state, and especially education, and have an opportunity for all of Montanans. So again, I thank you again for allowing me to share over the period of time. Yes, one of my middle names was cursive when I was a 5th grade teacher. And in our time right now, I do give you grace. And I appreciate this opportunity to explain myself and my comments to you and to the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Artson. Thank you, Regent Sheehy. Don't need to get into a tit for tat or anything like that, no. But provide the opportunity to share your perspectives. I know that there are other things that were said, and we'll just sort of leave it at that. We do look forward to your continued attendance, at least looking at in November. We've got a lot of important things to accomplish in November. So thank you again for coming to today's meeting, and look forward to seeing you in November.
Thank you. And I do all wish you well. And like I said, embrace your families, embrace your work that you do, even though we are in this very uncertain time. And I appreciate and thank you all for your service. Thank you, and all stay well.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And then just switching over to, I know we're going to take a quick break here in a second, but I'll give the floor to Commissioner Christian. He's had a couple intros to do that we missed this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the important things we do at each meeting is introduce new team members around the system. And I think we have some at both the University of Montana and at Western. And I apologize to those individuals who've been waiting a long time. We got a little behind the curve and are trying to catch up as we often do, but we welcome you. And President Bodnar, give the floor to you to make your introductions.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Christian and Mr. Chair, members of the board. I have a pleasure of introducing you to someone who you already know well today, but just in a different role. I want to share with the board, introduce to the board, Dr. Reed Humphrey, who has been the dean of our College of Health since 2014, and who this summer took over the role as our acting provost. Provost Humphrey is no stranger to or to this board. He was the chair of our School of Physical Therapy and Rehabilitation Science from 2006 to 2014, and just has been a tremendous educator. And you and I were speaking the other day, and he spent well over 40 years on college campuses. And I am deeply grateful to have such a tremendous institutional citizen and proven leader to serve in this really important capacity for the University of Montana at this critical moment. And so welcome and thank you to Provost Humphrey. And I actually want to ask Provost Humphrey, and I think we can work out the technology to introduce 2 other leaders that are new to our academic enterprise. So Provost Humphrey.
Thank you, President Bodnar. I presume people can hear me. A thumbs up would be good. Good, thank you. Thank you again, Seth, and thank you, Chair Lozar, Commissioner Christian, and Team Ochi, along with the Regents and colleagues across the Montana University system. So our Zoom environment today permits me to share the distance with Regent Dombrowski, provides a rare 3D opportunity. As I introduce our two new deans this morning, Joyce has agreed to surrender her seat. So you can have a visual of Deans Marvinova and Dean Hufford. I see Dean Marvinova has already approached the bench, and I'll ask Dean Hufford in a moment. You may remember, some of you would remember Dean Marquetta Marvinova, who was introduced in March as our new Dean of the Skaggs School of Pharmacy, with my translocation to the Office of the Provost after nearly 90 days on the job. She was enthusiastic to step up to take over the other 5 units within the college. I want to pull this up for a moment here. Dean Marquetta Marvinova received her PharmD and PhD in neurobiochemistry from Charles University in Prague, Czech Republic, and a PhD in neuropharmacology from the University of Eastern Finland. She completed a postdoc in medical fellowship at Vanderbilt University School of Medicine and a clinical traineeship at Northwestern University's Parkinson's Disease and Movement Disorders Clinic. She's a board certified geriatric and psychiatric pharmacist. She came to UM in February 2020 to lead the Skaggs School of Pharmacy. And previously, she served as a professor and chair of the Department of Pharmacy Practice at North Dakota State University in Fargo, North Dakota. Another win we gained over North Dakota. Sorry, Regent Nystuen, but we get Marquetta. So we're delighted that she was willing to step up as the Dean of the College of Health. So welcome, Marquetta. Dean Larry Hufford. Dean Hufford is now our new Dean of the College of Humanities and Sciences. And we're delighted that Dean Hufford would join us. He studied botany at Iowa State University and the University of California at Berkeley, where he earned his PhD. He was a longtime faculty member at Washington State University, where he held various academic leadership positions, including 7 years as director of the School of Biological Sciences, interim director of the School of the Environment, and interim dean of the College of Arts and Sciences. So we're delighted, likewise, Dean Hufford, that you joined us at UM. And that is Dean Hufford, and that concludes my introduction. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Provost Humphrey, and welcome to your new position as well. I think we have Chancellor, we do have Chancellor Weatherby on. If you have your introductions.
Yes. Am I unmuted? Yes, thank you. So good morning. I'm so pleased to introduce our interim provost and Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs, Dr. Jenny McNulty. We're so fortunate to have found such an experienced, student-centered person. She's actually clearly a people-centered person. She's just wonderful to work with. And she's also one of the hardest working people I've ever met. Most recently, Jenny was the interim dean of UM's largest college, the College of Humanities and Sciences. And she was associate dean for 10 years, and she is a professor of mathematics. So she came to us with this deep knowledge of Montana and of the Montana University system. And I just want to thank Jenny, welcome Jenny, and thank you for helping Montana Western to go through such a smooth transition at such a critical and often not very smooth time. Welcome, Jenny.
Thank you, Chancellor, and yeah, welcome, Jenny. We appreciate you making the switch and helping us out down there. If there's anyone else on that has introductions, I'm sorry that we got a little off schedule there, but if you have introductions for the other campuses that didn't get made here, let myself or Amy know, and we'll make those up later in the agenda. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. So at this point in time, we're going to take a quick break for lunch. We're going to start back up at 12:45. So we have a 45-minute lunch. And I just ask everyone to be on time. We do have a very, very busy afternoon schedule. So we'll see you at 12:45. Amy, is there anything else that folks need to know?
No, thank you, Chair Lozar. I'll go ahead and mute all the lines right now. I would encourage all campus Zoom rooms, to turn their videos off for the time being.
Perfect. Thank you, Amy. We'll see you at 12:45. Yeah. All right, we'll dive back in. Thank you, Regents, for joining the students. I think that was a really good discussion around communication and transparency. And thank you, Regent Sexton, too, for your willingness to work and listen to the student government leaders, and really like the idea of you sharing with us kind of what's top of mind as you guys have those meetings. So look forward to when you have the opportunity to provide some of those updates to your fellow members on the board. With that, want to turn it over to Chair Dombrowski. We will dive into the first, I guess not first, but we'll dive into the Budget Admin and Audit Committee agenda for the day. Chair Dombrowski, floor is yours.
She is muted. She just needs to unmute her line.
You're muted. There we go.
One more time.
Yeah, we'll get it down here. Thanks, Chair Lozar. Thanks for the opportunity to chair this budget committee, which really, I have to say before we start, it's always to be commended, but for someone like myself who is new to this budget chair role, I have absolutely appreciated his time and his focus, and he's quick to say that it's fairly rote and maybe even pedantic, the work that gets done, because it's scheduled and there's timelines, but it is exquisite work, and I would want the board to know that. Of course, you all do, but to acknowledge that really at this meeting today. So you have in front of you the audit committee agenda. And there are several staff items of consent there, as well as the emeriti faculty, the faculty requested items, and of course other R, S, and T. And so at this moment in time, if there are items on this consent agenda that of any of the regions would want to have pulled off of the consent agenda, I would just wait for that, your hand to be raised, or for you to move those forward or off. I'm not.
Yeah, Chair Dombrowski, I don't see any hands being raised.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, this is difficult. So if that's the case, then we can certainly move on from the consent to the action items. The action item A is the FY 2021 operating budget, and it would certainly be at this time that I would turn this conversation over to Deputy Commissioner Tyler Trevor, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Good afternoon. We have the MUS operating budget presentation for you here for FY21. It's a review, obviously, of our system-wide all funds operating budget with a final, hopefully, approval by the Board of Regents. And I'd just like to start talk a little bit globally about some of the larger aspects related to what we're asking from the regions here before we dig into some of the details. In the item itself, you'll notice we, in the first sentence, make it real clear that we're talking about an all funds budget. I'll talk a little bit more about that and show you what that looks like visually, and discuss the various components of the $1.5 billion that we're asking for approval for this budgeted year coming up. And that what else is key to this item is that this is required by law. This is in statute that the Regents must approve a comprehensive operating budget for the university system by October 1st each year, basically in order to spend the state appropriations that we receive from the legislature. So this is our fiduciary responsibility, your fiduciary responsibility. What is unique to this operating budget this year connects back to our discussion earlier about COVID-19 and this pandemic year that we're in. So we'll ask for spending authority for funds we received from the CARES Act. And we'll walk you through those various components. But I just wanted to make it clear, and I've told Shauna about 5 times, don't let me forget to stop on that spreadsheet at the end. Shauna Lyons, our MUS budget analyst, is here with us today. She is, it would be an understatement if I said she was a key component to this. She is the detail. So for every campus and at the system level, we have one link that goes to summary and one link that goes to detail. I'll be the person that talks about the link that goes to the summary. Shauna knows the detail. She knows it well. Great asset. So what we have on the screen right now is actually what we'll ask the regions to approve. If we did nothing else right now and there was a fire alarm and we needed to approve this right now, this is what we're asking you to approve. It's our all funds schedule. It's Schedule 1. It shows you the actual, I believe this is revenue in this frame here, and then our budgeted revenue for FY21. I'm not going to actually go through this sea of numbers here on the screen, and it's been one of the things I've tried to do with this presentation is get away from throwing up just a whole bunch of numbers onto a screen and then kind of leave it up to you to sift through. It's a little difficult because of Zoom here. I'm used to looking around the table at individuals' faces to just ensure that everyone is either following or maybe I've put folks to sleep. And I'm well aware of the fact that listening to people talk about data after lunch can be a cure for insomnia. So I'm trying to avoid that. Let's move on now to the presentation. And what I'll speak to is the MUS summary presentation. And it's kind of split into 2 halves. And before I might have said that when we get to the middle part of this, the center part will be like halftime. We're going to start, I'm going to take you through some of the trends that we've had in our budget, various comparisons across the nation, to where Montana sits and some key metrics. And I'll touch upon that, but I'm going to move a little faster in the first half here. So maybe we'll run the ball in the first half, keep the clock going a little bit quicker. And it's in the second half, we take the time and the clock slows down a little bit. You like that analogy, Brock? I don't know if my humor is going to translate on Zoom. Just know I'm trying. Okay, so I got like 4 screens I'm looking at here too. So and I do not do a very good job of looking at the camera. I was reminded again at lunch, so I'm going to try here for a little bit. We have at all times we're gonna focus on the system. I'm gonna focus on the system. Just know for every kind of angle we're looking at the system, we can look at an individual campus through that same lens, whether it be at the summary level or the detail level. And one more shout out here, we have all of the metrics for 10 years in Tableau. You can kind of go through and do your own queries. John Thunstrom, once again, is so key to this process. We've revamped our output through our data warehouse. It's starting to hit on all cylinders. I should say it is hitting on all cylinders. And we've got a great, the opportunities to utilize data and to communicate them better. I think that you're going to see in the future years that we continue to get better. I think maybe I promised last year you'll never see this presentation slide again. I just can't wean myself from it. It's how I see the operating budget. And so this is sort of the map of my brain. And so I guess while I'm just using this as the tool to communicate, but no, we've got a lot slicker and fancier output than this. So we'll move to the next slide. Okay, so the all funds budget, this is sort of what I promised, the picture of it. And I want to take a second here on this slide just to walk you through each one of these slices, telling you what they are. And before I do so, I know there's somebody out there right now saying, well, wait a minute, last year it said a total of 1.6 billion. And now you're down to 1.5 billion. What's going on? And so I just want to address that right out of the chute. For a long time now, we out of our office and the campuses have been striving to convert our approval of these operating budgets to focus on net revenue instead of gross. And so gross revenue contained waivers. And those waivers are important to track, no doubt about it. And that's why we had them in there to begin with. But now as we focus more on metrics, and if you used gross revenue, your metrics, to put it in layman's term, go haywire. You're measuring things that you don't realize are intending to measure. So this is getting down to a cleaner picture. And as a result of that, $64 million are not in here. And with some rounding, we get to 1.5. And I can show you how we actually got to 1.5 on the next slide. So I just wanted to say that, get it out of the way. Now, let's start on that big blue piece of pie, the 33%, kind of the bottom left-hand corner, the current unrestricted. I call this the linchpin of the budget right here. This is where our state appropriations and our tuition revenue is. This is what pays for the education and general operations of the Montana University system. So think faculty and staff to provide student academic and student support to deliver the high quality education that we have. This is where it happens. And I'm going to talk about this all fund budget here for 2 slides, but then moving forward, I'm basically just going to hang in this current unrestricted zone and focus primarily on that. That's not to say that in the detail, we don't have I'd almost call it a bizarre amount of information related to the rest of this budget. And naturally you would, it's $1.5 billion. So inside that blue pie right now, the agencies are in there as well. So the agencies receive state appropriations. They're program 10 of our budget. We have 5 agencies attached to our various campuses. And just know that's that piece of the pie. Then moving clockwise, we go to the current restricted. These are funds with specific purposes imposed by sources external to the Board of Regents and the legislature. Inside of this, think sponsored research, grants, financial aid, our Pell Grants reside here, gifts. Then moving around the clock, we go to the current designated. And here we have services and activities supported by fees, athletics, continuing ed, student government, etc. We also collect indirect cost recoveries and keep them here. Continuing to move on, you hit auxiliaries. And you have those essential on-campus self-supporting services like dorms, food service, bookstore, health service, followed by the next piece of pie is the plant fund. This is where we actually execute our capital projects, funds to build buildings. We also pay debt service out of this, as well as a portion of this is for restoration and restoring our campus, keeping our facilities up to snuff. And continuing on, we have the community colleges. And so this is their entire operating budgets that are inside of here. We also then have a small piece called loans and endowment. These are made up of institutional loans that we give out. It's a very small piece of what makes up the totality of student loans. And then we have endowments, which are campus-based endowments. A vast majority of our endowments, as we all know, are managed by our foundations and not included here. We have a little bit of tribal assistance in there. That's the appropriation that comes to us. We're a pass-through to the tribal colleges for non-beneficiary students. The state of Montana paying for non-native students, the state support portion to attend tribal colleges. And then we have OCHI in 2 chunks, and I'm going to talk about that on the next slide. So let's move to the next slide. Now we're still all funds, and I'm just showing you the difference between FY20 and FY21. We do this for revenue and we do it for expenditures. I find it easier to digest when I look at the revenue side of this. So that's what this slide is. And you'll see right out of the chute there that the revenue this year is projected. You say projected because we're projecting tuition revenue all the way along here. Not state appropriations, we know what that is, to be about $3 million less. And again, we're going to get into those details. And you can walk down the line here and any one of these line items kind of catches your attention on a large percent change or drop, we'd be happy to explain it. The plant fund is one of those. And I wanted to mention that because when we went from 1.6 million to 1.5 million, billion, a portion of that is related to a drop in the plant fund. And that's just the inflow and outflow of money out of the plant fund to support various capital projects. And then working our way down, we have OCHI General Fund. So OCHI General Fund is not just to support the function of the Office of the Commissioner of Higher Education. We have a general fund of probably about $4 million here for what you kind of know as the 25 state-supported positions in our operations. We also have student assistance, which is made up of about $10 million plus, and that includes WICHI WWAMI. It includes now the STEM scholarship. It includes Montana Access Scholarship. And so you see some increase there. Well, this is the second year of biennium. We're carrying some of those funds over. This wasn't a real increase in expenditures or appropriations necessarily. And the same goes for the remainder of that bigger chunk for OCHI, which is our benefits program. And you see the large dollar amount there. Also federal programs that we have in here. We have a fairly good sized portfolio of federal grants that have carryover from the first year to the second year. I'm going to talk about carryover a lot as we go on. So just kind of store that one away for a second. But anyway, and some of this has to do with spending authority associated with our benefits program. And that wraps out the total of the all funds budget. And you see it's slightly declining, but for a variety of reasons. The $18 million, 1% less. Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, I'll just take a breather and maybe a drink at this point in time and see if anyone has any questions.
Are there any questions, please?
Okay, Heather, let's move to the next slide. These are the ones I'm just gonna blaze through. You've all seen this before. I can't help but pointing out every time we get here, particularly when I'm sitting to the left of my boss, but that starting in about 2007, we have increased state appropriations in the Montana University system by about $100 million, not quite, but this has been driven, and if you go to the next slide, by just a series of tuition freezes. And now you see the same chart, but controlled for inflation. We have come a long way since 1992. Since the time when actually, if you went back to the previous chart in nominal dollars, we lost $7 million in appropriation between 1992 and let's say 2004. So this has been, I guess, the hallmark of the Montana University system and our relationship with the legislature. It is a true partnership. Right, okay, move to the next slide. You can cut it by state appropriations by FTE. You see still the same kind of effect. Back in 2011, I have a little note there. That was our kind of our high water mark for student FTE. I'll keep going there. And so now we have painted you a real quick picture about state appropriation and trends. And so I do the same with net tuition revenue. Our ability to slice and dice net tuition revenue doesn't have the longevity of what a state appropriations might have with our finance warehouse and kind of this change to net tuition compared to an analysis of gross tuition. But this gives you a 5-year picture of it. We're going to talk more about this, that we're projecting tuition revenue in the university system to be down by about 8% this year, down about 10% in resident and 8% overall in non-resident. That's the tail of the tape. It has definitely much more context to be put with it, and I intend to do so as we jump into the second half of this. So let's move on to the next slide. Now we combine the two, the state approps and the net tuition revenue, and you can visually paint the picture for yourself there. The high water mark, I guess, for the net tuition has been about 250. We're down to 228, and you can see we moved from in FY17 in state approps we had 192 million. We had the session of reductions and for FY18 and 19, and then the tuition freeze era again, or tuition freeze biennium coming back in 20 and 21, growing those state approps. So you're going to see this for this coming year that we're up 3% in state approps. It has one of the large contributing factors is the tuition freeze. Right to the next slide. So we look at current unrestricted dollars over time, and you get the trend there of, it puts in perspective the state approps maybe not quite fluctuating as much and growing a larger, definitely larger portion of tuition revenue since 1992. And so that has a pretty large effect on the state share. And you're going to hear me talk about percent state share. What percent of the current unrestricted is made up by state appropriations? Well, back in 1992, truly a different era, it was 76%. And now we're at about 45% budgeted for this year. That's it makes a great soundbite. Oh, we've moved from 76 to now only 45% of the operations. You have to take into consideration though too, our ability to garner non-resident tuition revenue through discounting has been integrated into our business model, and it's a key function of it. But nevertheless, this is a good measure to track, and we've been improving. The state has clearly been in partnership with us to improve that through tuition freezes over the last 10 years, and we're at 45%, the highest percent state share that we've seen in recent times. So let's go to the next slide. Just a comparison, where do we sit nationally? This is FY19 data. You can see visually we're 40th there. This is total educational revenue. It's another way of saying current unrestricted, but you're able to just say it across the entire nation. State approach plus tuition divided by the total number of student FTE. And then we have the same chart for state percent share. You see us at 45% there, FY19. Although we weren't 45%, it has the community colleges in this in the last slide. And there's always a reason why something is different. State higher education support per capita. You see, we're a little south of the national average. We're on the kind of tail end there, $235. And continue, Heather, I believe that might be it for the first half. Let's take a quick pause. I think most of us have been through this presentation before. For those that are new, I'm going to split the current unrestricted now out and focusing first on the summary level of the system office, really into 5 slides, and that's revenue, expenditures, staffing, waivers, and enrollment. And I've got a little pictograph here to tell you why I picked those ones, and so I'm gonna set that aside. Now let's go back one more before I get to this one, Heather. But first I want to talk about some of the major drivers and some of the major themes of this budget. So what are the takeaways? What's happening here? So the drivers, you heard me talk about the fact that this is the second year of a biennium. And so what does that mean for us? Well, one of the things it means is that campuses can carry funds over from the first year that if they garnered more tuition revenue, for instance, than they had anticipated, they can carry that over into the second year of the biennium and incorporate that into their budget. And so it'll change how we record things because we end up not recording that carryover as an expenditure. And in the first year, you record it as obviously an expenditure in the second year. But it changes our analysis. And I'll point out how that affects things as we go. But also key to this was the COVID problem happened in the first year and we recognized it. And campuses, you're going to see this when I get over to the major themes. Campuses recognize this and we're able to do some belt tightening and able to help themselves out for the second year. So what's the next point? Major driver, tuition freeze. Second year of resident student tuition freeze. We already discussed that. But the third bullet we have in hiring freeze. Sometime back in April, along with a variety of other strategies that we put in place to address this emergency, basically, is a hiring freeze. And that's going to contribute to what we spend this year. It also contributed to how expenses came in last year. Key move. Enrollment. And I say here in past tense, all of a sudden, enrollment challenges met. Well, that would be pretty definitive. We're meeting those enrollment trends and we continue to. And I want to really hit on the fact that while we have declining enrollments, and you're going to see those at our campuses, I would paint this, the level that we have, in very much a positive light. And then COVID-19, healthy MUS, we're connected back to our MUS strategic initiatives. This shapes a portion of our budget. Clearly, just the CARES Act funds alone, but also how we're operating. It is integral to how our budgets are set up. So macro themes, you're going to see a slight increase in state support. That has to do with the tuition freeze. It also has to do with annualization of a pay plan that we put in place last year. If you increase 2% in 1 year, well, that has to carry forward into the next year and you have to pay for it. And that's what we're doing. You're going to see tuition revenue is slightly down. You're going to see campuses using transfers to bolster their operating budgets to fill holes from reserves. You're also going to see campuses reducing to a degree expenditures and doing so starting before the end of last year, and enabling themselves to carry some of those funds over, but also reducing expenditures this year, if not just merely from the hiring freeze. So let's move on to the next slide. And this is why I kind of use this slide just to explain, well, why do I only use 5 slides? And you're thinking at this point in time, the hell you only use 5 slides. We've already gone through about 25. But if I had to do this just to save my life, I would use 5 slides. And these are the 5 slides I would use. I would start with, and I don't know if I'd start with enrollment, but enrollment. I'd measure enrollment. And why would we measure enrollment? Not to fascinate on the fact of what it is this fall, but to tie it to how it affects the budget. And how does it affect the budget? It drives tuition revenue. And then that tuition revenue combines with state support, making up the current unrestricted to serve students. So along the way, enrollment, if we started over again, we strategically use waivers to actually improve our tuition revenue in some cases, backfill for scholarships that aren't necessarily funded by other entities. And that again affects our tuition revenue. And then as our tuition revenue combines with state support, and where we find maybe there are some gaps or where we find opportunities to enhance our budget, we transfer funds in when we can. Typically in this case are from board designated reserves. And then the state support, as I mentioned, pays for faculty and staff. And that's the high quality education that we're able to deliver, which then keeps going on a cycle, produces enrollment, and so on and so forth. So in the name of keeping it simple, I'm going to quickly go over this slide. This slide is just to remind us of some of the bills we have to pay. This isn't a choice here. This is what's going to happen. When you institute a pay plan in the first year of the biennium, let's say a 2% increase, you're going to have to pay for it in the second year. That's going to cost you $6.2 million. You're going to have to pay it no matter what. We have faculty merit and market pay associated just merely by the fact that we have associate and full professors. That's the framework of higher education. That'll cost us about $1.2 million. And then we have higher education fixed costs. You want Banner? You want the database that runs on called Oracle? I wonder what the increase to Oracle is on an annual basis. I know some IT guys could tell us, and I'll bet you it's a lot higher than inflation. You got the journals in the library, the rent that you have, everything else, the contracts, that's 1.8 million. And then you have other costs related to personnel, such as increasing health insurance costs, leave payouts. People leave, you got to pay out all the vacation they had. Another 5 million. So there's $14.2 million of a natural increase. Doesn't have to be an increase, but you got to pay these things. So keep that in mind as you see, as we're looking at the overall picture, or if we looked at an individual campus, this to a degree is happening for everyone. So let's go to the next slide. All right, so now we're into those 5 slides that I promised. The revenue picture. This is worth just kind of going down the right-hand side of this and take a look at the 1-year and 5-year percent change. You look at state support base that we have there, and you see a 3% increase from FY20 to 21. That makes sense. That's the tuition freeze combined with the pay plan. Underneath that, you see state support. I have it labeled here as OTO. That is reallocated performance funding money. And I can tell you what that is. In FY20, that is the cost of 1-2 free right there. And then the other one, Shauna might correct me on that. This is where you're gonna help me out. The other one has to do with another system initiative called Project 10. Net tuition revenue. And this is where I mentioned before that we're projecting an 8% decline in net tuition revenue. I would say this, at one point I might have mentioned that this looked fairly conservative to me. It might be pretty accurate. I'd still say it's on the conservative side. And then transfers, you see this growth in transfers. And that's what I'd mentioned before, that it's the 2nd year of the biennium. We have some campuses bringing over unexpended money from the 1st year of the biennium. We have some campuses bringing in reserves. Certainly can detail that, or I should say, Shauna would help me detail that at the campus level. That's a joke, I know it as well. And so there you go. That's the revenue picture. And so now you have the first glimpse right underneath that of student FTE, because what's constant throughout these 5 slides is that we're always going to try to give you some key metrics, some kind of benchmark. So you don't just leave a slide going, well, are we doing good or bad? The overall FTE, you see, and this is measured as of Monday. And I'll talk about kind of the uniqueness of our 15th day and whatnot as we usually measure FTE. This time is a little bit different, but it's very recent. 8% down, then you see the difference between residents and non-residents. It kind of reflects where we were down. The tuition revenue, as I mentioned earlier. And then our key metrics. There's the state percent share. You see the 44.8%. And in at least the last 4 years prior to that, we will have exceeded those numbers. Again, I'm hoping that enrollment actually comes in a little higher in this. So you might see that's the next metric, any metric that has enrollment related to it, changing that a bit. I don't think that our state dollars per resident FTE will end up being this high, but they have increased with declining enrollment and increasing state support. That's what you're going to get. Now compare both of those metrics to the nation. I already did earlier. We're 29th we're 29th in the nation in terms of state percent share, and very difficult to compare just state support per resident student nationally, but we compare state support per all students nationally, and we come out 39th. Let's move to the next slide. So now we go to the expenditure side. And when we look at the expenditure side, we look at it by function. We call it by program. Intuitively, it seems like a better name would be function. We have instruction, academic support, student services, the dollars we spend in each one of these. You've probably seen charts before where we say what percent of the spending falls in each one of these categories. That's very much key to the metrics that we have. And now you see that for FY21, if you're really one of those numbers people, you're looking to see if the previous slide number is showing up again on this slide. It does right there in FY21 under the $458 million. Same exact number as the amount of revenue on the previous slide. But if you look at FY20 expenditures, you'll see that it is actually $8 million or $10 million lower. And one of the reasons there is that carryover that I talked about. The funds came in the first year, but they weren't expended in the first year. So we carried them over and we didn't record them as an expenditure. As a result, on this slide, it appears that we have a 2% increase in expenditures. That's budgeted. So we do our metrics. We use enrollment as well. But first we take a look at what percent of the spending occurs in instruction. And for a long time we've done this, and 50% has been our benchmark. It was our benchmark when it was gross, and it's our benchmark when it's net. That might have raised some people's eyebrows, but it's been a consistent benchmark nevertheless. And we've said 50% is the line. We're at 52. Then we combine key functions. So just, I believe, it's just that this metric has been around so long, you got to kind of interpret. So what was the meaning of it when somebody came up with it? Well, obviously you're taking instruction and you're combining it with academic and student support. So how much bang for the buck are we delivering to give students high quality education? And we've said that we have a benchmark that we wanted our operating budget that's over 70% of that would be in those three categories. And we consistently come in at 75%. Oh, one more. If you flip back one time there, Heather. We have one more metric there, and that's take all of the expenditures, divide it by the total amount of FTE, and look at it over time. We were in the $13,000 area, heading up to $14,000 per student. Again, you see the jump this year. That's the declining enrollment driving that, and we'll see where that ends up probably sometime next year when we're reevaluating our budget. Staffing, obviously key. 80% of our operating budget, no, 82% of our operating budget goes to fund personnel. And we have our 4 primary categories: contract faculty, contract administrators, professionals, and classified staff. You see that we are budgeting for a 2% decline in overall positions. You see a little bit of an increase in personal services. Again, just remind everybody that you have to reinstitute annualize the pay plan for this year. We measure student to faculty ratios as again, that dashboard. And again, you see a slight drop here. We compare our percent of our spending, and I'll mention just so people don't think that I'm spelling it incorrectly, that personal services is there. That's the state of Montana budgeting nomenclature. People like Shauna bring over from the legislative finance division. Higher ed people have trouble with that personal services, but yeah, that's the way it goes. We do have a pretty good national benchmark. It's called the Higher Education Cost Adjustment Factor. And it's like a CPI for higher education. And it tells us that on average campuses, maybe not on average, maybe as a goal campuses, healthy campuses that have adequate funds for operations and maintenance and all the other things outside of personnel would be somewhere closer to 75%. We're at 80. I'd argue one of our problems in this area is we have a lot of small campuses. And a lot of small campuses, I would argue, have a more difficult time reaching that benchmark. Let's move on to the next. Waivers. So we have and it's worth talking about here because I call them waivers. We'll probably call them waivers forever, but we should just call this institutional financial aid. This is the financial aid in the current unrestricted side That's it. It's born from the current unrestricted. And the first one there is the board designated waivers. And here we have the big ones would be the American Indian waiver, the MUS Honors Scholarship, veterans. Then we have resident discretionary waivers. So campuses at their discretion can waive for resident students, but there's also some certain categories that are undeniable for campuses, and those would have to do with athletics. So athletics for resident students would be in this side. Then we have non-resident discretionary. You see some very large numbers there, and that's what I was talking about on our business model about recruiting non-resident students. And it's worth just kind of throwing these basic numbers out there for everyone here and anyone who's listening. We charge about $26,000 at our flagship campuses to non-resident students. That's tuition and fees price. And very often you can discount that amount by anywhere between $1,000 to $8,000, and you're still going to charge students somewhere far above what it costs to educate a student in our system. And I'm going to talk about that metric here in a second. And then we have scholarships, and those scholarships are not waivers. Those scholarships are actually dollars that Regents have allowed campuses to put reserves into a scholarship account and bring those scholarships back into a future budget. And that's what you're seeing right there. We use our FTE to create another metric, waivers per student. You can look at the change over time. But the metric I would focus on here is the average net revenue per FTE. And over time, rather than boxing campuses, individual campuses into very rigid constraints related to non-resident waivers, because we know that that is a revenue generator if done correctly, and it's also a way of holding down the cost to our resident students, in other words, subsidizing the cost to resident students. And that's what this metric is. It says that the average cost per FTE, the average cost to educate a non-resident student, must come in higher than the average cost to educate a resident student. And so the cost to educate a non-resident student is borne by the tuition revenue that they bring in. So you divide that by the FTE. A resident student is the state appropriation plus the tuition revenue they pay divided by the FTE. And then you just simply ensure that the top number is larger than the bottom number, and then track it. And I think the longitudinal part of this is extremely important. And this is what allows us to kind of keep a measure on where we're at. And as you've seen, we've come down a bit. It has to do, and then definitely I could say this in the budgets, is that I don't hang my hat on waiver budgets. Waiver budgets are maybe a little bit more flexible throughout the year. Campuses would budget an amount with a hope of giving out those waivers, just like scholarships, and maybe they don't all get put out there. So it's really the tail of the tape at the end of the year that I would focus on. But it's a good thing to keep our eye on. All right, I think we got one more. Enrollment, the mighty enrollment. Everybody wants to know about enrollment. Well,
Can we go back?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Chair Dombrowski, I just had a quick question. I think this is a question I probably asked in the past, but looking at the waivers, non-resident discretionary being kind of the big bucket here that we're talking about, 63% increase over the last 5 years. I totally understand that's a strategy that I think we're leveraging well within the university system. I'm just curious, when you look at our peer institutions outside of the system, sort of where are we at in comparison to that growth in non-resident discretionary waivers?
Madam Chair, Regent Lozart, now in comparison to the growth or in comparison to the amount that we waive, I think it's two different questions. The growth in our system is likely to be larger than the growth, at least the immediate growth, than it would be in necessarily other systems. One of the reasons is we had some events that happened. And in 2015, we had a longstanding statute that stated, and we were audited against it, that we could waive no more than, for no more than 2% of our total enrollment that non-residents could not represent more than non-resident waivers could not represent more than 2% of our total enrollment. Very constrained. I believe that statute was established in 1970. And we were having a heck of a time conforming to it, and basically got the statute changed. And that's not the driving factor of why we were doing it. This was a business model that was like that was pushed upon us. And it's something that is happening and occurring throughout the nation. The competition for non-resident students is greater than ever. And the emphasis that campuses have to place on recruitment now for students, a shrinking pool of students across the nation, is greater than ever. So we got in the game. So I think maybe we were late to the game. Is the answer to that? And it varies by campus, but we're catching up. We're playing catch up right now. I could measure, but I don't have on the waiver side of it, where we look in comparison to some peer institutions. And I'd really want to stick with peers because of the diversity of campus sizes that we have. And when you look at our waivers for non-resident students, I mean, in all honesty, it's the flagships that are in this game.
Flagships, I've often referred to it, Chair Lozar, as discounting, but it absolutely is the model. And in fact, there's industry that has sprung up around it that run regression models and help. This isn't arbitrary. Those discounting and pricing models are created through a number of different calculations, and there's companies that help the two flagships maximize that. So the highest yield return for the discounts offered. And so it's much more calculated and formulaic than it is just arbitrary. Some people get it, some people don't. It really is what has become a higher ed pricing strategy. And the flagships are using those national vendors to help achieve the most optimal pricing strategy that we can have, maximizing revenue while maximizing overall enrollment at the same time.
No, that's helpful. That makes a lot of sense.
Okay, Heather, final slide. Enrollment. Campus enrollments in detail are coming out right now. We've seen some articles in the newspaper. I just want to make it clear that the enrollment, as it relates to this presentation and the approval of the operating budget, is the effect that it has on the budget. And that's where I want to keep it, is that this is an annual FTE number that campuses project. So it's taken into consideration this summer that just occurred, plus the fall, plus the spring, as an average there. And it's with our five big categories are resident undergraduates, and you can see that we're projecting or budgeting for that category to be down 9.6. I then take a look at fall 19 as the first indicator as to whether or not that was a good budget projection. And so as a system, we're at 11%. So yeah, there's a lot that could affect that summer and spring, obviously, but we're definitely in the ballpark there. And then so we got resident graduates, we're projecting 3.5 down. We're up 2.2. Great. Non-resident undergraduates, there's the conservative side of this, projecting down 11, down 5%. And then WUI, very controlled. It's right where we thought it would be. And non-resident graduates, strong, coming in a little stronger than we budgeted. So all in all, I think if out of all of the budget presentations that I've given, I think there must be 5 or 6 of them. That's probably the closest relationship right there between the budgeted enrollment and the actual fall 19 right now, or fall 20. Is campuses are really focused on the problem at hand and tackling any of the issues that they have. And just before we leave enrollment, it might be helpful if I just kind of painted a quick picture for you of how enrollment is shaping up across the system, because I know that's of a lot of interest. And I would say this is a strange semester for us because we started early. So 15th day is kind of like all over the map in the system right now. Dual enrollment in a lot of campuses is not even counted. So it's tough. Granted, dual enrollment doesn't produce a lot of FTE, but it's still, it can skew an FTE at a smaller campus. So in general, we're looking at campuses are ranging from as low as 3% down, to 5 to 8% down at our larger campuses. The kind of the smaller four-year campuses are sort of in the 8 to 10% range. 9% would probably be the average. And then the smaller campuses right now, in which I put a kind of that footnote on about dual enrollment, are venturing past the 10% down. But again, for a college like Great Falls College, that could be 80 to 90 students. And so those percents obviously grow and move quite quick at the smaller campuses.
Madam Chair, just a couple of things you mentioned quickly, but dual enrollment, in many cases, our campuses started early and high schools have started late. So we really do have sort of a mix match there in terms of how we'll account for them. As this semester settles out, I think that number may close a little bit. We'll see. And then I think the other thing worth mentioning is, overall, the silver lining is we were talking to you in July about numbers twice this size. And that was sort of the national projections. Fortunately, that hasn't come true here, and it hasn't come true a lot across the country. One of the sort of interesting things, and this is, we're hearing from my colleagues across the country, is two-year education is struggling a little bit, even nationally, which is sort of odd given talks or concerns of recessionary pressures in the economy. Usually two-year education is counter-cyclical to recessionary pressures, and when the economy's down, you would see that go up. I think personally, it may be too early. I'm not sure people fully appreciate what the impact of COVID will be on the economy. And I also think, honestly, that unemployment benefits and some of the other things that are out there different in this time than others, previous recessions, considerably different with the additional supplements and that are maybe leading people to ride this out a little bit and see if the original jobs came back or not. So I do think that those 2 years will rebound, but they're actually counter to what we might normally think we would see are down, and that's consistent with institutions across the country. So we'll see where that goes. I think it'll be interesting as these numbers sort out, and then some of that may start to bounce back a little bit as we move into the spring semester or next fall.
So, Madam Chair, just a follow-up question, and you may have answered it already. I was going to pose the question. I think we were anticipating maybe a little bit higher enrollment declines earlier in the summer. It's fantastic that we're seeing those numbers drop. As relates to other systems around the country, does that put us in a place where we're tracking better than other systems? Are we on par with other systems? What perspective might you have from your peers across the country?
Madam Chair, Regent Lozar, I believe that it's putting us in a better situation than other systems by quite a long shot. I know Brock has maybe a better finger on the pulse from other states and other campuses, but we get daily sent to us updates from various national organizations of campuses, really struggling. And I think it's a testament to our early start on getting a jump on COVID, the mitigation factors we put in place. Montana itself, I think is a great factor there. So I don't know. I look at these negative numbers with a whole bunch of optimism.
Madam Chair, Regent Lozar, I might add too, I do think, and it's worth noting because the campuses have worked incredibly hard over the summer, but you see many of our institutions with improved retention numbers. And, you know, fortuitous because that's something this board has been talking about for a long time, but I think they worked hard to get those students back. The incoming class, resident, non-resident, we see a bit of a drop there, and I think that's consistent across the country as well from what I've seen. I would say that some institutions, some systems have been hit very hard. Others have experienced similar where it maybe wasn't quite as bad as they were bracing for, but I think it's those that worked really hard to get students into the pipeline and lots of communication. I think the efforts that the campuses undertook to get back to face-to-face have had an impact on it. There was sort of last minute in higher ed vernacular melt as students sort of were debating whether they were coming back or not based on face-to-face or not. And so I think the campuses worked really hard to make this class as strong a class as they could. I saw an article the other day, even slightly down, it feels like an incredible win. And I know that you had recruiting and retention offices all across the system that worked incredibly hard to see that happen.
Sure. That's my last slide, and I've already got a note from Shauna to remind me about the CARES Act dollars, which was very timely. So if, before we take any other questions, it would be probably smart to jump out of this presentation, go back one, and then there's a CARES Act link. Just down just a little bit, Heather. There you go. Yep. If you could zoom in a little bit on that for us. I turn this over to Shauna.
Just because you reminded him, or?
That's exactly why. Madam Chair, member of the committee, thanks for giving us the opportunity to talk about CARES Act. So the chart that is pulled up right now is going to be an overview of the funding that's been received through the CARES Act to the institutions. The first page of it will be FY20 amounts that have already come in. You'll see the majority of those dollars are from the Higher Education Emergency Relief, or HERF. Will you hear us say that? As a reminder, with those funds, 50% of those dollars were required to go to the students. And those are the actual amounts that were drawn down by our campuses. And then in the first part, or the last part of FY20, we also received a small amount of Coronavirus Relief Fund from the governor's office. These were funds to reimburse for expenditures related to COVID-19 mitigation. Heather, if you'll scroll down for me, please. So this will give you a little bit bigger of a picture of where we sit with our CARES Act funding. This is our FY21. So for the higher education relief funds, we anticipate that the campuses will draw down the remainder of those funds that are available to them. Again, the 50% to the students and then 50% to the institution. They also receive some of the minority serving institution funds through the HERF and CARES Act process as well. And then in 21, we also received some funding through the Governor's Emergency Education Relief Fund, or GEAR. So with the GEAR funds, those have been split out by the campuses for a multitude of projects between 1-2-free, some remote online technologies, and some other projects throughout the system to help move along some aspects that are happening with COVID-19 and implications to our campuses. And then the big pot for us right now is the CRF funds, again, the COVID relief funds from the governor's office. And you'll see that in FY21, we received $20 million. These funds are to go to the campuses to help with mitigation efforts between testing, logistics, staffing, and just trying to maintain that MUS healthy campus, as Brock's been working on with his team as well. You'll see that our FEMA public assistance column is blank at this time. We are still kind of waiting to sort out a few things with initial submissions of our CRF funds to see if FEMA will pick up any of the expenses that we incurred last spring. And so we're still kind of waiting on that little piece. The last page of this sheet will give you just a totality of where we ended up with our overall CARES Act funding at this point. So the 27 million in higher education relief, a little bit, 1.2 for strengthening institutions and our minority serving institutions. We received $6.5 million from the governor's emergency education, and then just over $20 million for coronavirus relief funds for mitigation. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Are there any questions from members of the board?
Regent Nystuen has a question.
Regent Nystuen has a question, Chair Dombrowski.
Thank you. Regent Nystuen, please.
And maybe actually, before I jump in, I think we can all see each other on the screen. Is that right?
You should be able to all see each other.
So maybe it might be the easiest way, if you do have a question, that you can just raise your hand and the chairs of the committees can respond directly to you.
Okay, for some reason, my ability to raise hand from the screen here didn't work. So thank you, Amy, for that. So, you know, one of the things we didn't do today for lack of time is kind of drill down into the various campus budgets. I spent a little time yesterday continuing to look at the various campus budgets, which again, Tyler and Sean, a great job in pulling it together. This is fabulous information, but it's probably really a question for President Cruzado. As I look at, I continue to be concerned every year when we're asked to approve these budgets as a whole, that Montana State University in Bozeman has a peer average of getting 57% for state share, but they're only projected at 33. Now, I know that's up just a little bit from the prior year, but I'm worried about the impact it ultimately has on students and the campus as a whole when there's such a disparity between the state share in Bozeman versus all the other campuses across the state. And I don't know if that's something that is part of a deeper conversation, President Cruzado, but what I worry about is that we're shortchanging, we're diminishing opportunities, we're potentially putting at risk the quality at Montana State because the funding is not even close to the peer averages, in my estimation. Thank you.
Chair Dombrowski, we've got Tyler raising his hand.
Yep.
Yes, Deputy Commissioner Tyler, and then I see President Cruzado is available.
Madam Chair, thank you. And Regent Nystuen, thank you for bringing up that topic, because that is a topic we are ultra aware of. And we were ultra aware of it when we allocated the state dollars. In fact, we have a resident student per resident student dollar metric that we use in the allocation process. And we addressed campuses that were below the average. 3 campuses came in below the average. And those campuses were MSU, MSUB, and the University of Montana Western. And in fact, we ended up allocating $6 million per year in addition to the tuition freeze dollars to MSU to offset that resident funding per student and ultimately help move the dial on the state percent share. So we're very aware of that. I think though, you have to also look at the total budget when you look at that and take a look at total expenditures per student and compare those across our campuses. And you'll note between the very, very close grouping that we are getting between our campuses, between the $14,000 and $16,000 per student range, with MSU actually budgeting at a higher level than the University of Montana in this given year. And so, yeah, when we compare to those peer states, I'd also like to point out that the state support per student in those peer campuses at times can be quite high. The dollars per student can come in definitely north of $10,000 per student, whereas in our state we are have traditionally been into the about $7,500 per student range. So a lot of different angles of looking at this, but Regent Nystuen, you're correct. That is a key indicator for us, and we have our eye on it, and I think it was definitely reflected in the state allocation process.
growth in there, but it's pretty much. Could I maybe follow up with President Cruzado? And I queued this up as a kind of a discussion item because again, I appreciate the extra color on that, Tyler. But again, I ultimately worry about quality and what's at stake, what's at risk for such a disparity.
Madam Chair, Regent Nystuen, thank you so much for your question. And you're right. This is a difficult, intractable problem that it's not fair to anybody. As I have expressed before, and sometimes to the regents directly, my biggest concern is that this discrepancy in state allocation throws Montana State University into an endless pursuit for out-of-state students in order to subsidize our resident students and in order to backfill the loss of state funding. The concern that I have with that, and as you heard before, those out-of-state students are harder and harder to come by. And there is not a good scenario. If one good year we fail in our pursuit to attract more out-of-state students, the results can be catastrophic for a budget that is highly dependent on that type of student. But more importantly, my biggest concern as a land-grant university is that we are going to open our eyes one day and we're going to find that a great percentage of our students at Montana State University are by necessity out-of-state students. And that places us in a difficult situation with our legislators, with the communities that we serve as a land-grant university. I realize that there are no sudden, easy solutions. This is a fixed pie, and the dollars that don't go to one institution will go to another institution. And I also appreciate, and in my conversations, I have understood that the regions feel very strongly, and I feel as well. We want every campus to succeed. Where we have found ourselves, though, it's a little bit of a dilemma because no matter how successful the institution is, the dollars from the state are not there. We just need to continue to depend on the whims of students from other states, and that it's always a very uncertain landscape, and we're moving into a more uncertain future. We were moving in that direction before COVID. After COVID, it's even more pronounced. One more thing, if I can add, my biggest concern as well is why is it that all the campuses of the Montana University system continue to lose in-state students? Resident students continue to diminish at an alarming rate in all of our campuses. And we were talking before about a consolidated application, a unified portal. I hope the answer lies in there. And particularly now, when we were already confronting some big questions on the parts of family about the value of higher education. And now with COVID, those questions have only been underlined and are in all caps and it's just an important question for all of us. So thank you so much, Regent Nystuen. The last thing I will say, I have been working very closely with the commissioner and again, as Tyler mentioned, the $6 million that were allocated last year, that was a much needed relief, and I am very appreciative of that support. Thank you.
Thank you, President Cruzado. Chair Dabrowski, maybe one more comment or observation?
Certainly, Regent Nystuen.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You know, as I take a look at you know, how we've got campuses that are outliers with regards to their peers and their Board of Regents targets that we put in place, would it be incumbent upon the OCHI and the Regents to start looking at how do we bring a little more balance to these targets and these peer rankings to start showing signs of improvement, to getting closer within reason, even if it means having to adjust peer averages or targets and some things like that. You know, I think what ultimately could help would be obviously an increase in enrollment, retention. I think there needs to be a full court press, double down, everything you can. You've got these students on campuses right now. What are we doing to make sure that we're not seeing leakage out the back door because students are not finding their way to see through this semester and then returning again? And I would even submit to you, is there an opportunity for recapture for you campus leaders to look back and say, who was here that for some reason didn't come back, and drill down as to why not, and see if there's some enticement, some incentives, some support to get them to come back to campus to ultimately improve this enrollment situation that President Cruzado and Deputy Commissioner Trevor have talked about here. Along those same lines, I take a look at the student faculty ratios. And again, I know with enrollments down that becomes a little more exacerbated, but I'm also suggesting that we take a look at the programs and degrees that are outmoded, that COVID has given us a reason to go in from the private sector and many other places to really look at what are we delivering? How are we delivering it? And is it really germane to what people ultimately want, what the end consumer wants? I think that there's an opportunity for us to accelerate our work to really hone in on what our students are ultimately wanting now and into the future. COVID, I think, is a good reason to make those changes. So I guess I'm challenging the campuses and OCHI, including myself, that we start looking at these targets a little more closely, these peer averages, and structure more towards a balance. Even if it's a 10% improvement or a 15% improvement, that's better than just looking at the numbers and say, well, they changed. I think it's incumbent upon us as a governing board to really embrace these budget numbers and look for ways to show signs of improvement and funding allocations as we go forward. I think it's clearly something that the legislature and the million people in the state of Montana would encourage us to do. That's my viewpoint. So I'll turn it back to you, Chair Dombrowski.
Thank you, Chair Nystuen. Are there other comments? Chair Lozar.
This is a completely different question for you, Shauna. You know, based on just the presentation you just did on the CARES Act funding, so it's my understanding that the CARES Act funding needs to be, or at least a portion of the CARES Act funding needs to be spent by, at this point in time, based on the CARES Act itself, spent by December 31st. Is that for each one of these columns that you have in the presentation? Do we have any sense that there will be ability to spend these funds after December 31st? Is there any buzz on the street that might shift or change?
Madam Chair, Regent Lozar, thank you for that question. The coronavirus relief funds, those are to be expended by the 30th of December this year. However, yesterday there was some discussion at a legislative hearing that there might be a little bit of sway room with that. I have not heard officially, but hoping with that we will. For the Governor's Emergency Education Relief Fund, we do have until June 30th for those funds to be expended. And then for the higher education emergency, those are the portions for the students in the institution. We have a little bit more time with those, and that deadline kind of seems to be moving fluidly. We keep getting updates from the Department of Education, but we do have just over a year on those ones to finalize that column.
Yeah, that's right. We had 18 months, right?
Thank you. That's helpful.
Are there other questions, please? Thanks, Bertha, for shaking your head. So I don't miss anyone's hands. Okay. Tyler, I think I'll turn it back to you to move to item B. Is that correct?
I'm trying to get in.
He's moving.
I don't know if you can hear me, but I can't get my video going.
We can hear you, yes.
Okay, I think I'm up again. Okay, item B. This is an item requesting the Board of Regents to adopt a resolution to issue revenue bonds to allow MSU to issue revenue bonds not to exceed $22 million in proceeds for the new MSU Wellness Center. In May, you'll recall that the board approved MSU to spend up to $60 million to design and construct a comprehensive student wellness center. This item, this request today is the last piece of the puzzle in the financing plan for that item. If we rewound even further to 2019 in March, this all started with the collapse of the gyms. And so part of the financing plan is the insurance payout of $36 million. And in May, the Regents approved and authorized MSU to institute a new student building fee, of course, with the approval of the students, to support the bond payments. So this leaves us with this final step for MSU to go ahead and pursue the issuing of the bonds. I know that Vice President for Administration and Finance, Terry Least, is on the line to help with the details and answer any questions, Madam Chair. But in the essence of time, I would move it along. Thank you.
Thank you for that explanation. Are there any questions?
Yes, Regent Rogers has her hand raised.
Thank you. Regent Rogers.
Thank you so much, Chair Dombrowski. I am very much in support of this proposal. Just an item of curiosity on the first attachment. We're talking in all the other documents about principal amount not to exceed 22 million, but in the attachment 1, it's saying not to exceed 24 million. I'm just wondering if that's a typo or something I'm missing.
Madam Chair, Regent Rogers, that is not a typo. Terry has explained this to me a couple of times, is that the proceeds will not exceed $22 million, but they may have to issue up to $24 million. And I see now that Vice President Least is online and in the camera, so we might as well let him complete that sentence.
Please.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me?
Yep.
Great. Yeah. Good afternoon, and yeah, Madam Chair and Regent Dombrowski, or Regent Rogers. Yes, the answer is that bonds can either be issued at par or at a premium or at a discount. And so while we believe that we'll go out at a premium, in which case we would actually be less than the 22 million in par value, it could be a situation where if we offer them at a discount, it would need to be more than that. So that's the reason for that. But we fully anticipate, regardless, that we will issue the bonds in a way that will result in the lowest possible cost for our students over the long run. So that's the reason. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there other questions from Regents, please? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands raised. Thank you very much. Tyler, I think we can go on to C.
Okay, great. Madam Chair and Heather, can you pull that item up. I believe we have Chancellor Kegel on the line. Hoping we have Chancellor Kegel on the line.
We will momentarily.
While we're waiting for Chancellor Kegel on the line, I'll just kind of push this one along. Is that this is a request to authorize to adopt the Tillman Field as a formal name for the new football field at the Montana State Northern. And Chancellor Kegel, I know is
Oh, he's switching out with Paul.
I'm interested in Regent Tuss's seat. Yes.
Go ahead, take it away, Chancellor Kegel. Can't hear you.
Chancellor Kegel, please feel free to go ahead.
They may be having a slight technical issue. It looks like they're working on sound now.
Madam Chair, so I guess while we wait, I can take us through what everybody can read there on the screen. That this is a naming item. This is, I know, a very big and important deal for Montana State Northern. Chancellor Kegel personally. This is in September 2019, the Tillman family, the owners of the Tillman Motor Company and GMC dealership in Havre, made the lead gift to kick off the development of this new field. I don't really want to steal Chancellor Kegel's thunder, but I'm not positive we're going to get the technical portion figured out.
Chair Lozar, am I on now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Please.
Great. Can you hear me? Okay,
Yeah,
thank you. Sorry for the technical difficulties there, you guys. Our request is the authorization to adopt Tillman Field as the formal name of the new football field. It's the stadium that we've just completed. It was a one-year project that we're very proud to have on our campus now. As far as the naming of this field, just a few things on the Tillman family and especially Mike Tillman. Been in the community for forever. Mike Tillman was actually raised in Chinook, and all of his family went up through the school system here. Big business dealerships and you know, everybody in North Central Montana knows of Big Mike Tillman, but especially for MSU Northern, the involvement that they've had with this school through the years, the fact that they've sat on numerous advisory boards, they've helped behind the scenes with many other things, and especially with football. 20 years ago when football was brought back, re-resurrected on the campus, Mike himself was a huge push with that. He started a number of incentives to get football back, as well as starting the Northern Lights Athletic Scholarship Foundation, which has contributed literally millions of dollars to student athlete scholarships. And then, as Tyler was just saying, step forward with the lead gift on this project. And I can pretty much say that without Mike Tillman and his family's involvement, we wouldn't be sitting where we are today with this brand new stadium. So I think it's very appropriate. I think it's an opportunity for us to thank Mike and his family. And so I'm honored to be able to ask for this request.
Thank you, Chancellor. Are there questions? Right, thank you very much, and thank you for coming to speak about it. Appreciate that.
Yep.
Okay, I believe we can move on to the information items.
Madam Chair, I'm going to move quickly here through this first one. This is our work plan for this upcoming year for the Budget Admin and Audit Committee. This is something that we consciously did this year and to draw connections with the MUS strategic initiatives, but also to detail what events you can expect to kind of come in front of the board and at what meetings those might fall at. If the work plan, I'll just quickly summarize here. We focus the first area on budget stabilization. This relates directly back to the strategic initiative of the healthy MUS, the COVID mitigation, the close look at campus budgets, the focus on enrollment, the understanding of how campuses are able to fulfill their needs and continue to operate in this environment. We also make a mention of the continued eye that we have on deferred maintenance, the new process for state allocation and working our way through that in this upcoming legislative session. Area 2, well, this makes it real clear that we are cognizant of the role that the Budget Committee plays in the strategic initiatives, and that we are willing participants to establish and measure goals at any point along the way. And then really what I see is a big half, after Christmas is legislative tracking, the monitoring of all the bills that come through and pertain to the university system, particularly those that have large budgetary impacts like present law adjustment, the pay plan, long-range building projects, new legislation that we might need to understand how it impacts the MUS. As always, as well as look to this committee to provide guidance and advocacy on communication strategies. And then finally, which will kind of all come down the pipe to the May meeting, which is the 2023 biennial revenue, the upcoming picture that we kick off with the allocation of state appropriations, the setting of tuition and fees, the budget model that we'll use that incorporates things like state percent share, dollars per resident students, and how that interacts with a performance funding model. That kind of rounds out the primary areas that we'll focus on. The calendar, you can see on the back page, looks a lot skimpier than maybe what I just explained, but all of that at the May meeting is what we work toward. Of course, after this operating budget meeting. November, we'll take a look at the executive budget if we can. In March, we take new requests for mandatory fees. And then in May, you can see the litany of things that need to be done there. Madam Chair, that wraps up the overview of the work plan.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner Trevor. I would say that the Budget Committee thoroughly reviews this work plan. Are there any questions or additions? Okay, seeing no hands raised one way or the other, would you like to move on to information item B?
Madam Chair, that'd be great. In fact, I'm going to hand the ball off to Helen Thigpen here, our Chief Legal Counsel, to talk about this item and the next one.
Thank you.
Hey, Heather, can you pull up the attachment for that one, attachment 1? So thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. For the record, I'm Helen Thigpen, Legal Counsel for the university system. I'll be pretty quick here. I think this is a pretty straightforward item for your consideration today. This is an informational item that is a proposed revision to the board's residency policy. This is the policy that, as you know, outlines how a person can qualify for residency and in-state tuition rates in the university system. Normally, the policy requires a 12-month residency period in the state, plus established legal ties such as a driver's license, vehicle registration, voter registration, and so forth. However, the policy does outline some exceptions that allows individuals to qualify for what we refer to as in-state status without meeting the normal residency requirements. And those are really just policy decisions that the board has made over the years. Those exceptions begin in the policy under subsection I, beginning on page 4. Heather's got it pulled up here for you so you can see what we are proposing today. Currently, active duty service members in Montana, their spouses and dependents can receive in-state tuition under this residency exception. That's number 1 there, or 1A, excuse me. And there are some cases, however, where a service member may be transferred by the military to another base out of state, but the member already enrolled, or more likely the member's spouse or dependent child already enrolled before the service member was transferred out of state. So this change would allow these individuals to continue to receive in-state status if and when that occurs. In my time here over the last couple of years, this question has come up, and other states have certainly adopted a similar policy. We think it's another step the board could take towards supporting service members who want to continue their educations in Montana, and it's a fairly straightforward change. We don't anticipate this impacting a significant number of students, but it's certainly something that has come up, like I said, occasionally over the last couple of years. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Helen. Are there any questions or comments from the board? All right, seeing none, would you like to move to information on C?
Sure. Again, Madam Chair, members of the board, Helen Thigpen for the record. This informational item is being requested to revise. These guys are laughing at me and I'm trying to ignore them, but difficult. I'm harkening back to my legislative days where we said that all the time. Shauna feels my pain here. So anyway, I apologize. Again, this is an informational item being requested, so you'll have another opportunity to consider it at your next meeting. This policy that we're hoping that the board will revise has not been revised since 2004, and it is in need of some updating and revision. So the appeal policy is a procedural policy. It outlines the process by which students, faculty and staff can exercise their legal rights within the university system. As public institutions, it goes without saying that we have certain obligations to ensure fair and impartial processes for our constituencies, and the appeal policy is really one way we do this, by providing an opportunity for individuals to have a different decision maker or body review a decision or particular outcome. So to that end, while the appeal policy is very important in terms of due process and for all sorts of other reasons, the revisions being proposed today are minor and are intended really just to add some clarification and updating to the policy. So Heather has this pulled up. It looks like it's more significant than it actually is, because really we did some formatting changes and some rearranging, but it's not as bad as it may seem. There are really 4 primary clarifications that are being proposed. The first revision would clarify that appeals can be made directly from an affiliate campus to the commissioner. Currently under the policy, appeals go from the affiliate campuses to the main campuses before coming to the commissioner and then to the board. So we're recommending that the board modify the policy to really ensure that it applies consistently across the MUS to the entire community. Second, the revisions would clarify that a final campus decision may be issued by either a campus CEO, so the president or chancellor, or their designee. So as the campuses and institutions have grown over the years, there are many instances where it probably makes sense for a CEO to delegate that final decision-making authority on a particular matter to another individual, or perhaps even a campus committee. The third change would clarify that the board's standard of review for assessing the commissioner's decision is the same as the commissioner's standard. And this is generally known as the arbitrary and capricious standard. It's a high level of review. It's very deferential to the previous decision maker. And it is the standard that the board has traditionally applied when it has assessed commissioner's decisions. But the changes, as Tyler likes to say, would make that crystal clear. That's and then finally, the proposed revisions would add some clarity around whether the board can hear an appeal on the written record and arguments without holding a full or partial hearing. And again, that's not a big change in our mind, but it's just something that we feel like would go a long way to add some clarification to the appeals policy. So Madam Chair, I'll stand for any questions from the board if there are any.
Thank you, Helen. Are there any questions? Regent Sheehy, please.
Helen, thank you for doing this work. It occurred to me, we've talked a couple of times about this policy. It has occurred to me that some of the board members may have revisions or questions about this. We do have a couple of appeals up, and it always reminds me of what we don't know about this policy. There's some unique things that occur in our appeals process. We have this come before us one more time. Our revisions, can we still make revisions?
Yes, Madam Chair, Regent Sheehy, you certainly could. We can make some revisions and have the board look at it again in November.
Okay, and that's the process we're under right now, right? We're gonna look at this in November?
Right, correct. So it wouldn't apply to the decisions that you're considering today, but like I said, there's really nothing hugely substantive in there that I think would impact anything, so.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Regent Sheehy. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, I would say thank you. And back to you, Chair Lozar. That is the end of the Budget Committee report.
Thank you, Chair Dombrowski. And thanks again for agreeing to chair the Budget Admin and Audit Committee. You did a wonderful job. We're going to take a 9-minute break. It's 2:26 right now. Let's be back at 2:35. And we'll come back to initiate the Academic Research and Student Affairs Committee. See you at 2:35. start the ARSA committee. Chair Rogers, the floor is yours. Hopefully I know we can't see you, but we could hear you clearly all day. So hopefully this works out. Chair Rogers.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Chair Lozar. And greetings to everyone from windy and rainy Cold Bay, Alaska. I so regret that I'm unable to join you from Montana State University today. But as it turns out, there are unavoidable challenges with travel during a pandemic, even in a town of only 40 people. So I wanted to take a moment to thank the OCHI team for all the accommodations they've made for me to join from a location with limited internet access, and all of their hard work along with the campuses to bring us a spirit of collegiality across the state of Montana as we all gather remotely. Thank you all. I would also like to take a moment to thank Regent Sheehy for her long and impactful chairmanship of the ARSA committee. Her leadership has brought this committee through numerous substantial updates to policy and processes, including increasing the ability of the board to weigh in earlier in the academic review process, thereby providing campuses meaningful input before they've spent years developing their proposals. Thank you so much, Regent Sheehy, for your leadership and your dedication to building leaders on this board. Thank you. And I will note that I think that I have pretty good visuals on everyone, and I also can see the hand raising mechanism as well. So don't hesitate to contact me in either of those ways, and Amy will help me out if I can't see anybody. So we'll just go ahead and get started with our action agenda items. First up is our request to plan proposals. We have 12. Based on feedback from the Regents during our July retreat, seeking more time for substantive discussion as a full board on information items, we spent a lot of time on these items and had robust and positive discussion on each of these RTPs during our committee meeting on September 2nd. And we're bringing these items forward for the full board's consideration and approval today. Some of the themes that we discussed for each of these proposed programs during our committee meeting were the alignment with the MUS strategic plans, the campus mission and campus's academic priorities, the demonstrated evidence of student demand, employer demand, and societal need, the avoidance of unnecessary duplication and encouragement of collaboration, the projected benefits to the state considered in conjunction with any projected costs associated with the proposal, and finally, we considered if the presenting institution has the capacity to deliver the proposed program to an acceptable degree of quality given their existing and projected resources. I'm pleased to share that we had an encouraging review of all the proposals we'll see again here today. Before we start with our first presentation, Deputy Commissioner Tessman, is there anything you'd like to add?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, no, I think you nailed it spot on. And I'm really glad that we have the opportunity to address these 12 requests to plan. And I think if I remember correctly, we have the provosts or the chief academic officers serving as the primary presenters with others on hand to answer questions if need be.
Wonderful, thank you so much. So let's go ahead and get started. First, we have 3 proposals from Montana State University, and I believe our presenter will be Provost Bob Makwa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will start off with the master's degree in materials science. I'll provide a very brief overview of each of the 3 requested plans and pause to see if there are any questions. So for the master's degree in materials science, this program will provide students with a solid foundation in materials science, enable them to become highly skilled professionals in industry and academics. The program will be tailored to keep up with emerging workforce needs for trained scientists and engineers. There are 3 components of interest that I will mention. One is that this is an accelerated program. For students who choose not to pursue a thesis option, they would be able to complete the program in 3 semesters. 2, this will be an effective tool for recruiting to the multi-campus materials science PhD program. And then 3, this materials science master's degree will provide essentially an exit ramp for PhD students who complete the coursework but choose not to complete the PhD program. Students in the program will be required to take the full component of first-year material science courses that are currently offered to PhD students in this multi-campus PhD program that's presently a contribution between Montana State University and Montana Tech. At this point, that's just a rough overview of the program as we intend to move forward if this request to plan is approved.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Provost Makwa. Our committee discussion definitely reflected the interest in the recruitment potential for the multi-campus PhD program and the enthusiasm from students driving this forward. What questions or comments do we have from Regents? Looks like I'm seeing none. So I think we'll go ahead and move on to the second proposal for Montana State.
Thank you, Chair Rogers. The second request to plan proposal is for a Master's of Art in Professional Studies. This program is the first of its kind for Montana State University. It is a master's degree program that will be comprised of students building or stacking on credentials, certificates from other master's programs. So the program is strategically targeted to developing career-focused skills. A student will select certificates in different programs or areas of study, and to be able to combine those into a degree program. You could look at this, review this program from one of two different lenses. One, it being more of a multidisciplinary program where students stack 2 or 3 credentials from other master's degree programs to build a program of specific interest for specific workforce career-focused needs. The second lens would be more of an interdisciplinary program where a student would create a program working with a faculty committee and the graduate school to build out a 30+ credit master's program that fulfills a specific need that the student has for pursuing this graduate program. We currently have at Montana State University an interdisciplinary undergraduate program and an interdisciplinary PhD program. So this fills the gap that exists between those two offerings. So I'll pause at this point for any questions.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the aim of this proposal to provide meaningful credentials that can lead to well-paying career opportunities, and look forward to your continued collaboration as well with University of Montana and Montana Tech. Any questions from the Regents or comments? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to our third proposal.
Thank you, Chair Rogers. The third request to plan is the Bachelor's of Science option in Astronomy and Astrophysics. So this would be an option that's offered under the existing Bachelor's of Science in Physics. Our Bachelor's of Science in Physics currently has 3 options. This would be the 4th option. The Astronomy and Astrophysics option is intended to focus primarily as preparation for graduate work in astrophysics or astronomy, leading either to a career in astrophysics or astronomy or space science. The program will provide a sound background in both the experimental and theoretical fundamentals of physics, mathematics, astronomy, and astrophysics. We currently have 5 faculty members working in this area. Some of our most outstanding instructors, in fact, one of our instructors is currently an MUS Regents teaching scholar, Shannon Willoughby, and she teaches courses and conducts research in this area. To give you just a snapshot of the interest that we have in students in pursuing this program of study, one class we have is an Introduction to Astronomy Mysteries of the Sky. And over the past 5 years, we have averaged 950 students a year taking that class. When we poll or when we survey students coming into the physics programs, this area of study or these areas of study with astronomy and astrophysics are the most popular choices. So we're excited about this. Like the other two programs, we have a structure in place that we could begin moving forward to offer all of these programs beginning in fall of 2021, assuming approval through the Commissioner's Office and with you all, the Board of Regents, as well as subsequent approval from our accrediting agency. So at this point, I'll stop and pause to see if there are any additional or any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and so exciting to hear about the student interest. What questions do we have from Regents or comments? Great. Looks like you got off easy this time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Provost Makwa. And with that, we'll move forward to our 7 proposals from the University of Montana with Acting Provost Reed Humphrey.
Dean Humphrey, you are muted.
How about now? There we go. All about one button. Again, thank you, Regent Rogers and colleagues. I have a number of proposals to go through, and I'm willing, perfectly willing, to accept the same number of questions that you asked Provost Makwa. So since I'm kind of on my own here today, but I would like to go through a number of proposals. The first of which is a PhD in computer science, and so I'm not going to read what you've already read, but I think the highlight of this is that the computer science program at UM is poised for growth. As over the years, the proportion of students that are actually graduate students in the computer science program at UM has increased remarkably, and we're at this threshold where the creation of the PhD program in computer science is the very logical next step and consistent with the university's intent in computer science, computer and data science. We likewise, and I'm reflecting the comments of Dr. Travis Wheeler, who put the proposal together, that we're very interested in increasing the diversity of our computer science faculty. They've noted in some of the documentation that there has been that the absence of a PhD program has limited our ability to recruit qualified faculty, even for the master's degree program, and has certainly limited our ability to be more diverse. And we've lost some candidates in that regard. So the rationale for creating a PhD program, but it certainly would be a clear benefit in helping meet this national need. So I'll stop there and turn it back to Regent Rogers for questions.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the stated goal in this proposal to attract businesses hoping to leverage our student talent with the potential for commercial spin-offs in this high growth industry. It's so exciting. Do we have any questions or comments from the Regents? Wonderful. Looks like we have none. So let's go ahead and move on to the second proposal.
Thank you, Regent Rogers. The next is a certificate, two certificates actually that are combined under the CAS and Certificate in Brewing Science that the university has been putting together under the direction of Chris Palmer, who some of you may have heard early this morning, is chair of the faculty senate, but a chemist who has worked for years with some of our local breweries, the Montana Brewers Association, in chemical analysis, and this has led him to, I think, which is a really kind of unique proposal. It's a 17-credit certificate for non-science majors, and then it's sort of an advanced 30-credit certificate of applied science for those who major in the sciences. You can read chemistry, biochem, and so forth, to come to terms with the knowledge, skills, and abilities associated with brewing science. I think the other unique piece of this proposal is Chris's intent to create a non-credit option for individuals interested in learning more about brewing science as well. And we've had good endorsement from our colleagues across the state. And I know Chris has worked with those up at Flathead Valley Community College as well. And as we've been developing this particular proposal, certainly relevant to a town of Missoula and the surrounding areas. So I'll stop there and see if we've got some questions.
Certainly relevant, and I think will be certainly very popular as well. What questions do we have from regents or comments? Go ahead, Regent Dombrowski.
Thank you, Regent Rogers. Provost Humphrey, I just have a comment to make. I appreciate within this proposal and really even the one previous is the acknowledgement of working with others within the university system to make sure that there isn't necessary redundancies or competition, if you will, that collaboration is duly noted. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Dombrowski.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions?
Yeah, Chair Rogers, this is Casey. Just a question on the on University of Montana anticipating offering a non-credit micro-credential program. And I was just curious how that program would be paid for. Would that be paid through fees from students? And have you been thinking about what those fees might be?
This would be, I think the intent is this would actually not be for students. This would be for others in the community. And it would be a fee for those who enrolled in the non-credit option. They'd be non-degree seeking individuals.
Okay. Thank you so much.
So, Chair Lozar, you can be, oh, very good. Sorry, Regent Rogers. I was just going to comment.
Maybe just as a follow-up, one of the things that we've had conversations about in our 2-year study commission over the past couple of years, or the past year, this interest in more non-credit micro-credentials, but the impact that they have and the cost that they have for students being not seeking credits, coming in and paying a large fee just to get the micro-credentials. So I wasn't sure if you've been thinking about price points to make that available, knowing that it's an interest generally across the state, but also the price point is an issue that other campuses have been talking about as they look towards these types of non-credit bearing programming.
Sure. Point well taken, Chair Lozar, and I'll take that back. I know this is sort of a parallel intent of the architects of the certificate itself. I think we're also sensitive to how, as we consider community-based non-credit options, how we interface with existing lifelong learning programs. For example, in Missoula City County Public Schools has a pretty robust lifelong learning program. We want to, and it's our intent to reach out to them and see if we can do collaborative work with them for opportunities that align with this particular proposal.
Thank you so much. Seeing no further comments, we'll move on to the next proposal. Thank you.
Very good. And Chair Lozar, you can be the first enrollee in the brewing certificate program. So the next two proposals, but I'll start with the BS in human physiology ops and in integrative physiology. And I think it's important to frame this proposal and next proposal in the context of academic alignment at UM. In the last 2 years, we underwent some moderate academic alignment within the colleges, and so health and human. So a number of individuals on this call would remember that we've had a long-standing program in health and human performance. That was in the College of Education, and it was translocated to the College of Health, and then subsequently changed the name to Integrative Physiology and Athletic Training. So we align the health sciences more, receives a greater alignment of the health sciences under one college, which has led to a lot of conversation about interdisciplinary programs and fast tracking options. And this, I think, is one of those in the sense that we've always had a professional track in health and human performance, which is now integrated physiology. This is a specific human physiology option that will provide a faster track for those who are majoring in integrated physiology to prepare for entry into postgraduate programs in the health professions. As former dean of the College of Health, kind of have a personal stake in an understanding of this, and it's given the ever expanding length of postgraduate programs in the health professions. It's becoming increasingly important that we provide a more streamlined approach to move students through undergraduate programs into postgraduate programs to enter the workforce with less of a fiscal burden and at an earlier point in their careers. And this is a curriculum that's designed to help accelerate that path. So I'll stop there.
Thank you so much. We had a great, thorough committee discussion and confirmed for this one that the accelerated path would increase value to students and produce workforce-ready individuals in high-demand, high-wage healthcare professions. It seems like a really great streamlining. Any questions or comments from the Regents? Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and move on to the next item.
Thank you, Regent Rogers. The next is a PhD in integrative physiology and rehabilitation sciences. And this, probably even more so than the prior discussion, reflects the interdisciplinary collaboration now that's occurring within the college to develop what has really been a long-needed PhD program, not just at the University of Montana, but really throughout the Pacific Northwest and across the nation. And again, having a long history. My background is was faculty in physical therapy and chair here for 8 years, for 8 years. And one of the real challenges, not just in the Pacific Northwest, but across the country, has been the recruitment of qualified PhD level faculty members in the health professions, both physical therapy, occupational therapy, and others, because those are professions, as you know, that are largely structured to recruit, train, and graduate clinicians rather than those who might continue on for a career in academics. So most of the PhDs that we're able to recruit into the health professions come from parallel and sometimes not well-related or well-connected PhD programs. This would be a program that is specifically designed to prepare graduates to move into the academic workforce in a more highly relevant, through a more highly relevant educational experience and dissertation process. So we're with the alignment of integrative physiology, the PhD level faculty now within the college is enthusiastic to engage in this particular degree program. And again, I will stop there.
Thank you so much, Acting Provost Humphrey. Go ahead, Regent Sheehy.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to stop and comment at this point regarding the past two programs. These both reflect the reorganization and all of the work that's being done at U of M. Wanted to say that we're very appreciative of that work, especially carrying on over the retirement of the former provost. Keeping that work going, I think, is really important. So I was happy to see these two come up, and I think they're good steps.
Thank you, Regent Sheehy. This is super exciting for me, quite frankly.
Well said, thank you. Seeing no further comments or questions, let's go ahead to the next item.
Yes, now we're going to switch gears a little bit. The next item is establishing the Montana Rep for the Rep Theater as a center on campus. I know when this came forward, the Rep, which was established back in 1967, So when this proposal came forward, I was actually quite surprised that they actually weren't already a center and aligned within the academic enterprise. And you can read the description, but it's sort of like an about time a proposal to bring the rep into alignment with the university. I'll stop there.
Thank you. This is a great one. It was so wonderful. During our committee discussion, we really appreciated the reach of this program to our rural counties, our Native American reservations, and the direct collaboration with University of Montana's VETS organizations. It also reflected a recognition that arts bring people together and move us in ways that we need to be moved. It's an exciting proposal. Any questions or comments from the regents? Regent Dombrowski.
Thank you, Chair Rogers. Provost Humphrey, is there any unintended consequences or a cost to this or backstory?
You know, not really. I think it's just been one of those, it's just been it's been able to function for a long time as outside of that process. And I think they had a change in leadership in the last year, and that led them to ask the fundamental question is like, why aren't we aligned more as a center within the university?
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
You bet.
Great question. Regent Chess.
Thank you, Chair Rogers. Provost, I'm certainly supportive of this. As we talked about during the committee meeting, could you remind all of us about the significance of an academic unit such as this becoming a center? What does it exactly mean to be a center versus some other designation that is less than that?
The designation as a center permits the center, and in this case, the rep, a more accelerated pathway for interdisciplinary collaboration on campus. It permits them to create more interdisciplinary extramural funding proposals and the like. So it's meant really to put them on a level playing field with the other centers on campus. So I think there's a real fiscal upside to this.
Thank you so much, Regent Tuss. Any further comments or questions from regents? Wonderful. Seeing none, we'll move on to the next item.
The next item actually has a slightly different name that'll be coming forward. This was originally the Skaggs Center for Telehealth and Precision Medicine, and upon continued deliberation with the donor and others on campus, is now, oops, oh, I disappeared momentarily, at least visually. I hope that you didn't lose my stream of consciousness here. But it will be with approval would be it more aligns. It really aligns more along the lines of an institute. So so this will be, although the content that you're reading will not change, the actual title for the proposed entity is the Skaggs Institute for Health Innovation. It will focus primarily at the outset, especially on telehealth initiatives and precision medicine. Precision medicine has been a significant step forward for the University of Montana academically and in research and into our tribal communities in particular. has a strong presence in the Flathead as well in this area, and this aligns well with the College of Health initiatives in the area of telehealth, and also aligns well with our family medical residency program in Western Montana, which places primary care physicians in rural Montana. And the intent of the institute is to be an academic research and educational institute that will bring telehealth and precision medicine to the forefront especially for rural areas, which we think is going to be vitally important. And I think in the presence of the current pandemic, especially relevant as we provide care on outreach. This institute has been funded to by the All Sam Foundation, which is also which was originally Sam Skaggs, and who's funded a number of pharmacy programs throughout the Mountain West, if you will. In the Skaggs building, in the Skaggs School of Pharmacy is likewise named for in deference to Sam Skaggs and the All Sam Foundation. So as you can read, the All Sam Foundation has provided an $8 million seed, has provided $8 million in seed funding for the infrastructure and launch pad for this program. We're currently seeking another $2 million to get the total to a $10 million philanthropic ask, and then we've developed a sustainability plan, as should be expected of institutes and center that will carry the institute forward. But we see this as a really important element to the health initiatives at UM. Again, I'll stop there.
Thank you so much. We had a great committee discussion highlighting the importance of rural health outreach programs, the potential for collaboration and enhancement of other MUS centers focused on rural health, and long-term resources to operate the new center. As noted in the item, due to the use of an honorific name, the level 2 paperwork for this proposal will return to us at a future meeting to review and for final approval. I think I see that Regent Sexton has a comment.
Thank you, Chair Rogers. Yeah, I got all excited. I just wanted to mention how much I appreciate the focus on telehealth. I used to work for a healthcare company that specialized in rural health, and I think I completely agree, Provost, that beyond the pandemic, we will want to see an improvement in telehealth services, particularly given the rural nature of the state. So I just strongly approve that this is the focus here. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Sexton. I think we appreciated in advance of the pandemic, and not knowing, of course, that we would be in the situation we're in, that the telehealth was going to be an important element to really ensuring optimal care for those who live in rural Montana, and frankly, in all rural areas. And the improvement in our ability to do telehealth really underlies a significant portion of this effort. So thank you.
Well said, Regent Sexton. Seeing no other comments, let's go ahead and move on to the next item.
The final item is the Certificate in General Studies, which is a program that is we hope will be emulated in the MUS, and I believe there's already some discussion about that. But this would be a milestone towards receiving the AAS degree at Missoula College. This particular certificate, we believe, will facilitate transfer within the MUS system and accelerate their work in a baccalaureate program at the UM Mountain campus. So again, this is a proposal that's designed to facilitate the continuance in the education for students at Missoula College. Stop there.
Thank you so much. This is an exciting one as well. Committee discussion focused on the idea of a milestone to keep students motivated and as a tool for retention very favorably. Any questions or comments from the regents? Okay, seeing none, thank you so much, Acting Provost Humphrey. So appreciate your time and presentations.
Thank you.
Yeah. Next up, we have a item from the Montana Technological University, and I believe we have Provost Steve Gammon presenting.
Thank you, Chair Rogers. Can you guys hear me? Hopefully.
Yeah.
Okay, good. This is really an important housekeeping item. We currently have an MS Geoscience degree that has 7 options, and it doesn't differentiate between engineering and non-engineering degrees. The gist of this proposal is to split the degree into 2. One is a geological engineering degree, which houses the engineering options, and then a geoscience degree that has the other options. This is critical, I mean, really is a student-focused change, because with the current degree, we've had several instances where the current title caused delay of the professional engineering license because engineering is not in the title. And we've had other instances where our students have graduated without the engineering in the title, and HR, where they've gone to work, has questioned their ability to perform the engineering responsibilities and functions of their employment. So this really is a student-focused thing to really, again, differentiate between those options which are engineering and those that are non-engineering.
Wonderful, thank you so much. Our committee-focused discussion was mostly around the proposal's strong ties to the campus academic priorities and keyed into the importance of student advising for the many options. And finally, how this proposal will help to better reflect the pathway content for these high-wage occupational tracks. Any questions or comments from the Regents? I'm not seeing any. So with that, we will release you. Provost Gammon, thank you so much for the presentation. And on to our final request to plan item from Helena College, University of Montana, and Dean CEO Bauman, I see you there. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. We really appreciate the opportunity to present this request to plan today. Helena College has offered an Associate of Applied Science degree in Fire Rescue Technology for many years, but the program's been suffering from declining enrollment as well as low retention and high cost per completion for several years. So as a result, this year we paused enrollment of new students in order to do a thorough assessment of the program. Information gathered in meetings with our local and regional fire emergency service providers, as well as a comprehensive review of labor market data, interviews with recent program graduates, all of this led us to the substantial changes to the program you see presented before you today. This is a bit of an uncommon combination of stackable credentials. However, we really feel that this truly meets the needs of industry and it prepares our students well for future employment, as well as an opportunity for them to grow in their career. The program includes a Certificate Applied Science, which will then lead into an Associate of Science degree. The reason for this uncommon pairing is to provide the level of technical education required for immediate employment within the fire and emergency services field through the CAS, but also allow students to complete the requirements of an Associate of Science degree, which will then give them the opportunity to complete coursework for their bachelor's and eventually master's degree as they advance in their careers. The industry is very much moving in this direction, and it often requires these higher level degrees in order to provide the opportunity for career advancement. In addition to earning 2 separate college credentials through this program, students will also earn multiple industry recognized certifications through IFSAC and ProBoard. These are necessary for employment in the fire and emergency services industry. We're requesting an Associate of Science in Fire and Emergency Services degree, which requires 67 to 69 credits. And this is also above the norm, but we do this to ensure that students receive the necessary fire science training through classroom, lab instruction, and work-based learning experiences. The work-based learning component is really a partnership with industry. It'll assist our local fire departments and strengthen their workforce, and it'll provide community support, much needed in those areas. And at the same time, it'll allow the college to reduce the cost of offering this program. So at this time, I'll just reiterate, we're really excited about this program, and I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Thank you so much. Our committee discussion supported the potential to offer this program statewide, including in rural areas where these emergency response services and personnel, as we all know, are highly valued by their communities. Kudos also for working directly with the fire service across Montana to inform your work.
Thank you.
Any questions or comments from the Regents? Okay, Seeing none, that will complete our request to plan proposals. Thank you so much, Dean CEO Bauman. And the final item on our action agenda is our single level 2 item. Montana State University has a proposal to establish the Osher Lifelong Learning Institute at Montana State University. And presenting on this item, I believe we'll have Provost Makwa.
Thank you, Chief Rogers. I'm actually thrilled to be able to speak to this, but I will keep my comments short. Can you hear me? It looks like the video has gone out.
We can hear you, but we
Okay,
cannot see
well, then
you.
I'll continue.
There you go. You're back now.
That may be the best of both worlds anyways. So the Montana State University, with this proposal, is requesting authority to establish the Osher Lifelong Learning Institute. Many of you will be familiar with our Wanderlust program. The Wanderlust program has been in existence for approximately 15 years at MSU, and it provides intellectually stimulating programs for adults 50 years of age and older that foster lifelong learning and community engagement. It's been a very popular program. We have over 600 members of that Wanderlust program. With this renaming of the program to the Osher Lifelong Learning Institute, all of the good things, the good work, the great support and public interest of this program will continue, and it will be further enhanced by being part of this national network of Osher Lifelong Learning Institutes. So thanks to the generous donation and support by the Bernard Osher Foundation, we are now putting forward this request because it is one of the requirements of the Bernard Osher Foundation to have these programs named Osher Lifelong Learning Institutes to receive the next step of our support, which we're looking forward to perhaps an endowment that will fund this program well into the future. And it also provides us more educational types of resources through that foundation. I want to recognize the individual, Kim Obink, who's been the leader of this program and has really developed a strong offering of non-credit courses for the community. Kim is here. If there are any specific questions, I would invite her, with your approval, to the podium. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Living in Bozeman, I've actually personally benefited from Wanderlust programming, and I was so thrilled to hear the strong support for this proposal from faculty and community members. While the name Wanderlust will remain meaningful and dear to our hearts, this seems like an exciting opportunity to tap into national network of resources and bring recognition to the good work Wanderlust members and volunteers have accomplished over the past 15 years through achieving the OLLI designation and successfully pursuing an endowment to provide ongoing support of the program. Any questions or comments from board members? Seeing none, it seems like you have a thumbs up there, Provost Makwa. Very excited about this one.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair Rogers, and thank you, Regent.
Wonderful. And with that, the completion of our action agenda, we'll move on to our information items. First, we'll have a timely update on online learning in Montana and what course development has looked like during the pandemic. Deputy Commissioner Tessman, would you like to tee this up?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, thanks very much. And kind of mid-afternoon time here and a long day. I've instructed our team to try to keep these information items as crisp as possible. This item, though, does deserve some attention. It actually is a little bit past due. We pushed it back from an earlier board meeting because, well, something similar to what happened today happened at that point as well. But I think our efforts in online learning absolutely warrant some assessment. I think we'll get a little bit of a projection about what might be coming down the road as we look to enhance online learning in the state. And we have 3 individuals here that are part of this report. I'm going to hand it over to our Director of Academic Policy and Research, Joe Teal, and he'll take it from there. So Joe, you're up.
Thank you, Brock. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm really excited to be joined today by Sarah Claver, who's Associate Dean of Instruction and E-Learning at Miles Community College, and Maricel Lawrence, who's Executive Director of UM Online. These two, along with a team of e-learning directors around the state, form your e-learning advisory committee. And Annalee, we come forward to you with a report on our online offerings across the MUS. You can see that report attached to today's agenda. But we also, I think, want to have a bit of a stock taking and updating on how online learning is developing in the MUS, how it's reacted and been so central during the pandemic, and where we think it's going. And central to that in particular, and where I want to provide some recognition is the role that Sarah, Maricel, their colleagues on campuses around the state who work on online learning have played this spring, summer, and fall. Their creativity, their work ethic, their student-centeredness has been so vital as a hub to kind of the campus response for instruction this year. And they really deserve a lot of recognition and thanks for the work that they've done. And with that, I'll turn it over to Sarah to kick us off.
Thanks, Joe. So before we review the course modality transition and development work that has happened since March, it's important that you understand the practices for online course and program development and delivery in place well before our current realities. Next. So online course development takes time and a team, and first we'll focus on time. The plan on this slide is from UM, and while particulars vary, each campus has development processes that all operate on similar timeframes, 6 months to a year to take a course through development and delivery. Why is so much time needed? One reason is acclimation to a different teaching environment. Faculty entering physical classrooms usually have years of experience being students in physical classrooms. If faculty have had any experience as online students before becoming online teachers, it is often limited. Significant work of our e-learning teams is collaborating to prepare faculty to be successful in their online teaching. Often a course or program being developed for online delivery already exists face-to-face. So the content that had been delivered in synchronous lectures and in-class discussions must be rebuilt for asynchronous individual learning experiences. Regardless of prior online course development experience, faculty continuously have new tools and online learning methods to learn, which takes a team to support. Next slide, please. So again, it takes time and a team, and now with the emphasis on the team. Some of the work of e-learning teams is staying up to date with online learning technology and providing ongoing training to faculty. The support and infrastructure to develop, deliver, and maintain online courses and programs is different from face-to-face. Done well, online course development and delivery is a team sport. From development, online pedagogies and software, through delivery, having fully established student supports available in online spaces.
One of the primary roles in our teams that we would like to emphasize is the role of an instructional designer, whose main task is to help the faculty apply tested online instructional design theories, practices, and methods in the design and development of a course. Instructional designers play the role of project managers, data analysts, builders, evaluators of quality, fixers, etc. As you can see, instructional designers serve as a hub for the course development cycle. Within the Montana University system, we have 2 of 11 e-learning teams that have 3 or more instructional designers. 5 of those institutions have 1 or 2 instructional designers, and 4 of those 11 institutions do not have a dedicated instructional designer. All e-learning teams in the Montana University system support all types of courses, not just the online courses. Next slide, please.
As we now consider our current situation, it is important to keep those usual development timelines as well as the typically very small teams in mind. Everyone continues to do as much as they can, as fast as they can, as well as they can to compress, in some instances, what would have been months of development into just a few days in the case of spring 2020. Next. So in our move to remote delivery during spring 2020, we all took what had been face-to-face courses through an emergency modality transition. I want to emphasize for you all the scale, the pace, and the support. So first, the scale. Across the system, over 10,000 sections were taken through a delivery transition. For example, at MCC, over 150 sections were transitioned to remote delivery, whereas usually we build 1 or 2 online courses a year, and those 1 or 2 online courses are most often built with faculty who have some affinity for online teaching. This spring, across the entire MUS, we assisted faculty and students in this transition who had no experience with online courses. That is why we call what we have been able to accomplish remote instruction, not online. Simply put, we did not have the time or resources to help faculty create online coursework to our usual standard of quality and thoughtfulness. Rather, we transitioned the delivery from face-to-face to remote as best as we all could. Pace. Our e-learning teams have been in overdrive for months. All aspects of that course development model back on slide 3 are still in mind for the e-learning teams on our campuses, even when it's messy and imperfect because of the scale and time constraints. Much of the work has been anticipating faculty and student needs and helping as those needs and problems arise from mid-March through today. Impacts to summer term vary greatly by campus. Pre-COVID, some campuses already had fully online schedules in the summer, and some campuses needed to transition courses. This fall, again, needs and work are ongoing and vary by campus. So finally, support. As you saw on slide 5, we are all small teams. So through the e-learning advisory council, we can collaborate across the system to provide support, ideas, resources, and share training. Together, we continue to learn from previous semesters as we work to support e-learning both in and beyond our current situations. Next slide.
Talking about online learning. This is certainly an important time to be talking about online learning, and not only because of the pandemic, but also because more and more nationally and in Montana, online learning is a big part of what we do. Next slide, please. So first, taking a look at the national picture, if we look at campuses nationwide, face-to-face instruction is actually stalled out somewhat. We've had fewer students in face-to-face modalities, while online instruction has grown substantially. And why is that? Well, it's because there's a real demand for the online modality. There's demand from undergraduate students who want more options or more flexibility. There's demand from graduates and professional students who are thinking about a career change or seeking a promotion. And a big and important group, particularly in Montana, is thinking about adult degree completers, folks who are in a stage of life where they are place-bound or where they have children or jobs that don't allow them to seek out an in-person, on-campus experience. Next slide, please. And that demand really carries over to Montana. So our online offerings have grown. Our online enrollments have grown over the past 10 years. Students who are fully online have almost doubled. Students who are taking at least one online course have also almost doubled. And where I particularly want to point you is to that top bar, thinking about the high proportions of our non-traditional working and graduate students who are seeking those degree pathways fully online because of the flexibility that it offers. And while our offerings have grown and our enrollments have grown in this space, if we think about the student demand, it's pretty likely that it's actually grown even more. So this is new data that we have thanks to the National Council for State Authorization Reciprocity Agreements, indicating that more than 5,000 Montana residents enroll online at out-of-state institutions each year. Next slide, please.
Joe has shared with you national and Montana data about online for credit demand. In this slide, we would like to also mention the increasing demand in non-credit offerings. Before COVID-19, institutions around the country have started providing stackable credentials where students can start in the non-credit side and move into for credit degrees. COVID-19 has increased this demand exponentially. Adult learners are looking for shorter, more flexible courses that allow them to upskill or reskill. The University of Montana has been teaching non-credit offerings for many years, and we are developing even more courses and programs that satisfy these specific needs. For example, this summer, faculty from different colleges developed an online course on diversity, equity, and inclusion that had over 250 students enroll from around the state. We're also running a pilot for the next 3 years on microcredentials. Microcredentials will allow us to create pathways for lifelong learning, provide short-term learning, and partner with employers. Next slide, please.
So, online learning is becoming a bigger part of what we offer. And as Marisol just said, it's a key component in some of our development of new types of credentials that are in demand. What I want to emphasize briefly is how kind of developing our abilities in this area is important to some of your strategic priorities as Regents. One of those areas, resident student access, online is a big part of our dual enrollment efforts. And particularly as we extend dual enrollment to B and C schools, we expect that kind of our beachhead in that effort is going to be extending these online offerings that our campuses develop. Similarly, if we think about returning adults, the data that we have suggests that those students are more likely to be interested in online. And just this spring, in some of our collaborations with the Department of Labor and Industry, we discovered that more than 11,000 some college, no degree adults in Montana applied for unemployment assistance. So if we're thinking about developing programs that are likely to help those folks as they reskill, retool, try to re-enter the workforce, these type of offerings and our online teams are going to be really important. Next slide. You've also heard a couple times during this meeting about many efforts to develop new tools for collaborations in the system. Collaboration on academic programming is complicated. There are a lot of technical, financial, regulatory, communications hurdles, and we have a lot of folks working on coming up with toolkits to overcome those hurdles. What we do know is that if we can, there's conceptually a lot of value. The value is having under-enrolled courses offered in some of our campuses fill up. It's being able, in particular, our smaller communities to provide more course options to students or more times when students can take a course. And excitingly, I think it also creates opportunities for hub and spoke programs, models that hopefully make it more financially viable to offer high-cost workforce programming in smaller communities and smaller campuses across the state. And what I would like to emphasize, and you'll see it on the next slide when we talk through a few examples, is that a lot of these models rely on us not only figuring out some of the tools and methods of collaboration, it also relies on us having the ability to build and maintain quality online coursework. So these are 3 examples. I'll turn it over to Sarah to introduce the first.
Thanks. So Miles Community College is launching a meat processing certificate that is only possible because of online distance and delivery. In Montana, we have a growing industry of small meat processors, and they have a need for skilled labor trained in the art of butchering. This need exists all across the state, often in very small communities. MCC has collaborated with industry to build a program serving this need in the locations it exists. Students will not need to travel to Miles City to complete the certificate. Internships will take place at partner meat processing sites across the state, and program-specific lecture courses will be delivered online by an instructor who will also travel to those sites to conduct student observations and provide instructional support. Math, writing, and communications courses required by the certificate were already developed for online delivery. What is unique and exciting here is that by leveraging online delivery, MCC is able to serve an industry need in small communities all around the state.
Now it's my turn to talk briefly about the One MSU Workforce Consortium. You might hear a little bit more about this program later in the meeting as we talk about the governor's EAR dollars. This is an effort between 3 of our campuses to expand really in-demand allied health programming into Bozeman, Great Falls, and Billings. And the thought here is that we can have a hub campus that provides a lot of the didactic work, a lot of the supervision, while we have spoke campuses that provide some in-person support, some in-person lab experiences. And because we can collaborate in this way, it's more viable to sustain these type of programs, as well as to offer them in communities where, you know, a lot of the students who would be interested are likely to be place-bound.
Another collaboration is the partnership between UM and its affiliates with Quadly and OCHI on a 2-year pilot to provide seamless cross-registration. With Quadly, our students benefit from being able to enroll in courses from other MUS institutions. This pilot will allow students to enroll in the full slate of online offerings from the larger UM consortium. If this pilot is successful, this relationship can scale to other MUS institutions. Next slide, please.
So as Brock mentioned at the start of this presentation, you know, there's a good team trying to think about where we need to take online education and the groups that develop online education in the MUS, how it relates to some of our bigger priorities. I've been working closely with Sarah Maricel and their colleagues on the e-learning advisory committee. There's been already some good investments from the governor's office in terms of developing some of our infrastructure to provide online coursework. And broadly, I wanted to talk about the 4 strategies that we're working on now and that will, I think, require some continued focus. The first is, you know, investing in these teams, investing in training where we've already had some good collaboration, investing in some of the equipment that we need for online education. Second, as the number of students in these courses continues to grow, thinking carefully about how we adapt our student supports so that they can serve online students and students around the state. Third, really trying to find our niche. So understanding this quickly evolving national marketplace for online coursework and leveraging some of the data that we have through our partnership with DLI, through national groups, to really understand which online offerings are going to best meet our state's need and strategize as to how we stand those up and maintain them. And that links closely to strategy number 4, which, you know, you've seen a few examples of, but really piloting and learning from new models for collaborative online course and program delivery. Next slide, please.
The strategies mentioned above are important so we can expand our support to more students like Shauna Stanley, who is a single working mother in an online program at MSU Bozeman, or a student from UM Western who completed her online program while working as a paraprofessional in Lame Deer Public Schools. Personally, and I am sure I can speak for my colleagues as well, this is why we are excited to work in our respective e-learning teams. Our teams are innovation catalysts in our institutions. We enable access to education to Montanans and students in the region. We thank you for allowing us to share with you our experiences and opportunities for growth at the Montana University system. Madam Chair, members of the committee, we would be glad to take your questions.
Oh, wow. Wonderful. Thank you all so much. What a staggering amount of work you've accomplished this year. Thank you also for your incredible adaptability and willingness to pivot quickly this spring and your plans for continuous improvement going forward. What questions or comments do we have from the Regents or Deputy Commissioner Tessman?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, if I could just kick off really briefly with a comment from my end. And one is, of course, thank you, Maricel, Sarah, Joe, I mean, the entire team, just hearing that number, 10,000 sections this spring and moving all of those courses really within a week or so to remote delivery. you just can't stop and think about how impressive that is. I mean, it's just, it's really something. So thanks for that. Thanks for your ongoing work. And then I guess the point here, you know, we talk about the central application. We talk about, you know, the importance of resident student access and approaching it as a system. Even our budget presentation is largely from a system perspective. This is what a system perspective looks like in the academic affairs and student affairs and technology world. I mean, we're hearing about proposals where we have one campus, a relatively small campus, Miles Community College, offering a really important workforce program across the entire state using technology. We have shared academic programming on the MSU side with the One MSU project, made possible because of online technology. The Quotely partnership allows students to seamlessly register and get credit for the work that they conduct across the state. So if we talk about systemness and sort of functioning efficiently in these other ways, this is what it looks like in the ARSA part of the world, in particular with e-learning and online learning. So our system, I think, is really designed around that in-person interaction, face-to-face interaction, no doubt about that. But this is another arrow in our quiver. And if we really want to make a difference in that 40% of students that we're not reaching, there's huge potential in this area because not everyone can travel to one of our campuses or live on one of our campuses for that experience. So I'm so impressed and so thankful and appreciate the board's granting us the time to work through this presentation today. It's an important one.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much. Any other questions or comments from the Regents? Regent Sexton.
Thank you, Chair Rogers. And yeah, I won't goof. I know we're running a little low on time, but I do want to say you guys have done a tremendous amount of work and it looks phenomenal. I have one question actually, and it is, how are the advising efforts going to be shifted possibly to accommodate a greater online presence? And I'll give you an example. Are all students who maybe might be working full-time and have kids, will they be encouraged or will they be given a realistic picture of what a full load of classes look like online? Are you aware of that challenge and how are you working to adapt and accommodate that? Thank you.
Regent Sexton, I'll probably take a quick stab before turning it over to my colleagues. You know, that was a big part of our conversations this spring. I know that particularly at our campuses that already have a good population of online students, it's something that they think about a lot. How do we provide working adults a realistic sense of their time scale on the path to a degree? How do we also provide the same level of campus supports to, and not just advising supports, mental health supports, financial aid and financial literacy supports, the students who are distant from campus? Not saying that we have things worked out, but there's, I think, a really good team who are troubleshooting and sharing with each other across the state as they troubleshoot to stand up some of those type of supports. And Maricel or Sarah, I don't know if you want to bring forward a couple of examples from our conversations this spring.
Sure, thanks, Joe. So, for example, advising and working with working adult students, we have on our campus, I can speak to MCC specifically, done a lot of work with looking at the sequencing of our courses. So if we're working as advisors with our students who want to do part-time paying, we have those scope and sequences if we're doing full-time, but we also have an order of classes. If students are working part-time, so they may only take half of the fall load, we've got that prioritized for which classes do they need to take first to help make that really student-facing so that they know the sequence that they need to work through those courses if they're going at a slower pace. And then also through our advising program and our advising syllabus, helping to develop those student knowledge of what does a 3-credit course mean in terms of time commitment? What does a 4-credit course mean in terms of time commitment? And so those conversations are happening with advisors and students on our advising days as we're preparing for each coming semester.
That is a great question. And at the University of Montana, one of the work that we have been doing is in collaboration with the different organizations or departments of the universities, that we come together to talk about the differences between what a student on campus needs versus a student that is online. And we do have a lot of students that on campus want to take online courses. So that is another audience that we have been working with. But we do have an advisor that works primarily with online students that have those specific questions, and we work closely with them. There's a need, absolutely, not just from advising, but to talk through the whole cycle that a student goes through from being in admissions all the way to graduation, and how do they participate in alumni activities as well. So we're working very closely, but at UM, we are very grateful to have advisors that are working closely with online students.
Thank you so much. And I don't want to in any way take away from the amazing work that you've all done. I just thought it was something that I had personally had questions on, and it sounds like you're very well aware of them and are working hard to work on those things. So thank you, I appreciate it.
Great questions, thank you. Any other questions or comments from Regents? Seeing none, Marisol.
Chair Rogers, I have more just a comment. And I know this presentation, like Brock mentioned, had to be pushed to this meeting. It was previously planned for, I think, May or March. But fantastic presentation. I really appreciated all the statistics and real-time data that you guys brought to the presentation. There's a lot of thoughts that come across. We talk about the 40% of students that we're trying to capture coming out of high school. Those compound when we don't capture them. You add them to the 11,000 Montanans that had some credit, no degree, that applied for unemployment this spring. I mean, we're talking about a huge body of prospective students that we could reach through continuing to expand and enhance our online learning. I think we're absolutely on the right track here. I think the sky's the limit. You know, this board has talked a lot about dual enrollment and really trying to get it to the C schools and the more rural schools. Obviously, we have a lot of opportunity through e-learning to be able to capture that group as well. So I think more than anything, this is just a wonderful presentation. Hats off to everyone who's worked on this, and we look forward to expanding our e-learning as we move forward. And personally, I look forward to seeing the 5,500 Montanans who are taking online courses outside of the state taking more courses here with expanded e-learning in Montana. So thank you, Director Teal, and thank you, Brock.
Wonderful. Well, Marisol, Sarah, Joe, please do pass along our thanks to your colleagues across the MUS as well. For our second information item, we'll hear an update on college access. Deputy Commissioner Tessman.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, definitely have a keen eye on the clock here. And I think this is another area, our college access efforts, where we should take a little bit of time and give it its due. If we have two pillars of our strategy in ARSA, one is the student success pillar, and then another is really access. And so I want to give some good time to our two directors, Travis Anderson and Jeannie Aribo. I also want to give some good time to Director Angela McLean, who will follow them. And then I think after these two items, we can move very quickly through the remaining items on the agenda. So just know we'll make up a little bit of time after we give our college access team their minutes here. So Travis and Jeannie, why don't you get us started? Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here and give this update on the work that we've been doing as a college access team. Slide, please. All right, so as we talk about how the college access team, specifically Gear Up, handled the situation this last spring where we went into the COVID pandemic, I guess first and foremost, I want to reiterate that our continued focus on services as we provided remained at the forefront, and those services are contained in the handout that were part of the informational packet attached to the agenda. But more importantly, for part of this presentation, to preserve time, I'd like to skip forward to talking about some of the new initiatives that we're putting in place through Gear Up, and specific to address matters that are timely and definitely needed by our students. So next slide, please. Next slide, please. The first one is our first year service partnerships that we've been able to implement with campuses. Now, this is extraordinarily exciting. With some of the carryover funds that we had due to services that were not implemented because of the pandemic, we worked with our federal program officer and received approval to move forward with conducting first year services on campus. And again, with the support of Angela McLean and Brock Tessman, we were able to turn around and submit proposals to campuses and received proposals actually pretty quickly and got award letters out in about a 6 to 8 week period of time. So for getting any kind of program implemented in that type of a time frame was definitely a task, and we were able to do so because we had such great support. But the focus of this was to increase on-campus supports for our Gear Up students to not only set them up for success their first year on campus, but also to get them coming back for year two. And we were able to provide or set up academic supports on MSU Bozeman, Missoula, MSU Billings, Flathead Valley Community College, and Salish Kootenai College. Additionally, we're working to provide, we set up for agreements to provide cultural supports through our AISS offices at MSU Bozeman and Missoula. So not only are we really excited about the opportunity to provide academic supports for our students, but we're also working very diligently to provide cultural supports for our Gear Up students as well. Additionally, as we went into lockdown, the need for professional development did not cease, even though the ability to attend professional development was no longer a reality. So what we did was we worked to finalize contracts and services through online or near-peer models. In fact, we just finalized a contract with Student Success Agency to provide near-peer mentoring for our students. We'll be rolling that out with our Gear Up schools in the next couple of weeks. We had a presentation with them actually yesterday where we introduced a Student Success Agency to our Gear Up liaisons. I'm very excited about that. Additionally, we are in the final stages of looking at proposals to provide online tutoring to our Gear Up students. Now, these are supports that we've been discussing and looking at for much longer than the COVID pandemic due to the rural nature of our Gear Up schools. These were necessary, but again, also timely because of the current events. And then professional development, we're working to provide professional development on trauma-informed educational practices, teaching through a cultural lens. Additionally, we have some great Gear Up online professional development through our national stakeholders and regional stakeholders. And then finally, we don't want to forget about our students. And our Youth Leadership Academy has transitioned to an online platform. We were very excited to put it together and roll it out during our spring planning meeting. When that was not able to happen, our staff, primarily Sam Garrison, did a great job of adjusting and making sure that the students had that ability to perform service learning and develop leadership through an online format. And then last but certainly not least, Gear Up's been a big driver in ACT testing, providing fiscal supports for that test for several years now. And in spring of 2020, when that test was not allowed to continue again because of the pandemic, we worked with members of OCHI, the Office of Public Instruction, and ACT to move the testing to fall of 2020 to again provide opportunities for this year's seniors, last year's juniors who missed the opportunity to take the ACT, to be able to take that ACT, to have that assessment and have that score. And so those are some of the things that we've been working on. I'd like to turn it over to my colleague, Jeannie Arrivo.
All right, thank you, Travis. So really what I wanted to focus on is just how we adapted to the pandemic with our services and how that's influenced our spring or our fall and our spring. So this first slide is merely where we are and what we do. Reminder, you also have a handout that has more details about the program. So we can go on to the next slide. So one thing that was a priority to us pre-COVID-19 was social media engagement. With COVID-19, we were impacted even more, realizing how vital it was to have an active social media presence. So through our Twitter, our Facebook, our Instagram, and our YouTube channel, we really stepped up what we were doing. And so what you have here is just a few pictures of what we've done and where we're going, from our Financial Aid Fridays that you will see all through this fall on our social media. Our Outreach Wednesdays were part of our summer campaign to make sure that we stayed on the minds of all of our stakeholders and what we offered. And then the last one is the virtual campus exploration, which is how we are trying to provide services in a virtual format. Usually we love loading our students up on a bus, taking them for a week and visiting as many campuses as possible around our career cluster theme. This year we did it virtual and had a good response from the students. We're able to record it, and it also opened doors to additional ways of how we can reach students and showing them the different opportunities available. And so we'll continue with Motivation Mondays, the career cluster of the month that we do. We have live events. We actually just earlier this week finished up a growth mindset workshop for students virtually to attend, and also working within those employable soft skills. Next slide. So we also wanted to make sure we were responsive in our programming, right? We're trying to figure out how to move everything online. Our students were trying to figure out how to do not only their coursework, but then how do we keep them engaged in the program. So we tried to be as responsive as possible. We moved from a traditional paper and pencil application to fully online. All the compliance type document that we needed students to fill out, we tried to make them fillable PDFs so they could do it without needing a printer. We started looking at streaming platforms. Again, that increased social media. These pictures are part of our hashtag Mets in It Together that we did during the pandemic. And these are some of the pictures that were submitted by staff and students. We also sent out surveys to our students, our school personnel, and guardians in the spring, just asking for their input on how things were going, what they would like to see us offer this fall and spring, and what were the gaps that we needed to work on. And so we've used that to figure out how to deliver our virtual, in-person, and hybrid workshops. And I'd be remiss if I didn't give a shout out to two of our student leaders. So one thing that we love doing every other year is setting our student leader to Washington, D.C. to be part of the National Student Leadership Congress. Due to some carryover funds, we were going to be able to send not only our elected student leader, but also an additional student leader. Unfortunately, due to the pandemic, they could not attend in person, but both elected to attend virtually and participated. And so your second handout is just the full interview of them attending that was in our summer newsletter that we sent out to all of our stakeholders. And so Maddie is a senior at Great Falls High School this year, and she is our elected student leader. And Jasmine is a junior at St. Ignatius High School. And this brings us to what our two programs really focus on in Greater ARSA in general is the College Access Arc of Events. So we're really excited to start this arc of events next week with Gear Up and celebrating all the things that Montana Gear Up does, followed with College Application Week and supporting our seniors in getting applied to campuses. And then we've also designated October as FAFSA completion month. We know our 2020 seniors had a hard time with FAFSA completion because of the pandemic. We want to make sure our 2021 seniors have a good starting and foothold with FAFSA completion. And so we will be focusing on toolkits, reminders all through October to help the students with that. We'll continue on with our celebration of First Generation Day and celebrating our first generation students all through Montana and going to college. And then move on to Trio Day in February, celebrating all the things that Trio does in Montana, and finishing it up with college college signing week in May. And so you can see we've been really thoughtful on how we can have an arc of events that supports the students the whole academic year, and know that college access is a continual motion and that we're here to make sure that they have support every step of the way.
Absolutely. In addition to the collective excitement for next week's being National Gear Up Week, and the work that happens through that arc of events, there's a lot of work. And for Jeannie and I to be able to present about it and present about the successes of that arc of events, we would be remiss if we didn't recognize the dedicated work of the people on our team as well. So our staff here at the Office of the Commissioner of Higher Education, as well as field staff, all do a fantastic job in making these events a reality. And so we'd like to also make sure that they're acknowledged as well. And then that will conclude our portion. Madam Chair, members of the board, will stand for any questions.
Wonderful. Thank you both so much. Feel free to go ahead, Deputy Commissioner Tessman, if that's you.
Madam Chair, I didn't know if you were going to pop back on there, so I was stepping in. But Jeannie and Travis, thank you very much. I think it was a year ago that we were actually in Butte, and we had both of you present for the first time. And that was, I think, a terrific presentation. It's really nice to see all the work that's been done during that subsequent year, especially in light of the COVID pandemic. And maybe even more so than some others, you and your teams have a hard time just because your job is to reach out and connect with these far-flung schools. And that's a little bit more challenging now. So this access arc of events and your entire strategy does fit so neatly with our student success strategies. And it's really fun and rewarding to see all of it come together. Certainly, you too deserve a lot of credit for the success of your teams and your different programs. Our next presenter also deserves a ton of credit because I think Director Angela McLean is going to talk about American Indian and minority achievement, but a tremendous amount of her work is also really around college access and sort of coordinating the work of the Gear Up and Talent Search team. So Angela, even though I think you'll talk about something different, I want to give you a very public shout out and all the tremendous work you've done in helping Travis and Jeannie and their teams be as successful as they have been. So Madam Chair, if it's okay with you, I think we would pass it on to Director McLean, and then maybe we could have some questions after that, if that works for you.
Sounds great.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Tessman, Madam Chair, members of the board. You have had a very long day, and so I am especially appreciative of this opportunity to present to each of you this afternoon. As Dr. Brock Tessman stated, and as you just heard from Jeannie and Travis, and as you heard this morning, we have a terrific college access team doing important resident student access work all across the state. Our team is doing remarkable work engaging school counselors, administrators, teachers, and students. Together, our team is so pleased to work with Director Lemon, who hit the ground running doing the important work around the central application. Additionally, we are all so very lucky to get to work with our communications director, Karen Ogden, who works tirelessly with all of our team on everything from the branding of Apply Montana to College Application Week kits to counselors. Now, while the resident student access is a key focus of the work of our team, I hope that in Jeannie and Travis's presentation, you also heard about the important connection between both programs and American Indian student success. It is exciting to see so many connections between the K-12 partnership and American Indian student success components of my work come together to support American Indian student achievement across our campuses. On that note, next slide, please. You may recall as a board that in 2017, the American Indian and Minority Achievement Council presented to you 5 recommendations that appear before you on this slide. Now, the reason that I have the bottom 2 highlighted is because they are the point of our focus this afternoon on our next slide. And the conversation that I just want to point to today centers around professional development for faculty and staff that are currently on our campuses, as well as faculty and staff that might be new to our campuses. Next slide, please. You may recall that on or about this same time last year, give or take a week or a few days or two, we launched across the Montana University system our Indian Education for All for One MUS course. And we know, and we've been talking about it throughout the day, that when our campuses went to remote learning, a lot of things got turned upside down. That said, I am very pleased with, and I hope you are pleased as well, to note that close to 40% of all MUS employees have to date completed this course alone. That does not include the additional campus-based courses that campuses have taken an extra step and gone above and beyond to create and encourage folks to complete. A couple of those campuses that have done so include Helena College, Montana Tech, MSU Northern, and there may be others that just haven't let me know about this important work that they are doing. So a great big shout out to our campus leaders for making sure that this course completion is happening. Next slide, please. The next thing that I wanted to share with you is the compilation of the Montana University System Tribal Relations Reports for 2020. This has always been a highlight of my summer's work, and I hope that you will get a chance this afternoon, this evening, or in the weeks following this meeting to take a look at the link that I've provided you on this slide and examine these tribal relations reports, because they are indicative of the extraordinary partnerships that are happening between our campuses and tribal colleges, tribal health departments, preservation offices. And I want to give a big shout out to Montana State University Northern, who just had their Nasanti grant reissued. So extraordinary partnerships making a difference in the lives of our students and our families across the state. Next slide, please. Next Friday, the state of Montana will celebrate Native American Heritage Day, and we will be hosting a couple of our own Facebook Live events. Additionally, campuses have very exciting campus-based events planned. And so I hope that you will tune in to some of those events, because many of them will be hosted virtually. Some of them will be in person. One of the events that was discussed yesterday on our AMA Council meeting was a mask celebration where folks have a lot of beaded masks, and they're going to be displaying them next Friday at Montana State University through a virtual activity. And those are just a couple of them. And these pictures that you see here are highlights from last year's events on the campuses of Montana State University and the University of Montana. Next slide, please. So last year in November, we rolled out to you the American Indian Student Success Dashboard. A couple of data points that I want to share with you really quickly, we'll be sharing a lot more with you come November, are these two. First off, in 2016, when I came on board, the number of American Indian students made up about 4.7% of our overall population in the MUS. I've highlighted the 5.5% there because that shows an increase there from 2016. Additionally, on our two-year campuses, the retention of our American Indian students in 2016 was 38.7%. And now our retention on our two-year campuses of American Indian students is at 44.2%. Now I realize that those are still far from where we want to go and where we need to head and focus, but I think that it points to you that we're headed in the right direction. And I hope that I can bring more of these good data points to you at the November board meeting. Now, none of this would be happening without the great and concerted work of our AMA Council members who brought the recommendations to you, helped develop the course, and they continue to do the day-to-day work every single day that matters to our students and our families. And their names are right here. And so, Madam Chair and members of the board, as you can see, our AMA Council continues to work hard to move thoughtful and effective approaches around American Indian student success forward. As the council and I continue to work together, I hope that the last two presentations have really created a picture for you as to how so many parts of our team have come together in new and innovative ways to support American Indian student success. I thank you so very much for your time today and for the important work that you do each day on behalf of our students. Thank you so very much. Now, each of us will stand for your questions.
Thank you so much, Director McLean. That was such a wonderful presentation, and those retention numbers are so promising. I really look forward to your November update as well. Any additional comments or discussion from the Regents? Regent Dombrowski.
Regent Dombrowski, you're muted.
She's working on it. You see.
Okay. Oh, how about now?
There you go.
You're good.
Oh,
perfect.
Technology. Just one very quick comment. Our service to Native Americans in this state is I think has always been a challenge, but you should be absolutely proud and lauded for the focus and the results. And I would tell you, healthcare could learn a lot from your efforts. Thank you.
Well said. Chair Lozar.
Thank you, Chair Rogers. Just a couple comments, knowing we're a little bit behind schedule, and I look forward to the report, the AMA report in November. And more of a heads up to fellow regents and those that are online and those that have gone into our agenda. I really urge everyone to take some time to do what Director McLean mentioned and take a look at the Tribal Relations report. I don't know what slide it is, halfway through the slide deck here. It's incredible to see the amount of work that Montana University system does with our tribal communities. There's way more that we can do and we will do. But if you just take a minute and you go into a couple of the colleges, you'll see some really in-depth, comprehensive coordination that's happening between the university system and tribal colleges and TIPO offices, et cetera. And I know a lot of this, having in the past helped put together the Tribal Relations report for the governor, a lot of this work is because of you, Director McLean. I don't think this report was as thorough and as comprehensive 4 or 5 years ago. So I would just really want to thank you for prioritizing this, elevating this. And I think when there's any question about the work that we do in Indian country from the MUS, the evidence is in these tribal relations reports. At the same time, I will say, not to be a Debbie Downer, but I will say, we've seen 6% increase in 2-year retention rates since 2016. That's great. 44% is not high enough. So, I look forward to seeing what our campuses can do to adapt our student services, adapt the ways in which we engage with our tribal communities to be able to increase those retention rates in a really, really meaningful way, and hope to see that be at 60% in the next 4 or 5 years, which is a big charge for us, but I think we can get there. So I really look forward to the report in November, but this is all very positive movement forward. I guess the last thing I would say, having served on the AMA Council in the past, I just wanted to thank the council members for all their time, their commitment, their dedication, their candor, and talking about what we can do in the university system, what we can do better. I know it takes time out of their schedule, and we really appreciate their guidance and their counsel. Back to you, Chair Rogers.
Wonderful. Well said. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Director McLean, again, for the presentation. Deputy Commissioner Tessman, would you like to walk us through the next few items?
Madam Chair, yes, and we can do so very quickly. I want to acknowledge Regent Lozar's charge to us. I think that this is an example of an area where we have made tremendous progress, and I echo the thanks that have been given, but there's so much more work to do. And we've got the right team together in order to accomplish that work. What I'll do is, with your permission, hand it back to Director Teal, who will quickly move through this proposed policy change as an information item. And then when it returns to me, I think I'll probably just keep the baton from that point on and move through our remaining items with great rapidity. Joe, over to you for this item.
Thank you, Dr. Tessman. And this is just a proposed policy change, so it will come back to you for a formal vote in November. You as a board are the entity that authorizes institutions in Montana to offer post-secondary degrees. That's a really important duty and power because it provides some guardrails for students in terms of the accreditation, the financial stability of institutions offering programs in the state. It's also important because it's a gatekeeper role to federal Title IV financial aid. And as a part of the U.S. Department of Education's requirements, there are certain appeals processes that we need to afford students in Montana attending any institution, not just MUS institutions. The first change proposed in this policy is to really lay out and clarify that particular appeals process. This has been coordinated with the help of Helen Thigpen, OCHI legal counsel to mesh well with the other appeals policy that you saw earlier on in your meeting. The second change here has to do with what's called NC-SARA, acronym soup. It's a state authorization reciprocity agreement. We act as a gatekeeper to that reciprocity agreement. It allows institutions in Montana to offer post-secondary degrees in other states of the nation without having to seek permission individually from each of those states. And NC-SARA has now asked that we incorporate and all other states incorporate into their policies an opportunity for institutions to appeal if they are denied entry into that reciprocity agreement. So again, this policy change will come back to you all in November, and glad to take any questions or suggestions now or after the meeting.
Any comments from Regents or questions? I'm seeing none. I think we can proceed.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. These next three items, our last three items, I think really are reference documents for the board. And so I can take them all as a whole. I'll take them all, however, in particular, this next item, the MUS academic priorities. I want to give due credit to Joe, who, along with campus academic officers and their teams, really drove an effort over the last few months that required a great deal of time and energy. There wasn't a lot to go around. So Joe, even though I'm going to take this item and we have a bit of a change in plans, thank you very much for the work you did in making this possible. So it is there for a reference, and it'll be useful for you throughout the next year. What this is part of our new academic program planning, approval, and review process. And we noted along the way that the board has asked to have a bit more context for academic proposals as they move through the process so that you could understand how a particular proposal fit into the academic strategy that a particular campus had, so that you could understand where there might be areas of overlap between new proposals that were coming forth from campuses. And importantly, so that you could understand how campuses were prioritizing their academic programming, not just how they were identifying new areas of academic emphasis and research emphasis, but maybe how they were identifying areas they were going to move away from during the coming years. So as part of this item, what you have are a series of academic priorities and planning statements from each of our campuses. I think that they'll be useful for you as you see new requests to plan over the coming months and in subsequent board meetings. And I think what you'll see also is a series of themes that emerge. There could be some themes you notice from the campuses themselves. And also as a system, you'll notice that we're emphasizing more and more collaborative programming. You've been hearing that along the way. You'll see that we've been emphasizing new areas of expansion where workforce demand is high. And I think you'll see that, of course, we continue to highlight the importance of prioritization. Over the last 3 years, we've really seen a kind of a net neutral situation where the number of new programs that have been presented has been at least, and in some cases more than so, offset by programs entering moratorium and termination. And I don't think we ever want to get into a scenario where it's one in and one out, but I want you all as Regents to understand how closely we pay attention to that. So the item is there for you. I think in subsequent years, Joe and I have talked a lot about having a much grander kind of set of presentations, perhaps by the campuses themselves. But for this year, given the coronavirus and given that it's the first year in the process, I feel really good about allowing this item to sort of set there as a reference for you moving forward. The next item, and I'd be happy to answer questions after I'm done with all three of these, but the next item is our ARSA work plan. So just like my colleague, Deputy Commissioner Trevor, laid out a work plan for budget and finance, we also have what I'm still calling a draft work plan for this coming year within the ARSA committee. And Chair Rogers, you and I have discussed this. We've had a chance to present it during the ARSA committee call. And in reality, this is a living document moving forward. This is how I would capture the document. It's two balancing acts. One balancing act is between all of our college access efforts and all of our student success efforts. And in some states and some systems, these things are seen as mutually exclusive. The more you focus on success and you focus on excellence and exclusivity, the more you lose college access. We will not accept that as a trade-off in the Montana University system. The ARSA division, our campus partners, are focused on moving forward in both areas. So maximizing access through things like the Talent Search and Gear Up program, through AMA, through our central application in the portal, but also making sure that as we invite all those students into the Montana University system and we chip away at that 40%, that in no way do we fail to deliver on the promise of higher education for those individuals. So reducing time to completion, increasing retention and persistence, reducing student debt. That's what our initiatives are really based on in this area. Our work plan is also really about covering the bases, making sure that we adjust the academic program strategy the way we need to, make sure we provide timely updates on AMA, on e-learning, on prior learning assessment, on program review, on accreditation, those kind of statutory responsibilities. But this year you'll hear also a lot more about what I call Horizon initiatives. Montana 10, our Lumina Quality Assurance Grant, MUS Teaching Scholars, OCHI Research Fellows. As a division, we balance those statutory sort of obligations with all sorts of horizon thinking. And certainly some of that plays into new initiatives you'll hear a lot about with respect to MReady research and innovation and all the great work faculty researchers do as well. I'll wrap up just by, again, noting that as we do every board meeting, we make available the level 1 items on our website. We talk about these each month. There are no high controversy items here. Some of them are OCHI approvals. Some of them are campus level approvals. They're there, and myself, Director Teal, our entire team are available to answer any questions you may have along the way.
Thank you so much, Deputy Commissioner Tessman. Great work. Any questions or comments from the Regents? My video is a little frozen, but I don't believe I'm seeing any. So with that, we'll conclude the business of the ARSA committee and stand adjourned. Mr. Chair, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Chair Rogers. And thank you again for agreeing to chair the ARSA committee this year. You did a wonderful job and did so remotely without video. So I really appreciate you working with Amy, and thank you, Amy, for getting Regent Rogers set up to be able to do that. It was a great committee meeting. Before we move to public comment, I know we had a couple items left in our 2-year and community college committee agenda. So I'll pass it back over to Regent Nystuen to finish off the 2-year committee's agenda. Regent Nystuen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's 2 items that are remain from our 2-year community college. It has to do with the Gear Fund distribution and then the proposed 2-year education community college work plan for the year. Deputy Commissioner Tessman, would you like to introduce Jackie Treaster to give a high-level review of the Gear Fund distribution, please?
Chair Nystuen, members of the committee, thank you very much. And with your permission, Chair Nystuen, I would make the same comment about the 2-year committee work plan that I did about the ARSA committee work plan, which is that it's a living document. We can continue to adjust it over time. I propose that we save our time for this important presentation from Director Treaster. Really exciting news about workforce training in the state of Montana. Again, grateful to the governor's office for providing this funding for remote delivery. And Jackie, I know you're excited to give this presentation. I think we do have the time you need, so please walk us through it, and over to you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Tessman and Mr. Chair, members of the board. I am excited to be here to give an update on how we spent a portion of the emergency relief dollars that OCHI received through the governor's office and through the CARES Act. So next slide, thank you. So the Workforce Training and Remote Delivery Initiative was funded by GEAR dollars, which is the Governor's Emergency Education Relief Fund. Within this initiative, we were able to distribute $2.2 million to our 2-year and our community colleges. We were asked by the governor's office to focus on 2 areas. One was workforce development and the other was remote delivery. We also outlined some funding priorities for the campuses that were submitting proposals for these funds. And just a couple of those, so you're aware. One is we asked that campuses focus on multi-campus collaborations. We wanted them to focus on new or enhanced stackable credentials for students and adults seeking to update their skills. And we also wanted to look at workforce training initiatives and remote delivery initiatives that aligned with needs of traditionally underserved students. Next slide. This is just a pretty basic overview of how the funds were distributed. We wanted to make sure that every campus that applied for funds did receive something to fund a program that they had proposed. And so every campus that applied was awarded some funds. And this is just a little bit of a distribution for you of what went to UM campuses, MSU campuses, and our community college campuses. Just a few highlights for you. We want to highlight some of the characteristics of the successful proposals that we were excited about. These proposals meet current demands that are related to important parts of the future economy. We wanted to establish clear career ladders that collaborate with members of business and industry. A lot of the proposals, most of the proposals are breaking down barriers to collaboration that we have run into in the past. And a lot of these proposals focus on credentials that are widely available and efficiently delivered. So just one of the highlights that I wanted to call to your attention is Missoula College and UM partners with the IT Remote Education Initiative. They've been working really closely with the High Tech Alliance, and so it's just a really exciting initiative. It's something that I think can be piloted with the UM partners and could eventually be available most everywhere in the state for other colleges that would like to opt in. Next slide. So some next steps for you. We are hoping to have a November update at the Board of Regents meeting. Once our campuses have a chance to implement some of the programming and initiatives that they proposed with their funds, hoping to just have some exciting updates for you, and we'll likely get some of the recipients of the funds to help us kind of paint the picture of what is happening on their campuses. And a couple other things for you on the slide. These are items that we have been thinking about, we've been challenged with over the past couple of years. Rethinking career and technical education delivery models and strengthening our partnerships outside the MUS. That includes DLI, OPI, the Montana Chamber, and quite a few industry associations that we've been working with. So while we've been focusing on these areas and trying to make some progress, we were able to focus a little bit more closely on them because of things that we were facing with the COVID crisis. And I don't want to paint too positive of a picture because it's obviously still a really difficult time, but because of the emergency relief dollars that we were awarded and were able to fund some of these exciting proposals. I think that we're making some really important progress and some quick progress compared to what we could have been doing before. We're also, so these two areas, rethinking CTE delivery models and strengthening our partnerships. With these funds, we are able to meet a few of our more immediate challenges and try to get some things on the ground quickly, but these are both things that we're thinking of as longer term, more durable changes that will help us just do our job better with delivering career and technical education and meeting those demands that we see in local economies and working more efficiently with our industry partners to make sure that we're fine-tuning the skills that our students are learning while they're in our programs. With that, happy to stand for any questions.
Questions or comments for Director Treaster or Deputy Commissioner Tessman? Any questions? Any questions or comments about the two-year action plan for that? Brock just touched on that real quickly. Any final comments, questions? Seeing none, we'll turn the agenda back over to you, Chair Lozar. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Nystuen. Before we dive into public comment, I did want to thank each of the chairs of the committees for great committee meetings today, and also thank you to the deputy commissioners for the work with the committee chairs and putting together the work plans for the year. I think they were pretty clear. I appreciate the prioritization, the alignment with the calendar, so on and so forth. So I think it works very well with the strategic initiatives that Deputy Commissioner Trevor shared with us earlier in the day. So thank you all for pulling those together. So like I said, at this point in the meeting, we've reached the point where we're going to take public comment. I'm going to turn it over to Amy to sort of walk us through how this is going to work through the virtual platform. Amy.
Thank you, Chair Lozar. As you just noted, this meeting is open to the public electronically. Anyone wishing to provide public comment is encouraged to do so. We'll be flashing this on the screen for those watching the live stream. But for those joining by telephone today, please dial 1-346-248-7799 and enter the meeting ID as shown on the live stream feed. Please press *9, that's the asterisk and the numeral 9, to employ the raise your hand feature. For anyone joined via Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature found at the participants panel to indicate that you wish to give public comment. The host will lower hands in order and unmute the phone line to ask the individual their full name and allow them to give public comment. Comments may also be submitted in writing via email to myself at aunsworth@montana.edu. Comments will be shared with board members and included as part of the official public record. Thank you, Chair Lozar.
Thank you, Amy. So we will call for public comment.
And I know we have a number of individuals in the same room that the Bitterroot Valley College was presented from earlier. So we've got them lined up here. And if they will just unmute their lines, we can take them in order. There are 4 of them.
There are 4 of them. Okay, excellent. So starting with our friends down in the Bitterroot, if you could unmute your mic. Please state your name and share your public comment.
Thank you, Chair Lozar. My name is Candy Lubansky, and I'm the chairperson for the Bitterroot Advisory Council. And first of all, I'd like to recognize that your hard work is much appreciated. You've had a marathon day because we've been sitting here with you through it. So we know how hard you're working, and we really appreciate your support for all Montanans to access higher education opportunities meaningfully in our state. We just have 2 questions, comments. One is, we'd like to know if you do not support the community college initiative, given your oversight responsibility as Regents, what is your plan for the Bitterroot College UM to meet its your 2-year mission as outlined in your strategic plan. That's a huge piece of information that we're going to need to know moving forward. In addition to that, if we would like to know specifically what you see as the barriers or why you would not support a recommendation moving forward for a two-year, for a community college in our community. I think listening to your meeting today, all the references to workforce development, local responsiveness, and the related topics are alive and well in our community and really are aligned perfectly with what your vision and mission is. So we look at these times as calling upon your vision and your ability to make really courageous decisions at this point. So thank you very much. I'd like to introduce Sue Smith. She is one of the trustees-elect, and she will share some comments also.
Thank you, Ms. Lubansky.
Thank you for your time. I am a trustee-elect. I am also on the Bitterroot College Advisory Council. We have 21 letters of support and more coming. These include the county commissioners, all 6 Ravalli County school districts that are in the Bitterroot Valley Community College District, Marcus Daly Hospital, Ravalli County Economic Development Authority, State Senate Majority Leader Fred Thomas, the City of Hamilton, Ravalli Head Start, Literacy Bitterroot, SAVE, Supporters of Abuse-Free Environments, Western Montana Mental Health Center, Human Resource Council of Missoula, Mineral and Ravalli Counties, Bitterroot Building Industry Association, Paperclip, and we have letters from Bitterroot College faculty, Bitterroot College staff, Bitterroot College Advisory Council. And I would like to take the time to read the letter from the county commissioners. And it is directed to Casey Lozar. Ravalli County Board of Commissioners submits this letter enthusiastically supporting a positive recommendation from the Montana Board of Regents to the Montana Legislature for the organization of Bitterroot Valley Community College District. Ravalli County Commissioners affirm the will of local voters to organize the new community college district. Ravalli County is the 7th most populous county in Montana. It is the only county with significant population that does not have a locally administered unit of the Montana University system. The 6 most populated counties all have units of the MUS, and a handful of less populated counties have units of the MUS as well. The labor force of Ravalli County is 20,278 people in July of 2020. However, the Bitterroot Job Service was closed several years ago by the state, despite the location of the job service offices in 9 counties with less population than Ravalli County. The location of Ravalli County next to Missoula County does not negate the need for local services. The Bitterroot Valley Community College District, comprised of Ravalli County school districts of Corvallis, Darby, Hamilton, Lone Rock, Stevensville, and Victor, will provide area residents with accessible, affordable, responsive workforce training, transfer education, adult basic education, lifelong learning, community development opportunities. The new community college district will have the authority, resources, and legitimacy required to effectively meet the varied programming needs and interests of the businesses, communities, and residents of Ravalli County. The Ravalli County Commissioners look forward to working together with a robust, permanent, and locally controlled and committed Bitterroot Valley Community College to address local workforce and post-secondary education training. The Ravalli County Commissioners strongly advocate in favor of the organization of the Bitterroot Valley Community College District. We believe the new district is necessary as the county looks to maintain a sustainable economy within a changing workforce and population landscape. This is signed by Chris Hoffman, Jeff Burrows, and Greg Chilcott. And now
Thank you, Mrs. Smith. I appreciate that. If you could do us a favor and submit that written letter if we haven't received it yet to a.unsworth@montana.edu. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
And for others that are providing public comment, just a reminder that you can submit written comment to Amy Unsworth.
We have one more speaker.
My name is John Davenport, and I want to thank Commissioner Christian and Chair Lozar and the Board of Regents for this opportunity to support the Bitterroot Valley College. I'm going to read from a letter that, I know it's been a long day, so I'll make this brief, but I'm going to read from a letter that I wrote 12 years ago about this very issue to the Board of Regents then. Not much has changed. The issues are the same. At that time, Barrett, Todd, Buchanan, Clayton, Christian, M. Jessen, Hamlin, and Janine Peace were on the Regents. And the only one who wrote me back out of courtesy was Janine Peace. So this is the letter from 12 years ago. Dear Board of Regents, I am writing this letter to support to you, the Board of Regents, in hopes that you will take the right action and recommend to the state legislature the authorization of a community college district for Ravalli County. In addition to recommending this best paradigm for two-year education, this action honors the democratic process. We voted for this. In fact, we voted for it twice now. I attended a community college. I was married with a family and had a full-time job. The flexibility of the college allowed me the opportunity to take classes as my responsibilities allowed. When I eventually moved out of state and was able to attend the university, all the classes transferred, all the units. In fact, all my siblings attended this particular community college. We all have degrees, and one of my brothers was a successful neurologist. Both of my parents worked. A community college let us stay home in the area, worked to relieve the financial burden and ease us into the rigors of an academic setting. Many high school students from Ravalli County attempt the university system and fail miserably. They are not prepared. My father attended our community college on the GI Bill after World War II. He became a well-respected educator. His attendance at our junior college took place over 70 years ago, but this institution has been in existence for 25 years, even before he attended. The good people of my little farming community wanted opportunity for their children and citizens over 90 years ago. The community I grew up in is very similar to the Bitterroot, primarily agriculture, surrounded by national forests with active timber programs and close proximity to national parks. There was also a huge state hospital complex with a large medical staff. The community college reflected all these qualities of the community environment and offered accredited programs in forestry, psychiatric and traditional nursing, building trades, and vocational training involving specific agricultural activities, plus an entry level into academic classes. Only local control that is responsive to the higher educational and vocational needs of a certain community is alert and attentive enough to recognize a community's needs and plan accordingly. A centralized university system is too ponderous and not facile enough to represent outlying communities. A community college, the Bitterroot Community College, has easier requirements to attend, lower fees, usually one pays no tuition, only for the classes you attend, lower living costs. You know, apartments and dorm living in the university setting is much more expensive. The flexibility of classes, many at night, so one can still work and attend. There's more support and can reduce the financial burden. Notably, successful students of a junior college will usually go on to a university system. It is a proven statistic that a community colleges are rich feeding grounds for four-year colleges. To fail initially in a university because one is not prepared is devastating. A bona fide community college in the Bitterroot would only be good for the university system. It would invest in students' success. I was a teacher in a federal training program in the Bitterroot. Our campus houses 225 students. A community college would be the perfect segue for those completing our program who wish to seek more education and training. Local youth and adults could take classes specific to their needs for enhancement or to fulfill undergraduate requirements, then on to the university system. As you well know, as property owners in Ravalli County, we pay taxes for higher education. I've done some research. Approximately $450,000 last year was sent to the higher education mill levy. $44 million in income tax from this county was sent to the state last year to support the university system through the general fund. We are the largest population in the state not served with a bona fide higher educational institution. Ravalli County is the 7th largest in the state and 8th in taxes to the state. Having said all this, I sincerely believe that you, having been provided with all the information and data, will recommend that the Bitterroot Valley Community College be organized. I believe that the board takes its mission seriously and is composed of individuals who want the best for the people of the Bitterroot and thus the best for the state of Montana, including the university system. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Davenport. Is there any other public comment at the Zoom room and in the Bitterroot?
No, thank you very much.
Wonderful, thank you. Maybe we'll go and ask the other Zoom rooms across the university system. Is there any public comment from any of the Zoom rooms?
No public comment at Billings.
Okay, thank you. Amy, do we see any public comment over the lines?
I see none.
Okay. I'll ask again, is there any additional public comment? Any additional public comment? Any additional public comment? Hearing none, we'll move on to the next part in the agenda today. And this is the part where we'll go through each of the committee reports and take action. The order of the committees will be, let's see, we'll start with budget. And then we'll go to ARSA. Let me get to that. Okay, starting with the Budget Admin and Audit Committee, I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Moved by Regent Sheehy. Is there any corrections from members of the board?
Oh, that was Dombrowski.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, it was Regent
Dombrowski.
Oh, moved by Regent Dombrowski. Thank you. Thank you, Joyce. Is there any comments from members of the board? Is there any comments from campuses? Please use your raise your hand feature or dial *9 if joining by phone. Is there any public comment? If so, do the same. Raise your hand, raise your hand feature or dial *9 if you're joining by phone. Seeing no public comment, I will call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Moving on to action item A, fiscal year 2021 operating budget. I will entertain a motion to approve the budget.
Regent Dombrowski, so moved.
Moved by Regent Dombrowski. Is there any comments from members of the board? Is there any comments from campuses? Please use the raise your hand feature, dial *9 if joining by phone. Is there any public comment? Seeing no public comment, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Moving on to action item B, request for authorization to issue facilities revenue bonds, MSU. I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by
Martha.
Moved by Regent Sheehy. Is there any comments from members of the board?
Mr. Chair, Bob Nystuen here. I'd like to recuse myself on this vote just in the event that our company has any affiliation with these or connection with these bonds. So list me as an abstention, please.
Thank you, Regent Nystuen. Any additional public comment or any additional comment from members of the board? Any comment from the campuses? Please use the raise your hand feature or dial *9 if joining by phone. Any public comment? Seeing no further comment, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign.
Aye.
And no, Regent Nystuen is recused himself. Motion passes. Last action item for the budget committee today is request for authorization to adopt the Tillman Field as the formal name of the new football field at MSU Northern's campus. I will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Moved by Regent Tuss. Is there any comments from members of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I just simply like to thank the MSU Northern community and the campus for following the naming procedures that this board takes very seriously and that we put before them. Additionally, I'd like to thank all of the local folks and those on the High Line that we as board members of this board heard from with regard to supporting the naming of this field after Mike Tillman and his contributions to the university system and MSU Northern and their football program here.
Thank you, Regent Tuss. Any additional comments from members of the board? Yes, Regent Sheehy.
I'd like to thank Mr. Tillman for his support of the school and the football program and congratulate him on this honor.
Thank you, Regent Sheehy. Any additional comments? Yeah, Mr. Commissioner.
I too, I just feel necessary to congratulate Mike Tillman and Greg Kegel for the work that he's done in bringing this thing to fruition. I'd say a few years ago, the odds maker didn't give this high hopes of getting done, but Haver and Chancellor Kegel got it done, and there's nobody that deserves the honor of naming more than Mike Tillman. So I appreciate the support of this board and the Haver community in making this project happen. Congratulations to Mike and his family.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Any additional comments from members of the board? Are there any comments from the campuses? Any comments from the campuses? Is there any public comment? Public comment. Seeing no further comment, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Next up, we'll move to the ARSA committee. The ARSA committee has two action items for our consideration this afternoon. We'll start with action item A, request to plan proposals. I will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Moved by Regent Nystuen. Is there any comments from members of the board? Is there any comments from the campuses? Please use the raise your hand feature or dial *9 if joining by phone. Any public comment? Seeing no further comment, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Moving on to action item B, level 2 memorandum. I will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
So moved.
Moved by Regent Tuss. Is there any comments from members of the board? Comments from the board. Are there any comments from the campuses? Is there any public comment? Seeing no further comment, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Excellent. Looking at the 2-year Education and Community College Committee, we do not have any action items to consider this afternoon. We do have a couple additional action items for the board to consider. And next up on the agenda are 2 student appeals. You have each received the commissioner's decision and the written appeal with supporting documents submitted by the student. The board will address each appeal separately. The issue before the board in each case is solely whether to hear the appeal at a later meeting. Our appeal policy does not require us to accept an appeal if we are satisfied with the commissioner's review and decision. The sole question is whether any regent believes the issues addressed in the commissioner's decision need further review by the board. If you do not wish to hear a specific appeal at the board level, it is not necessary to make a motion. A lack of action on our part will signify our decision not to hear the case. I just want to remind everyone that these appeals are confidential. The board will not address the students or individuals involved by name, identify the campus involved, or discuss the facts or specific issues. Before we proceed, are there any general questions as to this procedure before we consider the first appeal? Yes, Regent Sheehy.
I just want to clarify the process. When you say that we vote up or down whether to hear the appeal, we're voting simply to hear an issue, all the issues. We get to decide that later. Is that correct? We can vote to hear the appeal, but really at a later time decide there's one question here that I think needs to be answered. It's not meaning if we vote to hear an appeal that we're having an all-out trial necessarily, or an all-out factual rendition. It's simply saying there's something in here and we define the scope later.
That is correct, Regent Sheehy.
Thank you.
Is there any additional questions as to the procedure? Seeing none. Student appeal number 1. I will entertain a motion to hear student appeal number 1. I will entertain a motion to hear student appeal number 1. Last time, I will entertain a motion to hear student appeal number 1. Okay, there being no motion to hear this appeal, the request that we entertain this appeal is denied and the commissioner's decision is upheld. Moving on to the second student appeal number 2. I will do the same. I will entertain a motion to hear student appeal number 2.
Regent Sheehy moves to hear student appeal 2.
Moved by Regent Sheehy. Is there any discussion from members of the board? And I will underscore at this point, we will not be talking about the individual student, the campuses, or the case. Is there any discussion from the campuses? Is there any public comment? Seeing no further comment, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Ayes were Regent Sheehy and Regent Sexton. Any opposed, same sign?
Aye.
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 Aye. Okay, motion fails. The commissioner's decision is upheld. So we are going to move on to the very end of our meeting. The next items on the agenda, the board will take up in executive session. The meeting will be closed because the discussion relates to the matters of individual privacy, and I've determined that the demands of individual privacy clearly exceed the merits of public disclosure. After the executive session, the meeting stands adjourned. And Amy, we will transition, right?
Yes, ma'am.